Call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Basine? Here. Hampson?
Here.
Gabriel?
Present.
Jordan? Martin?
Present.
Rousen?
Here.
Clanton?
Present. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. We're glad to have the Development Group back for our follow-up on our governance training here today. And so with that, I'm going to turn things over to you.
Oh, okay. That was quick. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you all again. It's November.
Yeah?
Daylight savings time this weekend is going to start being dark, cold, and dank. So
There you go.
enjoy the weather we have today. So our objectives for today are to continue to work towards building a collaborative, centered, trusting relationship for unifying this board and superintendent in the service of students of Norfolk Public School. The objectives have not changed. Today we are going to review and revise the norms and protocols for working together. I know it's been on the agenda for the past couple of meetings. We are going to get it done today. And then we want to talk about how we start to create coherence and begin to set direction for the new strategic plan and then decide on next steps. I'm also going to share with you the feedback that you all provided on the pulse check, and I want to encourage some dialogue around some of that data. Any questions before we dive in? Okay. So our norms, I always like to start with them. We want to keep our eyes on the prize and continue to care deeply about Norfolk Public School students, right? So we want to make sure that we center all the decisions and discussions on how it will benefit the students of Norfolk Public Schools. Speak your truth and create space for multiple truths, right? Knowing that not everybody's experience is the same as yours, so multiple truths doesn't mean alternative facts. It's just recognizing that someone's truth might be different than yours, right? Step up, step back, monitor your privilege, be aware of how much space you take up emotionally and verbally, and stay engaged, because in this space, we are all equals. We continue to try to get proximate to the problem. I think that one of the problems that this board experiences is a lack of cohesiveness, and my hope is that we can get to addressing some of that. We want to change the narrative. I watched this last board meeting, and if you've got kids coming to the mic saying, I don't feel safe, and community members that are expressing, concerns, we have to work to change the narrative, right? We have to work to make sure that they have a true sense of how much work you all are doing and what's important to you all and what the priorities are. We have to expect this work to be inconvenient and uncomfortable. It continues to be. And we want to make sure that we stay committed and engaged throughout this process, because we know this work has to be done. So please respect the process. And let's listen respectfully and with confidentiality. And my favorite one that I always like to land on is let's maintain hope, even in the face of brutal facts. I think optimism is what gets us by. Optimism is what keeps me coming back every month. I'm optimistic that we can do right by the kids of Norfolk Public Schools. And we want to make sure that we hold space for the range of our experiences and perspectives. We want to center on the experiences of those most impacted. As a board, you have the power and the authority to change circumstances for those populations that are most often marginalized. And so we have to be thinking about them and putting them center of mind as we do this work. Recognize the limitations of your own lens. We all have biases. We all have different things that we bring to this work. And so you want to recognize that we do have some limitations, and to kind of remember that and couch our own expectations around that. And then embody a posture of curiosity over judgment. I think that's a really important one for us to practice today, is making sure that when we're asking questions, it is from a place of curiosity, not from a place of judgment. And I think that will get us a long way. Our overarching essential questions continue to be the same, right? How will you as board members live and advance the Norfolk Public School mission statement? And what's your responsibility, both personally and professionally, to dismantle, reimagine, and rebuild policies and practices that meet the needs of each Norfolk Public School student? Not all, not every, each, because each child has different needs, and it is this board's responsibility to ensure that we're providing the students what they need to thrive and to go in and be productive, citizens of Norfolk or wherever they choose to go. And so I just want to remind you all that you have that capacity, you have the power to do this work if we would do it with fidelity, right?
And I just want to highlight too, what's rested there is your responsibility. And I think that has to really be elevated, and everyone thinking, what is my responsibility? What is my responsibility to the students? What's my responsibility to my colleagues? What's my responsibility to the community, to the board? And that has to be front of mind, I think. And then for each student, what's my responsibility to each student? Am I upholding that responsibility every time I speak, every time I represent, every time I engage? Am I upholding my responsibility to each student? So.
And that first objective, I'm bringing you back to that and to this graph that we talked about a couple sessions ago. You know, if our primary goal in some of this work is to continue to build this collaborative, centered, trusting relationship for unifying the board and superintendent, there's some really key terms there. Collaboration, trust, unity. Those are all things that have been missing from the dialogue and from the behaviors, quite frankly, of this board. And so I do want us to continue to center this idea of we have to, it says continue because I wanted to offer credit for the effort that is being made, but I don't even know if it's a continue or if it's a start, right? Start to build a collaborative, centered, trusting relationship for unifying this board and superintendent. And again, I'm going to always add this as the refrain to every sentence, in the service of students of Norfolk Public Schools. We have got to get student-centered. We have got to get focused on what is it going to take to get this board to unify around the priorities, which should be students. Your community of practice, and you'll see in this definition, community practice has a common concern, interest in a topic, create new knowledge, advance the domain of professional practice, and interact on an ongoing basis. We've tried to, each time we've come here, try to center you around this idea of becoming a community of practice. Because only as a community of practice, as a shared learning community with shared goals, can you move this work forward. And right now, it feels very fragmented, it feels very polarized. And I implore upon you all that we have to do the work of building these bridges, because at the end of the day, that's going to be what benefits students. So I'm going to ask you to think about what you value. Grab 1 or 2 sticky notes. You'll have a pack of sticky notes. And I want you to write down, it could be words, phrases, but write down 1 or 2 values that you consider important for discussion on a sticky note. So just jot down the values that you think are important for moving this work forward. And we're going to go around the room, we're going to share aloud what your value is and why that value is of particular importance to you as a member of this board. So I'll give you a little bit of quiet time and jot down your 1 or 2 value statements.
And you may be wondering, why do we keep coming back? Why do we keep coming back? Because the values are what center you as a board member, as a colleague. What is it that is most meaningful to you in engaging in these different relationships? So what is it that you really, really value?
And put each one on the sticky, right?
Yes, separate sticky notes. Pardon? One or 2. If you need a third one, you can have a third.
This team right here.
Oh, we're gonna call them out. We'll take them for you. Time?
No, actually, I got.
Ready? Right? Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go around. I'll come and take the sticky notes from you, but I want you to share the value and then why that value is of particular importance for the work of this board. So I'm gonna start with you. We're gonna work our way around. Does that work? Sure. Thanks.
I value authenticity and truthfulness.
Authenticity and truthfulness. And it's okay if you hear something that's similar to yours, we're actually looking for those common values. So authenticity and truthfulness, Ms. Campson?
Total focus on students. I'm not sure if that's a value or an action, but that's what I have. And honesty. Am I supposed to be giving you these?
So again, we've got this honesty, authenticity, total focus on students' time, and total focus on students.
Yeah, focus and time, well, which I guess is kind of redundant, but.
Okay. Dr. Birdsong?
I have integrity and honesty.
Seeing a pattern emerge already. I thought would happen,
We're
right?
going to capture
We've
honesty
got
back.
honesty and integrity now.
I got three. But
Of course he does.
open and honest communication, trust and teamwork, and focus.
Yeah. Vanna Whiteworth.
There you go. Well, Kiki
There is a
Shepherd.
similarity.
I get to see your shoes.
Oh, wow.
Cute.
There we go.
That's the only reason why I did not want
That's the person sitting here with sneakers on.
open, honest communication. Dr. Gabriel.
Okay, building trust, belief in what's possible, and demonstrate respect.
Ooh, I like that second one. That was good. Sorry, I'm kind of out of it today.
It's been that day.
Yes, I have strong belief in the organization, is my first one. And my second one is seeing the big picture.
Educated word.
I have four.
You have four?
Yes, four is it a
Transparency, justice, honesty, and respect. Yeah, I think honesty.
That would go with that. I had genuine discussions and decisions that improve student outcomes and belief in all students' ability to succeed. Another belief, yep, okay.
You've been here this long, you gotta believe in something.
All right. Got everybody? Yes? Okay. So we have a pattern. Be honest, honesty, truthfulness, authenticity, honesty, transparency, integrity. We have belief in all students' ability to succeed, strong belief in the organization, belief in what's possible. Focus, total focus, time and focus on students, and genuine discussions and decisions that improve student outcomes. Put those together. Trust and teamwork, building trust, respect, demonstrate respect. See the big picture, open and honest communication, and justice. So, I assumed a theme would emerge, and honesty seems to be something that keeps coming up. Honesty, integrity, truthfulness, transparency. And I have to wonder, why does that continue to come up? So if it's a value, and it's part of your value statement, where's that, there must be a feeling that that's lacking in your interactions. I say we talk about that. What exactly is it that is causing this ongoing breakdown in trust? and this inability to rebuild trust. We've talked about trust. We talked about trust, I think, on our second session here. We talked about the things that were barriers to people being able to feel trust, and we talked about how we named the behaviors we wanted to see change, which is why we're trying to get to these norms. But I feel like there's something else at play here, that this continues to be an issue. So I want some insights from you all.
I'll start. I thought that if we're trying to demonstrate leadership from the top down and demonstrate how a high-functioning governance team, even with different opinions, but the willingness to demonstrate that we can still come together for the sake of the students that we serve, we completely missed the mark at our last meeting. We got off focus multiple times in the meeting, and I think that there are several issues at hand. I'll say that we, just in my perspective, there is probably some more work to be done with regards to agenda planning and sharing thoughts and process that at least we try to anticipate and foreshadow for upcoming events. But at the same time, there's a lot of mind your own privilege. There is a lot of, I believe, bringing out a discussion that has no business to be brought up in the context of the business that we're supposed to be dealing with. And frankly, it gets us off task. It creates the judgment versus the curiosity piece. And I feel that it's extremely disrespectful to the organization and the superintendent and her staff. And I'm embarrassed by some of it, because as much as I would want to come back and have a touche moment, that is not how I want to handle my actions in public. That's not how I want my schools to handle their interactions in public, especially if they're at a meeting with like a PTA or with other parents or for students. And so I'm not going to participate in that. I will take blame for actions that I feel probably should have been done differently. I will do that. But I think all of us in this room have a lot of looking in the mirror to do with what happened at our last meeting. And I was frankly kind of disgusted by some of our actions. And I would not want any of our schools, their principals, or their leaders to demonstrate what we demonstrated at the last meeting.
Anybody else?
Okay.
I'm just looking at you because you're looking at me, so I'm going to put you on the spot.
A lot to unpack. I'm not sure specifically what Dr. Gabriel's referring to, but I'm actually pretty proud of some of the things that came out of our last meeting. I'm really happy to have had the opportunity to stand up for democratic values that I believe very strongly in, and the right to speech, especially in a public forum. And I hope to continue to have that opportunity to do that. I think a lot of the issues, if we could focus on last meeting or many other meetings where,
I think in general.
yeah, there's no real effort before the meetings or before, once the agenda is published, to bring everyone together. There's only an effort to get four votes, and so it's hurting our morale. And we also have people in this room who are actively working to unseat others on the board. So, I mean, how do you trust them, right?
I mean,
We talked about this at our last meeting.
Yeah. Even as you all entered into the space today, I'm like, you feel the energy. The energy is rock bottom. Like it's, and I get it. Because I will tell you, I watched that meeting as well. She and I watched the board meetings because we know we're going to be with you. And I watched it through the lens of the norms, and I was like, if they had a norm for this, this wouldn't happen. If they had a norm for that, that wouldn't have happened, right? Like that was the lens that I brought to it. Like, what is this? That's why I watch the meetings. I look for, what does this board need? And I think we try to give you what you need, but then we walk away right? And whatever was discussed in our training, our capacity building, I hate to use the term training, but, we try to build our capacity to do this work well. Whatever we discussed then seems to, like, the minute, I guess, we get on our plane, right? It's like, oh, okay, they're gone now, right? That's what it feels like. And so it's very frustrating for me when I watch, and I'm like, didn't we talk about this already? Like, I can't believe they're doing that. Why are they saying that? Why are you talking to her that way? Like, I literally am sitting there, like, at the screen, like, I can't believe this is happening. And it makes it feel like the investment in this work is not there. And so we're gonna look at the data in a moment, because I think we need to have that conversation. If this work is not a value add to you all, we need to have that conversation. I'm okay with it, right? But what you're pointing out, even the perspective of the meeting, right? You saw some positives, and there were. Don't get me wrong.
There were
There were
positives,
some
but-
positives. Yeah, I don't think you were dispelling the entire meeting.
No.
But I think you were focusing on the behaviors, and I think that's what I continue to look at, is what are the behaviors that it's going to take. I can't control a person's beliefs. None of us can control each other's beliefs. We can hold each other accountable for the behaviors we expect to see of board members. And I think that's where the problem has continued to be. There has been very little accountability, holding one another to account, holding oneself to account for the behaviors we keep seeing in these meetings. And I will tell you, you used the term that you were embarrassed, as was I. And my level of embarrassment comes from, so are people knowing, like, people out in the world know that I'm doing governance training with this board? Like, literally, I said to myself, so they're probably thinking, like, well, what is she going there doing every month? Because this is not making an ounce of difference. That's how it's starting to feel to me as well. And so I came prepared today to have a very honest discussion with you about what needs to happen. And if that means that we part ways, I'm okay with that as well. But I think we need to be really honest with ourselves about the commitments that this board is making to its community, to the students. I'm very intentional about any work that I do, and I told you guys this at the retreat, because at the retreat I think I was ready to jump ship then, quite frankly, because the behaviors there were so egregious. But, I want to do this work with fidelity, and I want to do it so that it makes a clear through line to impacting student outcomes. And if we can't ever get to that conversation, I'm not a value add to you, and I'm taking money away from other things that could be used in more useful ways that can go straight to students if it needs to. So please don't feel like when we have this conversation about whether I stay or go that I am, in some way tied to this contract or tied to the finances. Frankly, as you guys already know, we lowered our costs because that was an issue, right? And so at this point, I feel like if we're trying to do what's best for your community, but we can't do that as outsiders, nor can we do it alone. So I'm just, like I said, I'm prepared to have that conversation, because the shared values of this group, if it's honesty and integrity and collaboration and truthfulness and all of these things that you're claiming on paper, until those behaviors become evident in your actions, it's a sticky note, right? It's just another sticky note. And I don't know how I get you all to understand how people are experiencing you as an outsider who gets to watch this. I think you all need to, maybe that's an exercise you all can do, is to literally go home and watch yourselves on the recording of the stream, because I don't think you realize how people are experiencing you. And I think that it's shameful in many respects. I have a lot of respect for all of you in the room. I don't think people are seeing the side of you that I know is there. They're not seeing the parts of you that care about kids. They're not seeing the parts of you that want to be held accountable and to hold each other accountable. No one's seeing that. They're only seeing the behaviors that are on display for that couple of hours of streaming. That goes back to the norm about how do we change this narrative. The narrative only gets changed if the behaviors change. And I have yet to see a true commitment to change in behavior. I'm just being very honest. I'm not trying to be here scolding you. I'm an outsider. You can tell me to go kick rocks. But I'm just being honest. Like, that's just the way that I come to this work, with integrity, which is one of the words that was there. If we're going to demonstrate integrity, then it has to be that we hold ourselves to account and we hold each other accountable. And that just hasn't been happening. I see the board meetings. I hear the stories of what happens between our time together. If that's going to continue to be the way that we operate, here we are. It's now November. We've been at this since July. and we're not seeing a change. That's, I can't even describe what that feels like, right? So, yeah, Del?
Can I say something? So this really drove home last night for me at a candidate forum, where one of the members in the audience said to one of the candidates that their question was around, okay, so you're going to be on the school board, and of course, politics dominates the school board. So who do you plan to align with once you're elected?
Say that again, Dr.
Who do you
Martin.
plan to align with once you're elected?
Oh.
That's the expectation, that we're not a unified front, and we cannot be, and that's just how it is.
Well, honestly, what I observed just as you all were walking in the room, I was trying to see who connects with who says hello, who gives like a head nod, like "What's up?" or "How you doing?"
Who makes eye contact?
I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So when you talk about even that doesn't necessarily surprise me, because when again, even entering the room, there should be some level of greeting. There should be some level of, how are you doing? How's this part of your life going? How was the weekend?
Because you're
That's what
colleagues.
that's what I was going to say. That's what colleagues do when they come together, or the colleagues that, I'll reframe that for you. I think the colleagues that you want to build relationships with, you reach out to them, you find out what's going on in their lives on a regular basis. And so to watch you all enter the room, it was very matter of fact. It was very technical. It was very much, let's just get to this and.
Check this box.
So I guess my point is that you're right, it's not surprising, but we also shouldn't pretend like it's not happening. So that's why I'm stating it. It's very obvious.
Yes.
So what's if you're there, then what's the responsibility to call it out? If you're there and that happens and you all have made these commitments, what's the responsibility to say, wait a minute? Even if it's like, come here, let's go to the bathroom, or let's go outside. What's the responsibility to
Yeah,
call
I mean,
it out?
I've done that. I call people. I've been put on hold from at least one member that's sitting here today, but I know why. So yeah, it's lies. It's not transparency. It's not honesty.
Because that's where all the authenticity and the, like you said, the transparency, the integrity, when does it get to a level where you're like, I gotta say something?
Right here.
Yeah.
Right now.
but saying it in the moment too.
Yeah, because I think that's the thing. People
Saying
wait
it in the moment.
wait for governance training, and like, okay, when Val is here, I'll get to say my piece. No, it shouldn't be like.
No,
once
I mean,
a
I
month
reach
type
out. I
thing.
call people to have tough discussions. I called Tanya about one this week.
And, when in the past, a governance trainer said, say something, that you admire. And I wanted to tell Adele, because we were at a candidate forum, and, we had 1 minute to share a response about a situation, or, it was a specific question, and I answered it specifically. And, she called me and asked me for clarification about, sometimes we don't remember certain things that may have occurred at a board meeting or a vote that was taken or something. And what I admired about her in that moment, and that she has exhibited over, several times, is that she has called for clarification about something that has been said. And, we've been on opposite sides of votes. We've been on we've had differing opinions about policies or, different things. But I admire the fact that she can call and say, can you explain to me what you meant by X, Y, or Z? And whatever truth that we tell ourselves, like, we were on the same page at the end of the phone call. So that was an example that I think
Thank you.
worked positively for both of us, because we both left with a better understanding of.
And in that interaction you just explained, it required effort, right, on both of your parts. Adele picked up the phone, you engaged in the dialogue in a non-defensive, I'm assuming a non-defensive way. You explained what your position was, that kind of thing.
What do you think?
And you brought it to closure.
Yes.
And I think that more of that needs to be
Yeah.
happening.
I feel like we were both willing to be honest in that moment, and it could have gone a totally different way had one person not been. But I think we've been together for 4 years almost, most of us have been together for 4 years now, and we should be able to have those conversations, and like you said, just get to it. Don't be personal about it. And if it is personal, say it, right? Like if you have a personal beef with the other person, work that out too.
The trusting relationship piece is the thing that continues to be missing, and that's why the dialogue always stops short of taking action to address it and move forward. Other thoughts? Yeah.
So the question that was asked by the person in the forum about who are you going to align with, that has not necessarily come up to me before, but definitely the, what side are you on? And what I come back and share with them is, it's really not about the side, it's what you believe in. It's, do you want to vote for the strategic plan or not? Do you believe that it is something that you can support with your vote? Do you believe in the budget? Do you believe in the personnel docket? Do you believe in the superintendent's contract? And so while it might look as if, oh, there is definitely two different groups, at the end of the day, if you don't have votes in order to move things along, then you're not moving things along, or you're going in a different direction. And so there is always going to be a majority and a minority. There's always going to be that. But I hope that when individuals are voting, and I know for me, it's, okay, do I necessarily believe in what I am voting for? And I have no problem. I've done some votes before that I'm like, you know what, I think I would have changed the way that I voted. But we just we move on from there. We learn, we can discuss, we can reach out. But we can perpetuate the narrative of the factions, or we can say, well, we're just going to deal with the issues at hand. There are some that might agree with the issues and some that might have differences of opinions, and that's just how our vote is done.
I mean, to me, the answer would be, I vote my conscience and I vote for what's best for students.
Yeah. Well, I said what I've said before is that I feel that I have to work with everybody on this board, that I'm not looking at it as factions. So I want to talk to everyone and understand, and I think it's important that everyone there's not an asymmetry of information sharing, that we are all informed on the same level.
And I think it's really interesting that Dr. Martin brought it up, because I've noticed that, people have come up to me and asked, what side are you on? Are you on this person's side? Is the other person on that side? And I was somewhat actually offended at first, because I didn't realize that it was perceived that way, because I know I am my own person. I'm my own person. I'm not anybody's toy. But that was the perception they were seeing in our board meetings. That's what they were seeing. And they felt that candidates were aligned with all of that. And I was sort of just kind of taken by that, to be very honest. I was very taken. Because I realized that that's a perception. If that's a perception, and that's a belief by many people, that we're just, everybody's aligned with somebody or whatever. And I know we can't go on like that. We're not going to be able to go on, like that, if that's the perception, and people kind of predetermine. They say, oh, I know that this person is going this way, and if this person, they're going to go that way. So I just don't know how anything can ever change, or that things will ever get better if that's where we are and that's how people see us. And it just kind of scares me a little bit, if that makes sense.
It is. And the way that they're experiencing you, that narrative is based on what they're seeing. And, and the answer is not the musical chairs, like who has what title. I think that seems to be the perception that, if we could just get rid of this person, this is going to be different. No, as individuals, as a collective, there's got to be this mutual commitment to doing this work with fidelity. And if we continue to allow 1, 2, 3, whatever, people to derail that, we're going to be stuck in this. And I feel very stuck. I feel stuck in the mud with you all right now, honestly. Yeah.
So if I may, since, I see these opportunities as a teaching moment, as we led into this part of the discussion, if I understood and heard you correctly, I believe you said something like, you've heard the stories of what happens in between meetings. And so, and I think that is a similar situation, just as a community member who may hear stories about what happens between meetings. So if it's okay to delve into that, like what are the stories that you're hearing in between meetings, and how are you hearing those stories about what happens between meetings?
So, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah, so when issues surface, I'm asked if we're gonna address it in governance training, and I'll say, well, give me some examples, and well, this occurred at a meeting, usually I see the meetings, like I said, or things that occur. So there are things that are public record that are being brought to my attention, so it's not like a gossiping, oh, this one pulled me over and said such and such, it's not any of that. But the behaviors that continue to surface are things that I know that we keep talking about, and so if they're still happening, if those examples of those behaviors are still happening, then again, it leads me to believe that I'm getting one set of behaviors in the room here, and then when we leave here, it's back to being however we were before. It's problematic. Actually, I'll talk about it in a moment, but somebody had asked, one of the comments was that I should be meeting with people individually, one-on-ones kind of thing, I guess to get agenda insights and that kind of thing. I have a very clear reason for why I don't do that, and we need to talk about what agenda planning could look like. I think I'm willing to have that conversation if we decide to move forward, but I do think that maybe agenda planning does become a whole group discussion, or a way to contribute to the agenda, because that seems to continue to be an issue. But the reason why I have not done one-on-ones with each person, one, that's a hefty lift to speak to everybody monthly. It's not what I was charged to do. But when I did attempt to have one-on-ones with people, it did not fare well for me. I feel like I was told in one of those conversations that my reputation is good now, but it won't be after this board gets to you. That to me makes it feel very unproductive to meet with people one-on-one if I'm going to hear 7, 8 different things, right? Being told that this board will sabotage you from a member of this board. So that's why I'm not doing one-on-ones. I'm not going to go to people and allow the ongoing division for me to now be a prop in that perpetuating divisiveness. So that's one of the reasons why I do not go to people individually and say, what do you want on the agenda? What do you want for training? I'm not doing that, because we're trying to create unity, which means it should be one message, right? And so that's been my reluctance to do that. I do think agenda planning might require a shift. We can talk about that in a little bit when we get to processes and procedures. And I mentioned to Mr. Clanton, I was going to suggest a different template when we get to that place around how to build the agenda. So I've got some strategies for that, because I do feel like I've heard more than once that people don't feel like they have input on the agenda in the planning. Right, they might have input in real time or ask to strike things from the agenda, which I think then causes some more derailing. So I do feel like that is a valid thing for us to look at. But I feel like that's one of the technical aspects, like one of the procedural things that I think can be improved. That's just one thing, right? That doesn't lend itself to the larger issue, because if there was trust, then the larger board would trust the agenda planning team. They don't, hence. You see what I'm saying? So I can always bring back every issue back to, we don't trust each other. That's why this can't happen in a productive way. That's why I can't trust committee reports. That's why I can't trust agenda planning. I don't trust my colleagues. And until we fix that, until we work towards that, all the other processes and procedures and protocols we put in place still won't move forward, because they're not coming from a place of folks who are willing to collaborate with one another in a trusting relationship to move the agenda forward. So let's,
Ms. Campson.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I recall that I mentioned one time that we got off to a poor start. And that's everyone in the room except our new guy. And I think we all had a lot of firm beliefs on what we thought was the best for the district. And I think that was really everyone's thought. They were all thinking of what's best for the district, but it was very different from person to person. And I think sometimes it was like alliances were made, because I didn't know anybody on the board, really. But because you saw someone that had a lot of agreement with what your thoughts were. And I had, first of all, a silly idea in my head that I was going to.
Come fix it all.
Yeah.
Magic wand.
Yeah, that's it. And I'll be honest, I did think that I have a lot of background in it and a lot of success, and not everyone came into the room with the same ideas of how to make our system, which was in big trouble then, just like it is now. And that's because they came from a different point of view, because they have a different experience and a different background and everything. And I think maybe we had a problem with compromise. Maybe compromise should have been one of my cards. I'm sure I had a problem with compromise because I knew what I was doing was right. Yeah. But so did everyone else. And I don't think we came into it after something that happened even before we were sworn in. An item came up, and that caused a problem that seems to have continued to expand. We came in, and then the problem was with the protocols and the norms, because we thought we should start from scratch, and other people thought they were fine. We just needed to touch them up. And so that led to the next step, and it just kept going, and then we were angry with each other, and it did. I think people have a very strong opinions of what needs to be done, and I'm right there. I'm not saying anything about anyone else that I'm not also applying to myself, and I think that it was a failure to compromise, and if you didn't get your vote, then you left upset. I can remember leaving upset. One time I was on a little campaign because I thought that we should be filling positions in the schools rather than putting more people into central office. And so I just decided that I wasn't voting for any new people to be added to central office until every single reading and math specialist position was in place. This was the first year. And so, it was very often a 6-1 vote. And sometimes people did. And one time I was a little irritated with a couple of other people who I'd really become friends with, because it was Adele and Noelle as we were leaving. And I'm like, and they're talking and they're perfectly fine, and I'm sitting there pouting. Because once again, and I knew I was going to lose it before it started, but I had decided that we were going to put more support in the schools, and that was my opinion, and how I wanted it put in.
That's your story, and you're sticking to it, right?
And I did stick to it. That whole year, I never voted for a new position to be created unless we had reciprocal kinds of things that went into the schoolhouse. And so it just kind of exploded. I don't think that we always vote together, though. I think if I look back, because that was one example, but there are others. There was an example over at Lindenwood School about what should be happening with it. That was a 6-1 vote. I tend to be the loser in the votes that I'm not wanting to do. But you kind of wish that you could go back and have a do-over for the beginning. Because it did, I got angry that one day, and it wasn't like I thought they were going to vote with me. I don't know, and that was no excuse for it. Because once the vote's done, we should be able to get up and walk away and maybe, talk to each other about it. But we don't, and it tends to, so when we say we have one side and another side, those tend to shift sometimes. They don't stay the same, or in ones where they're pretty much the same, because I think we have a different point of view from our backgrounds, and that maybe influences it. But that doesn't mean that it's okay for us to behave badly. But I don't know if there was a way we could all take a deep breath and let some of our angry feelings go away, and because we need to do something. We may have a big turnaround after next week. I don't know. But I'm not really involved in that one. So
That whole deep breath and start over, though, I feel like we've done that like 4 times. Like, honestly.
I don't think we've honestly started over any time.
You don't think?
I think what you said was probably pretty correct, is that we're not going back and sitting there and thinking. I've had a push for myself, and I feel badly that that I was so opposite of that today, but I've had a very bad week. And but usually I'm very friendly to people when I come in. And that was a deliberate attempt on my part this year to do that, which it shouldn't have had to be. But I really have made an effort, and it makes me feel better when I come in and I'm saying hello, even though I wasn't doing it today. But I almost didn't come to the meeting today. It has been a really, really bad week. But anyway, I don't want to keep rambling on, which is what I'm doing. But I just wish that there was some way we could talk through it, or to get past all the anger. You know, something happened the other day that made me aware of something that had happened, and I was angry about it with, you know, something with another board member that I'd heard. But then when I was driving home, I thought, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Go to them and just say, hey, this is what I'm hearing.
I'm carrying this right now
Yeah.
because this is my perception of what I heard. Can we clear this up?
Yeah.
And again, I know that it happens when people already have trust and they have a relationship built and all the things that don't exist with this board.
And see, we're missing the trust piece to go to people and do that. See, that's what it is right there. We're missing that trust because there have been many times in the past, I'm sure everyone on the board has had a attempt to try and go in and fix something, and it did not go well, and it took away the feeling that they had, that they could trust any other conversations with the person.
Yeah.
But you're trusting what you're hearing versus trusting the person.
You're you're right. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying
so-
that that's what happened. And that we, you know, if we could all make a commitment to try and see what we could do, maybe make a little list of,
But this
don't leave the room until you've done this piece and this piece and this piece.
What were you going to say?
May I add my piece to, or perspective to what Ms. Campson said? And I appreciated her candor and courage to share what she shared. You know, my perspective differs a little bit. At the time that that we did have the 2018 elections, so you know, a couple of things Ms. Campson mentioned, I just want to give my perspective on it. One was about things that happened after the election, and so I can't remember, it may have been the day after or maybe 2 days after the election. Then there was these concerns about some processes that the board at the time had talked about in terms of onboarding and swearing in and so forth. So at the time I was the chair, so as the messages came to me from that immediate correspondence, because I think I may have even reached out first, I can't remember the sequence, but it was what I felt was, okay, the new members have been elected, and whatever agenda or discussions that they've had, they're going to push. That's what it's going to be. And then in reference to the norms and protocols, it's always been the practice, at least since I've been on the board, that each year we revisit the norms and protocols for complete reconsideration. It wasn't, my perspective, my truth was, it was never about checking the box. It was similar as what you all have done. This is what the current norms and protocols are. Let's have a discussion about what is it that this board would like to see, or this governance team would like to see. And we weren't successful at being able to have that conversation. So I think the if you want to say lack of trust, divisions, so forth, they haven't existed for 1 year or existed since you arrived. They've existed for, at least for this board, for 4 years. And you're not the first who's made efforts to try to get us to, to address it. The other thing I'd just like to share, and I think I've shared this before from my perspective, especially when we talk about honesty. I think I shared once before that a faith congregation I was a part of had these 9 principles for spiritual self-development, and love was defined, which was the third principle, as I think it was the third principle, as being able to express oneself totally. So if I'm in a conversation with any board member, if I'm in a conversation with either of you, if I'm asked a question and I give a response, I'm going to do the best to give my honest and total response. Now, people might not like what I have to say. They might want to have some concerns about what I've said, how I've said it, and so forth. But I think if we're going to have conversations about being honest and candid, then either we're going to allow for that, or let's talk about what the parameter and frameworks are in our honesty. Because if so like in your instance where you mentioned that things were said to you that pushed you away, if that's something that we have to be concerned about, I don't mean you specifically, I just mean generally, I'll say I'm practicing I statements. If it's something that I have to be concerned about in terms of my true feelings and thoughts, then if I'm aware of that, then maybe I'll be a little more guarded. But if I think that I'm being asked for my true feelings, I will give them. But part of that relationship, the other principle, as I shared before, was right to some input, no question about the final result. So the relationship is, yes, I have the right to be honest, but I don't have the necessary right to walk away when somebody is honest with me. So I think that's something that maybe as we continue to move forward and talk about honesty and courageous conversations and candor and speaking the truth, how deep do we want it, or do we want it surface or at some other level? So those are my thoughts.
I might say, when you ask how deep do you want it, how much do you want kids to succeed? Everybody should want that. And so if it requires,
that was one.
right.
Yeah,
So-
that's one of the ones that I wrote.
So if that's what it requires for children to be more successful, and in order for children to be more successful, this board has to be the most successful.
No, I agree with that. I just think that but even as you said that, however many of us sitting around the table, 8, 10 of us, each one of us still may have our own perspective on it. So ultimately, it's what the level is for the group as a whole. So I agree with you in terms of your response to me. I just want to know what the comfort level is, and I admit it's something that I often struggle with in many relationships, in that how much is how much is love? How much is it being able to express oneself totally?
I'm just going to offer this as an example because I used myself in that example because I don't want to speak for other people. But as a person who's coming to work with the district around governance, who has one-on-one conversations with each board member, who has not even yet engaged with the full board, and one of the first things the board member is saying to you is, basically, this board's going to chew you up and spit you out, and we're going to sabotage this work, and blah, 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 as if they're not a member of this board. That's the way that that's my first entree into engaging with you all. How am I supposed to have trust, right? So if you all don't have trust, but then you're breaking trust with individuals when you first engage with them, that's problematic on a lot of levels. Do you see where I'm coming from in my perspective? Again, I'm speaking from the way in which I am experiencing you all. So that's just one person's experience. I can only imagine when the parents are watching these board meetings and seeing this, what are they saying? When students are watching, what are they saying, right? I think that's the part that I want to implore you all to think about, is how are others experiencing us? I think you guys are focused on how you're experiencing each other, right? Which is the way that's human nature, right? We don't say, oh, I met Inger and she was, we say, I met Inger, she was great. Like, that's how we say it, she was great. We don't say, I met Inger and I wonder how Inger experienced me, given my worldview, given the way that I show up, right? Given the things that I said. That's counterintuitive for us to say, here's how a person experienced me. And I think that that's a big part of the problem, right? Is that you all are not recognizing the way in which you are being experienced. The way in which one of my first experiences with this board was one that already planted in my mind, wow, I got to be really careful. Like, that's not the way that you build relationships. It's not the way you start relationships, right? If on your first date with your respective spouses, you had this huge red flag come up, you may not be with that spouse at this point, right? Because, you'd be always walking with kind of trepidation. And I think that that's part of this whole thing is the interactions, the one-on-one interactions are not necessarily productive, safe, or healthy. The whole group interactions are not necessarily productive, safe, or collaborative. And it's going to continue to serve as a hurdle, as a roadblock to moving this work forward. I mentioned this last time we were together too, that whole, 5 to 2, whatever that pattern is, that's what's creating that narrative out in the ethos as well, right? Because that's what people continue to see. I think if we put in parameters or allow for some public discussion for why one is voting no, just to allow for context so that the viewing public as well as your colleagues recognize, here's my position on this matter, and that you're very well informed on the issue, and you say, my conscience tells me this is how I need to vote, and here's why. But I will go with the decision of the board. Like, that's a whole different thing, and if the public were to see that, they'd say, okay, I get it. Dr. Gabriel didn't agree with that because, and she stated it in the meeting, but she also left us with, but as a member of this board, I will go with the will of the board. And I will support whatever you know what I'm saying? They're not seeing that part. They're not hearing that part. They're just hearing the no, and then deciding that, oh, they're split. I can't continue to, I can say it every single time, right? That whole norm about we have to change the narrative. It's not going to change if the behaviors don't change. And I don't know what else to say to you all other than we have got to get committed to doing this work. Right? If the values that are important for you all to be a high-performing and collaborative team is this honesty and trustworthy and integrity, those are not things that I can teach. Those are not things that I can force. Right? Sure. This is all personal accountability. I can do PowerPoints every month for you all that are beautiful that are informative, but if in fact everybody who's sitting around this U-shape is not truly committed to doing this work with fidelity and coming to this work from a place of integrity and honesty, we will not move forward. And I will tell you, I cannot continue to spin my wheels, nor do you have the time to continue to spin your wheels. There should be a sense of urgency around student achievement in Norfolk Public Schools. It is November. We are, getting ready to start the second quarter, right? We're 9 weeks in or plus 9 weeks in.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we're still talking about norms. We have not been able to get to norms. And it is November. I just need you all to sit in that for a minute. It is November. Normally by November in a governance training, we would have been talking about strategic plan goals, the key performance indicators. We'd be looking at data together. We'd be saying, what are the things we need to be monitoring as a board? Is this particular strategy fully funded? We'd look at having finance come in. There's so many things that we should be doing by now that we simply can't. And we can't not because we're not prepared to do it. Every month when we do these slides, we go home and there's all the slides we didn't get to. I'm like, well, we still didn't get to norms. We still haven't gotten to protocols. We still haven't gotten procedures. And it's because we come as this vicious cycle of come back and rehash. And I don't want to appear to be tone deaf and just like, nope, we're going to plug through. I'm going to ignore the fact that they're not happy with each other. That doesn't serve anybody, right? That's performance art. I don't do performance art. I want to make sure that, and this is with any client that we're engaged with, right? The Valber Consulting Group, and Valda personally, as an educator, as a public educator, a person committed to public education, that our work is a value add. And when there are either intentional or unintentional impediments to us adding value, I'm more inclined to say, okay, have at it. Because we're harming kids. We're harming kids. I don't know what else to say. You might feel like we're not deliberately causing harm to children. We actually are. we actually are, if as a board, we're not talking about student achievement, it's November, we're harming kids. Because right now, we've got a whole quarter of data that we have yet to disaggregate, discuss, think about its implications to the strategic plan, to think about what you should be monitoring, to think about where should funds be going, what policies might help to support these initiatives. We have not had any of those conversations. Not for lack of trying, but that's where we should be by now. And so today, we really have got to get these norms and protocols done. That's our full agenda. We're gonna make that happen. And then we're gonna have to commit to what it looks like to live those norms, right? And so that's the work we're gonna do today. There's a toolkit for you all. I did not print for you today, Ms. Campson.
I know,
I'm so
I already noticed, and I'm pouting about it.
I'm
Go
so
ahead.
sorry. I feel like I'm killing trees. So, but I think what I might do is I'll start sending them to Miss Tanner in advance. How about that? Like
And
hard copies and
let her kill the trees
Yeah,
instead.
just for the ones that want, just for the ones who want, yes, yes, okay.
Some of us have to do highlighting.
I know, so we'll print you out next time. But today, I mean, mostly you have the materials that we're gonna look for because you had them from last time's packet. So, all right, so the toolkit, there is a November 2nd folder that has materials that we're gonna reference today.
And I just found whatever I could find that had to do with them, and I'm
No, you're
wondering if
good.
it's old, but I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Could I ask one fast question, not to
Sure.
take us off, but how do you stop the endless talking? You know, that's, and I don't know if
Timers?
you need to answer it now, but it was something we could think about, is how do you stop the endless going on and on and on when, I feel like sometimes people are out to get me by making me crazy by continuing on because I'm like this, and it's part of my ADHD, I know, and so it's my handicap, but it makes me crazy when it just goes on and on and on.
Well, I mean, I saw in the last meeting that Mr. Clanton was calling out the amount of minutes that was going to be spent on the discussions, and I don't think I've heard that in the past, or maybe not with consistency. So that's a new practice, because what I think needs to happen is that, like, you know how we used to do facilitative leadership agendas, and the agenda would be like, this is a decide, this is a discuss, this is a announce, right? This is the number of minutes. So I think that the
Yeah.
agenda development template that I'm going to share with the
Good.
chair and co-chair might help with some of that. And it's got to be realistic minutes, right? So if we say this is a discuss and decide, it's going to be discussed for 10 minutes and decide, right? And we hold to that. So I think it's just some of those processes that we want to tighten up.
That will help
But
my
that
mental
also
state.
means getting people's input,
Well,
because
yeah, I was gonna
somebody
say,
may-
it's
Yeah.
pre-meeting discussion.
Pre-meeting, right,
So calls
right.
need to be made to every single person to make sure that they're aware of what's expected and have an opportunity to ask questions and
Yeah, I think the agenda development idea where everybody's involved in that, I think that's going to solve so many of these things. Like, as I was watching the meeting, and just as I listened to you all, I always think about, like, what's the quick fix, right? And there's some quick fixes to some of this. The way we had developed the agenda, the collaborative development, or whether it's developed as a whole group, you know, at the end of your business meetings, you develop the agenda for the next one with everybody in the room, that's doable, right? The whole, how are we gonna handle each of these items? Is it a just announce? Is it a discussion item? If it's a discussion item, for how long? You know, if it's a decide, people should have the expectation of having done their pre-reading and done their homework so they can come prepared to decide. So there's all of those are all protocols and behaviors we're gonna talk about today that I think will solve some of the smaller issues, right? The larger issue, though, the trust, the lack of integrity, right? The honesty. Those are the things that there's not really a protocol for, right? Those are personal behaviors, and that's why I raised them to you. We can help you all think about the strategies to tighten up some of these things that we know cause dissension. But ultimately, there still has to be a commitment on the part of members of this board to then follow through in that way. So everybody got the materials? I can keep going? All right. So we did a pulse check with you all because, we were like, in my head, I kept thinking, we're 9 weeks in, right? So we need a report card for us too. And so pulse surveys are just kind of a way to assess, where folks are. And it's really a way for us to kind of think about, like, are we creating the right learning environment for you all as adults? And is this the right work? So I like to call it feed forward, right? Because feed forward helps to ensure developmental impact on the learning. Feedback is usually reflective, right? So I always call feedback like the autopsy data. I didn't want autopsy data. I wanted to do a midpoint check, right? 9 weeks. Kids get a report card, 9 weeks, we get a report card too. So this is your way of giving us a report card. So I want to share with you the feedback and then the comments, and I'd like for us to kind of react and to have a conversation about next steps. So the first question was, as a result of this work, that you continue to build a collaborative, centered, and trusting relationship for unifying the superintendent and board in the service of students. You can see the percentage breakdown there. We have 7 responses, by the way.
So someone did not
Someone didn't,
respond?
yeah.
Okay.
Which is fine, that's okay. It's still a valid data set, right? Someone just, I didn't make the deadline, or chose not to, that's fine. So 57.1% disagree.
What's the name of this file that you pulled up?
It says checkpoint or check-in on it,
Yeah, pulse check.
pulse check.
It's like, the slides are there of just these, that they're in the kit.
I'd like to be able to,
Want to pull them up?
Yeah, this
Was just
Norfolk
looking for my
response.
notes, because I know I saved
Norfolk
it.
Pulse Check response data.
Yeah, you see it?
I got them in your folders, in that folder.
It's in the folder, it's in the November 2nd folder.
November 2nd folder.
What'd you say, Ms. Joy?
Yes, it's under November 2nd. Say,
What are you looking at?
Let me
Proposed
see.
norm? I'm
Norfolk
sorry, I
Pulse
don't-
Check response.
Yes, this
Okay,
one.
the red.
Found it? Okay.
It has- Thank you.
Yep.
I see it, thank you.
So 57%, 57.1, again, out of 7 people do the math, disagree that you all are continuing to build a collaborative, centered, and trusting relationship. I also disagree, right? Because again, just like what we just talked about, that the effort isn't being made in the way that it should be. I'm gonna go through each of these. Second one is, as a result of this, I've advanced my commitment to living the mission statement. 28.6% disagree, but about 70% agree or strongly agree. Reactions? Yeah.
Well, when we read number 1, where we're strongly disagreeing, not strong, but I mean, a lot of us are disagreeing, I did, and then we go to number 2, it seems like what it's saying is that perhaps we recognize it, and the agree means that as a result, I have advanced my own commitment, is that looking at that and realizing how bad our things are, maybe maybe a number of us were saying they agreed, not strongly, but they agreed that this is what they needed to do.
commitment
That's how
part,
I
I
think
think,
I
yeah.
interpreted it.
Yeah, for me, I looked at that and I said that, yes, people are saying they are in fact committed.
Yeah, and because it's
And
an
that's why
I
the red's not so
statement.
bad as
Yeah,
it
it's an I
was.
statement, exactly.
Yeah.
Other thoughts? Anybody else? The next one. As a result of this work, I have better understanding of my personal responsibility to dismantle and reimagine and advance practices that advance the needs of each student. We had 14% disagreement. So there is a better understanding of personal responsibility for 14%. But 88% or so strongly agree or agree. Keep going.
Do you want me to do the next one?
Go ahead.
All right, so go to the next one.
Yeah, there's the next one. That's number 4. We didn't do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Looking at number 4 and thinking about, I have a better understanding of my professional responsibility. Because the first one was the personal responsibility. Now we're looking at, what's my professional responsibility to dismantle, reimagine, and advance those practices that meet the needs of each student? So, interestingly enough, there is a high level of agreement around the professional responsibility, but when you look at the personal responsibility, there's not that same level of agreement.
I'm flipping
That's
between
very
the two.
telling.
Yeah, I'm flipping between the two in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
So
That's very telling
personal,
that
professional.
personally, I don't really have a good understanding of what my responsibility is, but professionally, I do. So it makes me wonder, my wonder is, how do you not have it personally, but you have it professionally? So that's the question that I think you all have to sit with as well.
Can you put 3 back up again?
Yep.
Please.
So 3 was, I have a better understanding of my personal responsibility. We had 14% disagreement, about 70-something% of agree.
Yeah.
And, yeah,
So,
one,
yeah, so
one
one
or two
person-
people. Yeah,
yeah,
basically,
one
whenever you
person
see
said that.
14%, it's one or two people.
Yeah, it's one person.
One
yeah.
person.
Yeah.
28.6.
So this is the professional.
responsibility.
So we got total agreement and strong agreement there. And then the next one is whether or not this is time well spent. We got strongly disagree at 14%, disagree at 14%, and the remaining is agree and strongly agree. So one person strongly disagrees, one person disagrees that this is time well spent. The materials,
Yep, looking at the materials that are used, you know, there's a lot of agreement around what we're using is effective and it's adding value. And how do we take those materials that are adding value and implement? That's where I think we're
Yeah,
we're
the practicing
missing.
of
Yeah.
what we're,
Yeah.
you know, the content
Mhm.
is,
thank you. That facilitators are knowledgeable of the topics. We try, right? We're trying to bring forward to the conversations. One of the things that I think is important, you know, it's just an important tenor of our organization is that we do a co-design model, right? And so I never said, oh, we have this prepackaged governance training, we're gonna bring you, this is day one, this is day two, this is day three. It's been not reactive necessarily, but responsive to what is actually occurring and using the materials that you all say add value as guidance. So I appreciate the fact that there's agreement and strong agreement, that we're bringing the knowledge forth that needs to be brought forth.
And thinking about, again, whether or not my skill level is being enhanced. So I'm enhancing my skills so that I'm better prepared to set the direction of the district, go into strategic planning, to speak to achievement and the strategic goals and the moral imperative. And I think with that, what sits out for me is the moral imperative and the strategic goals, because that was something that was agreed upon early on. Like, yes, what is our moral imperative? We know what it is. We're all about the moral imperative. But the level of skill that we're hoping will bring that moral imperative to fruition is not there. And so we need to also, you know, think about, for those who aren't experiencing that, how do we, not individually, but how do we as a team help people recognize that and move forward with that?
And I think there has to be a willingness to be better prepared to set the direction, right? So the question is, you know, as a member of this, as a participant in this training, I'm enhancing my skills so that I'm better prepared. Well, that again is a personal behavior, right? That I'm going to take this, I'm gonna implement this, I'm going to make this part of my practice. So we had 28.6% disagreement with that one. Number 9, I'm enhancing my skills so that I'm better prepared to hold the district accountable and more capable of providing leadership to the community. We got 14.3% disagreement there. Everybody else strongly agree and agree.
So with the governance training, it has a positive impact on the school board. Now, that's very telling. That's huge.
That was shocking.
That, for the most part, people are really divided with that. That, you know what? I don't agree. I don't agree that it's having a positive impact on the board.
Yeah, but you could also, I mean, it could be acknowledgement of being a work in progress. So, you know, in doing the survey, I took it in the context of what we have done thus far. But it doesn't necessarily mean that, as you started off the meeting about being optimistic, there's not room for optimism. It just could very well mean yet.
Could be yet, but the way that we framed it is it has had. So in the past, looking about what's already been done, it has not had a positive impact. And
On
again,
this board.
that's, yeah. So again, what is it that is what's creating the barrier so that it's not having a positive impact? And then I go back to this, be honest, honesty, trust, truthfulness. Is it related to
values.
that and the values, or are people just feeling like, I'm just checking out, it's not good? Because, and if that's the case, then that's counter to some of the other things. So just looking at the responses, I think we have to really, really frame what the next, really frame with more intentionality how we move forward, because I'm seeing sort of mixed messages here.
I always notice that whenever we do these activities in a more interactive way, that we tend to relate better. So,
Yeah, you guys are gonna get up in a little bit and do some work. Number 11, the training has had a positive effect on the organizational climate and organizational procedures. We had 42, I'm going to the disagree, I probably should be the positives, but I'm going back to the disagree, 42.9% disagreement. The remaining is agree, strongly agree. We had 14.3% strongly disagree. Positive effect on the organizational climate and procedures.
I think for me, I think about, I think you hit the nail on the head when we opened up the training session about how we're practicing what we say that we're committed to in these sessions, and then we go out and behave a different way. And so I know that was a main factor in the way I responded to this question.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because there were, the last two board meetings, changes in process and procedures that not all board members were aware of. So, being that this is only our fourth session, I think after pretty much all of them, we've gone back and behaved in ways that are counter to what we say we're committed to in here. So, for 10 and 11, that definitely was my rationale.
I would say that we definitely have some work to do as far as the business meeting, but I think that the work sessions have actually been coming along pretty well. I feel like there's more opportunity for discussion. We're trying to have better alignment of the presentations with the focus of the strategic plan and the timeline. But I definitely feel like the discussion aspect of the work sessions is definitely improving. So I think they're better. I think the behaviors are better in our work sessions than our business meetings.
You guys think so? Anybody else see that?
Go ahead. You had your hand up.
Oh, okay.
Minding my space.
I agree and I disagree, if that makes any sense, because I can see what you're saying, but I think we do have some better things that have happened with the work session. It seems to be more organized, and we can keep the time where we can discuss what we need to and not get sidetracked. I'm not sure everyone agreed with that format, though, is what my mind is that, I have disagree on this section, because I think that, and I can only speak for myself, is that we're not fully making the attempt a lot of times to make the changes that we need to make. We are still struggling with that piece.
Individual
And
behaviors.
maybe not everyone is even interested in getting to that piece. I'd certainly like to see us get there. But I was much more in agreement early on because it was something I could agree to, that I might have felt, this is where I am personally and this is where I am professionally. I could draw the lines there. But with this, I have disagree on these last few, because not that I don't think it was a good meeting here and everything, the training's good, I just don't think we're at implementation where we would like to be by this time. I think it's an all implementation. You can have all kinds of things you want to do, but if you're not out there implementing them, you don't go anywhere.
Tanya?
Well, I'll defer to the superintendent.
Thank you. I defer it back to you, really, truly.
Okay. Are you sure? No, I'm just kidding. We'll go back and forth all day, yes.
Rock, paper, scissors?
So I agree with some of what Dr. Gabriel has said. You know, I've definitely seen, and I've said it to the board, I've seen glimpses of how I would like to see the board have, you know, and it's like, it's in this, chapter 8 about board discussion, like does board discussion look like? And for the first time in a very long time, I feel like not only in here, even in some of our discussions that we've had outside of here, I felt like I saw glimpses of what board discussion is supposed to look like. And they're glimpses, so there's room for optimism, cause for optimism there, yeah.
When you see it, do you acknowledge it?
I have acknowledged it, and I've said it, and I even said it, in the business meeting, that I know that we've been capable, we've shown it, but then again, some of the behaviors then with our procedures and processes then put us back into this position of, wait a minute, I thought we had really good discussion around this, why, I felt like, that optimism then gets crushed because it's, well, wait, like, let's keep doing this to get, to a common sense of understanding around, the topic. So then I think back to the topic, and I think one of the areas that I see room for improvement where we can grow is, I think sometimes the number of topics that are on an agenda is prohibitive to us to have that level of discussion that's necessary. So then it becomes, where is it that we're getting information? And then where is it that we're then talking about, okay, are we meeting our goals? Are we meeting, what is the budgetary policy impacts of this? Like, how are our students doing? That piece of it, then that time piece of trying to get through all those topics takes precedence over the actual board discussion. So, I think when we're talking about agenda planning, really talking about how do we focus on 2-3 things and really have board discussion around those things
Like
to
with
advance
teachers,
student
right?
outcomes. Right.
Teachers plan for instruction, and if you go into a classroom, you might see a teacher, I used to see this all the time when I was a principal, right, who are trying to stay with the pacing guidance, so they're doing coverage, right, and they're plowing through, and there are kids that are missing it, that need to be differentiated for, that need us to stop and reassess and reteach, but we're plowing through, right, and even the purpose of us doing this is to stop and say, who needs me to differentiate, right, what needs to happen for us to be able to get to mastery, right? Which is why I can continue to say that we're not speeding through this work, right? Like if we don't get through a slide, but we have a conversation in the room that's going to advance this work, I say we do that, right? So I think that's how we all have to kind of approach this work is what's it going to take for us to get to mastery? So do we build the agenda that has 3 items on it that we discuss in a more substantive way, that we're all really well informed on, that we do our pre-work so we come and we can have both a discussion and a decision, but we only covered 3 items in our 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever it is, but those items were covered thoroughly and we all walk away feeling like we're well informed, we made a good decision, that's fine, right? Versus a packed agenda, right, where we don't give everything the attention that it needs to get. I'm not saying those things are happening, but I'm saying that those are things we can take care of by putting in place processes. The commitment, however, right, the personal commitment, the personal behaviors, those are things that each of you has individual control of. And that's what I want you to be thinking about. So yes, let's clean up those processes so that we can tighten them up, right? So a lot of the things that cause those fissures, right, we eliminate those. But once they're eliminated, then there's still the responsibility, right, of individuals to say, okay, I wanted this change has happened. Am I now still saying I want this off the agenda? Am I now saying I didn't have time to read? Like, those are the things that we then you're accountable for. If changes are made, you can't then say, oh, well, I don't like the process for that change. So that's what we're doing. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of, like, no matter what is happening, we're going to still try to find a way to, throw a monkey wrench into it because of personal grievances and lack of trust. Yes.
I have one thing to it. I've
Oh,
noticed.
I'm sorry, Dr. Berton was supposed to go next.
Do you want to go ahead and go? Ms.
You want to
Hanson?
defer again?
I already had turn talk today, so I will listen to you.
Oh, your hand's raised too? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Dr.
sorry.
Berton and then Mr. Clanton.
I wanted to respond to what Dr. Gabriel said about the differences between the business meetings and the work sessions. I too agree that our work sessions seem to be better executed. Kindergarten students, they love surprises. Superintendents do not like surprises. And so I feel like during the business sessions, there are going to be things that I'm not going to be aware of that somehow make the agenda that we have not planned to discuss. And I remember early on, Mr. Jordan making a comment, when I was interim superintendent, Dr. Birdsong, the board, we don't like surprises, and I know you don't like surprises either. Of late, I feel like there have been many surprises that it puts me on edge. Because for me, I need to be able to trust the process. If we have said that these are the things that we are going to discuss during the business meeting, during agenda planning, then those are the things that we should give time for discussion, adequate time for discussion. But I shouldn't be put in a position, nor my chiefs or people on my administrative team, to come to the microphone to explain something that we haven't necessarily prepared for the meeting. And for me, it appears that it's an intentional undermining of me and my yes and the administration. And so for me, I don't have trust in the process, because I'm not sure you did this meeting, what is the next meeting going to look like? So that's what concerns me. And I think during the work sessions, I haven't felt that way as much, but during the business meetings of late, it just feels like there are more things that are being discussed and removed from the agenda for a full-out discussion that's really not related to why it was being pulled off the agenda. So that's how I feel about the differences between the work sessions and the business meetings. I would love to be able to trust that we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And we're going to talk about what we say we're going to talk about. And of course, things might come up, but, full-blown agenda items should not be a surprise to me or my administration.
Mr. Clanton?
Okay. I feel like oftentimes the goalpost is constantly being moved. We don't have enough time to talk about items, so we try to reduce the number of items that are on the agenda. Then it comes back around, we're not covering enough things, we need to add more things, and so we get inundated with emails, requests, or procedural things in the business meeting, pulling items out to just have a totally off-topic discussion about other things, not saying that it's not a needed discussion, but is it the appropriate time? And I empathize with the superintendent in the respect of those things happening at times, and then staff is placed, because I've been in that place where the staff member, you're there and it's like you're put on the spot, and we want our staff members to be able to give accurate, detailed information and be prepared, because again, it's all about change the narrative, and not a I got you type of moment, and not that it's even a political point thing. Well, we want to have this out because we want to highlight this thing for political gains, but I just feel like I'm listening, and I want to get to the particular point where we can have some agreements about how we do those things. I'm very open to agenda, if it's time. Our policy has been in place since 2017. Matter of fact, it's been in place since 1997 about how we develop the agenda. The last time we reviewed it was in 2017, October of 2017, if I'm not mistaken. But it's been how we've done things. That doesn't mean that
Has to keep being.
you have to keep doing that the same way, and that things have shifted for us to be able to do, do what's in the best interest, and especially if we're saying we want to be student focused. I'm not going to go back. As far as another conversation, for me, I try to be focused. That's why I put focused up there. And when I say that, that doesn't mean that I'm perfect, but I take a lot of hits a lot of times, and a lot of things that I know aren't true or you mischaracterized and what about all these other things. But I come here every day when I have to come to this board meeting, trying to put some things off. So you made a mention about not speaking. And I acknowledge that I was focused. I was running late, which is not normally something I do. I try to get in here. But I was also trying to keep something out of my mind to change my disposition. And one of the things that I'm in this whole diversity, equity, inclusion thing that I'm doing with the Hampton Roads Community Foundation, but it's about microaggressions. And I felt as though I was experiencing microaggression when I came in here today. It's not posted anywhere, but, you know, typically we know the first and the second slide is typically where the chair and the vice chair park. So I'm coming in, I know I'm running late. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, that's what we consider a microaggression. It's not a big deal, but it's not something I was like, I'm gonna come in and, but I was trying to keep that out of my mind going, you know, like, okay, everybody know I'm coming to the meeting, but it's those things that trying to be focused when I get here, and looking at all those things, I totally agree. But it's just like where we are. The goalpost keeps getting moved, and are we going to say that, you know, we've got a monitoring schedule? Yes, we want to get to that, and we're trying to keep things that we need to have discussions on, but then we get into a business meeting, and then it's like pulling things out. And Ms. Campson was right. I was not happy with her back in the day when she kept pulling out about the personnel docket, but guess what? We got to a point where we knew Lauren was going to do it because Lauren wanted to,
Make a point.
she wanted to make a point. And I respected that. I didn't get mad with her. I was just like, okay, here we go. But we had conversations about it, but she wanted to make a point. And that was her one negative vote. But guess what? I had a conversation with her. I understood why she was always going to be that. But I think when we talk about the will of the board, we still get into this thing. I don't think we get over this. And we know, yeah, there's a narrative out there, but and even members from the community have perpetuated that narrative, that there's a division in there rather than, yeah, state where you have your opportunity in discussion and state where your vote is, cast your vote, and we move forward. And I don't think the will of the board from the beginning has been adhered to, that we're in this thing together, regardless of where we end on a particular vote. And you do have that vote there, but we should be starting anew the next day and continue to work on the betterment of on behalf of our students.
The moving forward part is the part where I think people get
Yeah.
stuck. Let's keep looking at this data. Did we do this one already? Number 11?
Yeah.
Had a positive effect, okay. 12 is allowed me to address problems quickly. 42.9, disagree. Again, I guess that's like two people.
Can I just be totally transparent, because I want people to know in these
I know,
numbers?
yeah, the 7 responses,
Yes.
you're not on it.
I'm not on it. I called and I wasn't gonna get rechanged or whatever else, but my scores are not included in this. I totally overlooked it, though I got a reminder. But I just wanted everybody to know that my scores are not included in this. So there may have been some other skewing. I would have not put it this way. I don't think that I would have been in any disagree or strongly disagree.
And those that feel like problems are addressed quickly, how do you feel like, so, because we always open up the floor for conversation, which is one of the reasons why, like, I do the whole check-in a little bit, like, what are things that, like, I can watch the board meeting, that kind of thing. So tell me, go ahead, Terry, what are you saying?
So are you asking, I mean, I know I disagree, problems are not
Tell me more.
handled quickly. And one, if it's okay, Mr. Clanton, I'm going to use the example
Brave space, go ahead.
that you just used. I parked in that spot. I parked,
Thank goodness, I thought it was me.
which one
I'm just kind of like, you know,
I didn't know if that any
Parking, I just park
He
where
normally parks in.
it's normally it's been the chair, the vice chair, but
I never, but see.
no, they're not labeled.
But see, Miss
It's but
Campson
it's a
didn't know that.
customary thing.
But Mr.
It's just
Clanton,
part of
if
your
I can,
culture.
It's just part of the culture. Yeah.
but if I can use that as an example, so Miss Campson didn't know that. She thought it was her.
I
Yeah.
didn't think it was
I
mine. It
didn't
just
know that
happened
till
the one
you
I
said
thought I
that.
could get into.
And I will tell you, whether it's a grocery, I will tell you whether it's a grocery lot or any lot, I will always choose to park between a car and the curb because of the way I turn in with my big car
yes, that's the
in a
problem I
lot.
have.
So it was not about, oh, I'm taking, as far as I knew, I didn't even look to see whose cars were here already because
even know
I was
whose cars
5
are in
minutes.
there.
I came in, 5 minutes before, or 5 or 10 minutes before. I didn't even look to see, I just was looking at, there's a car, and that's where I'm most comfortable turning into, but not that I was taking
There's a
the
kind of
chair
but the point
spot
of it was-
or, because
but
we
the-
don't have that
Yeah,
designation.
but the point of it was simply this: I made a choice, and my choice was when I got in here, to refocus and center myself and not make that a major issue. I just use it as an example that I could have taken it as a microaggression because of everything else that was going on as a slight.
And that's actually
could have
what
went into
happens,
tougher
right?
discussion.
I think that
And
even
that's
when
what
people are
happens, but I
not
didn't
trying
do
to
that.
offend,
But
right?
let's say that you hadn't made that choice,
But let's
right?
not, because
But
that's not what I was doing.
if you had said, okay, I know that's, Tanya's car, let me ask her why she parked there. I mean, so I'm sharing with you my understanding that any of those spots are for any one of us, and I chose to pick the one that I safely could get, that I'm most comfortable turning into without having to back up, turn back, and reshift my car.
You know what's
But
interesting
I'm just
about
saying,
that?
but that's just,
Yeah, so
I don't
that's-
think
that's a
that-
good example
We
of-
don't have that any one board member has a special privileges over another. And I think that too is an undercurrent that, we've talked about in here too. And
It's interesting
so-
because it makes me think too that we're going to get to, hopefully in the next 30 minutes, the norms. But you guys have unwritten norms clearly that you're not all aware of, right? Which is we see that in order, right? Like, so it's not really a norm. I say it's an unwritten norm because it's not a norm.
I'd like to know about the unwritten norms.
But she's like, well, I was board chair. Where was my parking spot, right?
I did think that because they'll always park in that first one.
When
so
she was the chair.
Without
So-
telling me, I did assume that because you were kind of always.
It was
in that
always
first.
available, I think. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That's where you
But,
park.
but I did see that. But I
So
never-
okay, so we don't go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, but I was.
Let me just say this.
heard of
So
anything.
there is not an assigned parking spot for any board member. Yes? Correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. But I think to your point, that if you had come in holding that grudge, it would have, and if you, like to your point, if I had known it was her car, and then the interaction between you all was tense the entire meeting, and you never knew why, right? Those are the behaviors that I'm saying we need to be leaving at the door.
Exactly.
In the
Right.
parking lot.
In the parking lot, exactly. Leave it in the parking space, right? Because I think that's a big part of it. Like, that's a really good example of, it's like if you can imagine like that cloud bubble over people's heads that we don't see, like what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what they're coming in with.
Right.
Oftentimes we have to be thinking about how I need to offer grace because I don't know what this person went through. There's this video that I saw one time that I used in a training where it was like a student coming to school. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's a student coming to school and the whole video is silent, but it has everybody's thought bubbles above their head, right? So he walks into the main office and the main office woman doesn't even look up. But in the cloud bubble above her head, she just gotten a medical diagnosis, right? So this child experienced her as, gosh, he said good morning, and she didn't even look up, right? But what was going on in her head was something that had nothing to do with that child. But that child experienced her as an adult who was not being friendly to her, right? And so my first instinct is always to think, what's the cloud bubble that I don't know about so I can offer grace, right? And I think that that's the approach we all need to take walking into the room to be together is, I don't know what you experience on your way here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have lives outside of here. And I think we're all bringing in those past feelings, those past things, and much of it is assumptions, right?
Thank you. That
And
was
we're
the point.
acting on those. I think that's the problem. I think that's a big part of the problem. Let's keep going. Allow me to address problems efficiently. Let's see, does that change at all? A little bit,
Yeah.
little change. Little
Quickly
change.
and efficient.
Quickly and efficiently. So efficiently, we still had 42.9% disagree, but the other numbers are a little higher. Better able to apply the new knowledge and skills. So we got, again, one person with disagreement. And I think that the application piece is personal choice. When you think about it, right? Like how I use this knowledge and skills, or whether I use the knowledge and skills. So I think that's personal choice. I'm just kind of go through these kind of quickly.
Agree with me.
Say it again?
I was just, sorry,
You
talking
agree?
to myself.
Since I was listening.
Yes.
I heard you too.
The superintendent didn't allow me to talk before.
Here we go. Okay, so here's one that I really want to talk about.
Bubble.
Student achievement will be positively impacted as a result of this training. We had 57%, 57.1 disagree. And again, I think that's personal choice, right? But I'd like to hear your thoughts.
This one to me was our collective. I didn't see it as an I.
Aye.
I saw it as our dysfunction. Earlier there was a question about, I forget how it's exactly worded, but that this training was was not positively impacting our culture and climate.
Organizational culture.
Yeah, organizational culture. So with this one, because as a result of that, student achievement will not be positively impacted.
And how do we know? Because we're not talking about student achievement yet.
Right.
And for me, I was thinking, will be in the future, will be positively impacted. And I'm thinking if we're working together to build the trust, to develop the trust, we'll be a more effective governance team. And then on the other side of that, we'll have more positive student outcomes. So for me, I have hope. So I agree with this statement.
I think I agreed with it also. I think it was as a result of my participation. I'm thinking my participation, analyzing the data, the statement that you open every meeting with every time, the parameters that we have to set. The more that is drilled into my head and that I can try to reinforce those items, I think that it does lead to better, a stronger impact, a positive impact on student achievement, and the fact that we will get through some of these things, the norms, the protocols, the processes, because we know how it's kind of like an albatross on us right now, and I think there's great potential to get over that.
And I also, when I read this one, it's like the flip side was negatively impact. So if I knew it was not going to negatively impact, then I automatically felt it would positively impact. So I didn't have to think much about it, like opening a tutoring center where that negatively impacts students. It's like I wouldn't even have to think about that. The actual impact I wouldn't know until I do the tutoring center. But to ask me that in advance, I said, oh, it would negatively impact having a tutoring center for students. And it's like, so that I didn't even kind of think the other side, to be honest, in my thinking, if that makes sense.
It does, it makes sense. And, even in the reading, I think there's a couple of quotes that I pulled, but it speaks to, like, if a board does in fact function as a high-performing governance board, you will inadvertently, no matter what, you're going to see results for students because you're a board that's monitoring student progress. You're a board that's ensuring that policy is aligned to the strategies that are outlined in the strategic plan. I mean, all of those things are the things that are supposed to lend themselves to student achievement. Yep.
One of my frustrations lately is when talking about the progress that we're making is that people hear this and they're so tied to the old the negative narrative that they're like, and I'm like, no, like we're making progress. We're not at our goal, but we're making progress, and that should be
Celebrated.
said. Yeah, I mean, but they're like,
But even,
and it's frustrating.
but even members of this board have are you sure that's the right data?
Right. Is it accurate?
Yeah, and so I think that external narrative comes from them seeing you all question it, them seeing you all challenge when members of the cabinet present data. I mean, I've seen that and I've been like, wow, okay, wait. So board members don't believe this data? But you expect parents to?
Yeah. So if I could respond to that. So I think, going back to having board discussion, that the purpose of that, it's not trying to be go against, but it's to establish that shared understanding of how we're defining progress, defining growth, being sure that we are all looking at the same set of data through the same lens, because whether it's this board, past boards, a future board, I mean, we can't assume that everyone knows how to interpret the data, right? And so that I think has to be part of that board discussion, is having that shared sense of understanding of what we're examining and being asked to.
And in the room, having the conversations about what you're seeing and posing the questions then, so that when you get to a meeting and you have to make some decisions based on it, you've already had the conversation, you've disaggregated that data, you've gotten it sliced up the way you want. So my question around that is, it goes back to procedural.
So that questioning
how much
piece,
in advance are you getting this data, or you're requesting it, and all those things, so you have time to study it, ask questions.
And which it has been a concern of members of this board about when we get the information, when we get the data, do we have time to digest and ask questions and get a response back?
Procedure for that.
But the questioning piece, I mean, I would love for us to get beyond seeing the questioning so that we can establish that shared sense of understanding as a negative. I mean, you should want me to understand what I'm looking at, you know, so that I can communicate to the community. Or if Dr. Martin and I are out and she's talking about progress, I'm saying, yeah, and I can lift that up with data. Like, for example, you know, we moved from X to X, you know, so that we're all speaking from the same sheet of music. And
Yeah, I'd like
I
to.
think that's important.
Let me go to Mr. Jordan and then
no,
come
you-
back around.
But,
No, you can go ahead.
well, I admit that, I guess in the way that you framed it, I do have concerns about the manner in which, how growth data is calculated and what it means and how we measure it against targets that we have. I have that questions for Norfolk. I have that question for every school division in the country. So I think the way that it's framed is as though there's some malintent around having the question. I do have the question. I do have concerns about it. I was appreciative that Dr. Birdsong made time available for us to talk about it. And I think we'll continue to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean,
But
that's the role of the board, right? To examine
but I
data
wanted-
around the strategic plan.
But as a result of the last session that we had here, because of conversation we had, that's why I reached out to her, because I wanted to, we may disagree, but I wanted her to have greater context into what I was looking at in terms of growth and trying to make sure that I understood what she was presenting in terms of growth and how to align that. And so I think that to the extent that we're able to have those types of conversations, at least for me, 'cause I'm just going to speak for me, it helps me to have a better understanding of what it is that administration is presenting. And I hope it also gives the administration a better understanding of the questions that I'm asking, what I'm trying to get to, and how we do that in a way that does not lead to the narrative that's being discussed. But I do think that from the state's perspective, as we're talking about growth as it relates to SOL standardized high stakes test scores, there's a lot of discussion that is going on and has been going on around the Commonwealth for at least the last 4 or 5 years, literally in legislation, dealing with how school divisions deal with growth and how growth impacts accreditation. And it is an ongoing discussion, and it's going, I guess, even later on when we talk about legislative agenda items, it's a big deal. And so that's the context in which I would like to be able to have conversations and be able to ask questions and not feel like I'm downing the district or
No,
questioning folks because I may process things. As you mentioned earlier, each individual has their own learning styles. My learning style may be a little bit different from others.
And I think once you get to the place where you're having very targeted data discussions that are aligned to what we say are our goals, what we want to monitor and measure in the strategic plan, the data is that specific to whether or not we're meeting those targets and what needs to happen. It'll be, I think, a far more concerted effort to examine data. We got to get to that place, though, right? I mean, strategic plan was approved October. Right? And so again, these are the things, I think, process, procedure to get us to be able to do the things that everyone wants to see happen. Dr. Burson, go ahead, and then I'm going to continue.
I'll be really quick. And this is not directed at Mr. Jordan. It's just a general comment. It's kind of a follow-up to what he was talking about. In Fullen's book, I can't remember specifically how they framed it, but it was around manner. Like board members, the governance team, you need to mind your manners. So oftentimes, because of the manner in which a question is posed, the manner in which something is said during a board meeting would lead people who are listening to have a perception of why you said
it's
something.
received. Yeah,
Right,
exactly
so
what's received.
that matters a whole lot. Mr. Jordan also mentioned something interesting about his learning style. There are 7 different learning styles on this board. That's why it's important for me to know what the the will of the board is as it relates to how we need to present data. Because something that we often hear is, well, I asked the board, or I asked the administration, or I expected this. Yeah, you expected that, but that's not what the board expected of me. And so if we can get to a place where the board makes it really clear how they expect data to be presented, I would certainly appreciate that.
I think that's going to come up when we think about protocols. I'm going to offer a break. I know you want to stand. I think we need a break, but I want to get through these data slides. Are we good? Are we good for like 5 more minutes, or do you want to take a break?
No, I'm just standing.
No, I know, but I think everybody probably wants to get up a little bit. But let me finish, and it is warm in here too.
Yes.
Yeah, I know you got your fan,
It's
but
comfortable in here.
it's November. The heat is on. I know. Okay, let's go through these last few. Number 16 is resources used meet my needs, which is inconsistent to the other response, right? So now we got 28.6% saying they disagree.
Well, here they're looking at resources. What are the resources doing, no matter what else is going on? That's how I looked at it.
Yeah, and
Are
do
the
they meet
resources
my
that,
needs?
right.
Individual
So,
needs.
Yeah, that's how I interpreted it.
So there's two people the resources don't meet their needs. Is how I'm interpreting that?
Meet mine, so.
Oh,
Well,
that wasn't me.
that'll
I
push
didn't do any red.
All right, let's keep going. Number 17, the opportunities for Q&A. Meet my needs. We had one disagree. Let's see. Yeah, opportunities for Q&A in these during our facilitation. I think we try to leave a lot of time for discussion. That's one of the reasons why we don't plow through our slides, because we think that discussions are what needs to happen. We're going to always encourage the discussion. So if someone's feeling like they're not getting to discuss, or it's not meeting their needs, I think that's important for us to know. The quality of learning activities being worthwhile. One person in disagreement. So don't know what that means. During let's see, I'm given adequate time to reflect on my own practice. Again, one person a disagreement. And satisfaction overall, we had 28% dissatisfied, disagree. So I guess that's 2. And so there's some dissatisfaction. Now, I do want to speak to the comments. First one is, this training is well done and impressive. However, sufficient change is not really following training due to the refusal of some board members to give it a chance. Instead, they choose to disrupt as much as possible. Live streaming is helpful, but progress is challenging. I feel I'm learning a lot, but remain unable to really implement what I'm learning. Next one is, it was both liberating and refreshing to share my truths about processes, trust, concerns, and perceptions. This next one, as the superintendent of schools, I'm guessing that's Dr. Berzon.
That's a wild guess, sorry.
No anonymity there, right? I deeply value the governance training that's being facilitated. Without question, these training sessions have been more effective than any other training sessions in which our governance team has participated. Unlike the facilitation of previous training efforts, I'm valued as a critical member of the governance team, and my individual needs as a professional are being addressed and met. I trust the process and have confidence that by the end of the school year, our team will be stronger and will operate more effectively and efficiently to better serve each child in the school division. We have had 3 governance training sessions thus far. The trainers seem somewhat knowledgeable. However, it is increasingly clear that the mission is to advance a strategic plan rather than helping the board to become a more cohesive team. This has reinforced concerns regarding the delineation of the scope of work and financial obligations related to the strategic plan contract and governance training contract. I would like to address this particular comment because I find that it's actually, I want to choose my words carefully. I think it's an insult to the integrity of my organization. Honestly, that's how I receive that. Not sure about the intent, but you have to own the impact if it was your statement. There are several districts that we work with where we've done their equity audit, their strategic plan, and we offer professional development to their leaders. No other district that we work with, and we are in over 20 districts right now, has ever saw it as a conflict of interest or implied that I don't know, that there's some ill intent there. The other thing I will say is I don't know of any board that does not allow for the strategic plan to drive their work. So whether I did a strategic plan or not, I would still be getting you all to think of governance as moving forward.
That's right.
The district strategic plan. So I don't know where some of this comes from, because I have to wonder, Are you all looking at best practice of other boards across the country? Are you not seeing that most boards, their work is driven specifically by the strategic plan? And my efforts to get us to have that conversation is because that's what the board's work is. It has nothing to do with the fact that we also did the district strategic plan. There are districts that I work in that we've not done the strategic plan, but we center the work of the district and the board around the existing strategic plan. So I'm perplexed and insulted by that comment. So I'll just leave it at that. If there's any further commentary on that. I don't know what this financial obligations and contract language speaks to. If anybody would like to shed light on that, they're more than welcome to.
Well, I think
Take the
that,
survey, so it's not me.
maybe whichever member wrote this was one of, Norfolk did not have a strategic plan for quite a gap of time. When we did so well, when we did so well 20 years ago, we were wrapped up in the strategic planning, and it hit, and I'm telling you, as someone that was sitting in the schoolhouse, everything went around the strategic plan.
That's how it
and
should
we-
be.
And this district went like this until we were recognized as the best. Yeah, the Broad Foundation Award, and it was all because of that strategic plan. And so, but I guess it's been, I don't know, when I left, we had a strategic plan and moving, but not really going anywhere, because they hadn't done anything with the one that fell out of time, and so they were taking 2 and 3 years. When I got there, they were in the middle of that, of trying to come up with a strategic plan, and the clock is just ticking on the kids, and there's no strategic plan.
What was the board doing then? What was driving their work if there was no strategic plan?
I have no idea. And I
Well,
think if
that's
we looked at
why-
the
and that-
data,
and
you
that's
would
why-
see that.
And hence the accountability plan, which was
Yeah, the accountability
was
plan
to
was
try to
because I couldn't get a
focus
strategic.
on the data.
Yeah.
Use the data to make informed decisions.
That was the
and to
whole
have
point.
response to interventions, and to have some type of accountability from a board level, but also a clear direction for the superintendent to say, what are our expectations? How do we expect to get there? And what do we want for our students? And
And there was no plan. And that's why the strategic plan was done, was to try and at least start focusing people on the data, what it looked like, and why we needed it. And because we were sitting here with, the superintendent at that time said to me, I don't believe in strategic plans, I don't believe in accountability plans. She actually said those to me. And
But
so
it
that's what
seems
the-
to me, though, that there's a member of this board that doesn't think that the strategic plan is what's supposed to drive the board's work, if they
Well,
think that
that's
I'm
what
just
I
trying
mean.
to make the
What
strategic
I'm
plan
saying,
drive
that
the
maybe
board's
that's
work.
because it was a person that was not here, most of us all knew, well, not knew anymore, but knew at that time, had no knowledge of how schools, high-functioning schools are run. And we had a superintendent that came in here and turned this place around, and it was all done with a strategic plan.
And that's usually how, not just school boards, but organizations.
it's really easy to get off
general.
focus.
We have a strategic plan. I hired outside consultants to come in and work for a strategic plan for a small organization of 40 people. So that comment is
And
perplexing.
we had it, we had a strategic plan.
We had a strategic plan.
I was on the strategic planning team before I was on the board, so we had a strategic plan.
But it was never finalized.
And was
It
that a
was
5-year plan,
finalized.
3-year
Oh,
plan?
Oh, it was finalized. It was a 5-year
So
strategic
what year
plan.
did it end?
It
would've-
ended in,
It would have ended in
2017?
2018.
so it started,
Came in.
it was
What the-
2013 to 2018.
That there was no strategic plan?
No,
Oh,
that
the
we
13
had,
to 18, okay.
yeah, that we had a strategic plan.
There was a strategic
It was
plan.
a 5-year strategic plan.
They even dropped out the strategic
What?
plans that the schools had that were
School
that were
improvement
locked,
plans?
yeah, because with the
Okay.
district plan and
Let-
the
let's-
schools
let's give
had their
voice
own,
over here.
all those were gone.
Yeah,
People were
'cause
saying to me, we don't have a strategic plan anymore.
Well, it's interesting that some people said, yes, we did, no, we did, yes, we did. So obviously,
Well,
there's some
yes.
questions, so.
And that worries me too.
Yeah.
As a board, if as a board, we can't even come to agreement whether there was a strategic plan,
Yeah.
clearly that wasn't
Yeah.
driving the work of the board, which is probably why
Right.
this comment comes from, we don't need a strategic plan to do the board's work. I don't agree with that, nor does any of this research in any of these books, by the way, besides the governance core. I'm going to suggest that you guys pick these two up as well, right? Building relationships yielding results and building great school board superintendent teams. Both of these books are grounded in, and as is this one, the board using a strategic plan to do their work.
Yeah.
So I'm confused.
Let's.
Once again, that superintendent said she doesn't believe in them. When I questioned, because I kept saying, where is it? Can someone give me a strategic plan in my hand?
Ronnie? Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I guess my again, my recollection is a little different, and I think this is, anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move forward.
Yes,
But
yes.
just in terms of, the board worked with the superintendent at the time in 2013 to develop a strategic plan. The superintendent that we worked on at that time left the district, I can't remember, 2 years in.
2015, yeah.
Yeah, the board then, there were high-level goals and strategies, and if you were to go on board docs right now, they're probably still there because we've never changed them, okay? So when in the midst of the superintendent search, what the board collectively agreed to do was to, and voted on, was to continue those high-level goals and strategies, priorities and strategies, whatever the appropriate terminology is, that existed in that strategic plan. Because we were in the midst of the superintendent search, when the board engaged with the community as part of the search process, what the board said it would do is part of its expectations of the superintendent and interviewing of superintendent candidates was to have a superintendent to then come on and to then help the board to either continue with that strategic plan or make adjustments. In the interim, what the board said it would do while we were doing that search was we would look at, on the board side, what could the board be accountable for in terms of student outcomes and what had been agreed to as far as the high-level strategic plan goals until we brought in the superintendent. That's where we had the discussion around the board's accountability plan. And then as the superintendent came on, our intent was to then continue that strategic planning process. Then we had another change in superintendent, and now we are finally at the point where we've been able to complete that cycle. But there has been strategic plans, there have been goals. The board voted on them continuously. We just have had a change, and now we have a new plan in which we can follow.
Okay. Carlos?
Chapter 4 in your book talks about the welcoming new trustees. We were there. What you should give, I remember we all got pulled into the conference room and we got crammed with all this information, but we kept asking for a copy of the strategic plan.
All day long.
And never got one. We were told we had one, but we never received one, and then that's when we moved to this direction of the accountability plan. I was here on both ends, so staff member working through that strategic plan when Dr. King's group was here, and then, of course, seeing on the other end.
Who's chair then? Because who was anybody who's in this room now
Dr.
chair
Houston
then?
was chair, when did you take over as chair?
2015.
Okay, so 2015 was when
But
Mr.
there was a
Jordan
plan
and he was
then.
there to 2017.
Yeah, what I just described.
Well, 18,
yes.
3 years, right?
Yeah.
To 18.
Yep.
So but it goes back to how critically important it is to onboard new members. And that is something, when we talk about the beginning, that's where a lot of these things bubbled in, because it was a fight to try to figure out where do we get this information to feel like we're getting a part of things. And it was always, seems like a resistance. But and I'm hoping that that's one of those things that we look forward, and whatever the new process that we go with, after this election, whatever else, for new board members.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, and again, clearly somebody disagrees, but the strategic plan is supposed to be what guides the work of the board. I don't even know that that's even something that we should be, that we're arguing, right? And so that comment concerns me, not just because it's a little insulting, because there's some references to, I guess, lack of integrity on the part of my organization, but that means that a person that's on this board does not believe that the strategic plan should drive this work. And I have to say that is flat wrong. That's not my opinion. That's what the research tells us. That's what most high-performing districts, boards focus on. They look at the data around their strategic plan goals. They monitor those strategies. Every single meeting, those goals are discussed. So that's what I'm trying to get us to, so want to use the exact words, it's clear that the mission is to advance our strategic plan. Yeah, it is. That is my mission. I don't know what the problem with that is, right?
And if we vote to keep a superintendent on who created the strategic plan to carry it forward, is that one side versus the other side? No,
it shouldn't be.
We want to keep on with going forward. I mean,
I don't get it.
that's how I see it.
Yeah. So the next two comments, let's do them real quickly. It says, furthermore, the training sessions have become unsafe spaces to have crucial conversations to move forward in the best interest of children. Specific members are continually targeted while the behaviors of others continue to be unchecked. I believe board members know all the right things to say. However, actions during and in between training sessions have worsened. Coupled with these concerns, there's a potential of a new board in a matter of 3 months. Training at this time does not seem to be a good use of our time and financial resources, and I request to suspend activity until January 2023.
And what are the children doing while we're suspending
So
action?
I don't know. Well, that's not even the question that I'm going to ask now. That my question to you is, and Mr. Duncan's not here. Our contract allows for we can dissolve with 30 days notice. So this could be your 30 days. It could actually be my 30 days, honestly. So we need to make a decision because I don't know what suspend means, because it doesn't mean that I sit in limbo until you're ready to do this work, with fidelity. I don't know what that means. So
But again, one board member's demand or request or whatever else does not reflect the entire will of the board. And again, as we've said, one board member doesn't have one.
Well, I don't know if this is one
power.
person or not.
This is what I want to ask,
yeah.
because I'm seeing these three here, and then I see Rodney at the bottom. Are all three of these yours, or just the one at the bottom?
No, I wrote mine.
Okay, so you're just concluding your thought, okay. So I can understand your position, because you need to know, and I think for the board at this particular point in junction, I know Attorney Cloud isn't here, this is not an official vote type of thing, but I need to, if Mr. Jordan, is that still your will, to have that, make the request that we suspend?
You
I didn't write it.
Wasn't him.
That wasn't you? Just the one on the end?
No, he said on the bottom.
The bottom one.
That was just your, oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that one. But I know that we, members had received an email in regards about this. So
We have?
what was that?
Get an email?
I did get an email about it when I saw this response on this one. So my thing is this, I mean, let me just take a straw poll. If everyone, I mean, are you good with maintaining the governance training, yes or no?
And if you're not, please feel free to say so. I am perfectly fine with
So,
that.
and I just need a yes or no, just so we can move past this down or whatever we're gonna do. So, Ms. Basine, are you good, yes or no, with maintaining governance training?
I mean, if everyone is committed to behaviors that advance student achievement, but I think we've all acknowledged that we have to look in the mirror on that and see whether that's what we are, because if we're not, then I think, so it's no if we're going to continue to behave the way that we're behaving, but it's yes if we're going to now take this feed forward mindset and behave better.
So this is,
And I mean, there's a lot of buts for me because, I want to talk about agenda planning. What's that going to look like? I want to trust the process that we are going to get to those things that I think that even if we have feelings, whatever it is, toward each other, that if we have processes that we say we will agree to and that we are sticking to them, then I think we'll get there. But right now, it's almost like I want to work on the agenda planning and do these other things and see how that works, and then come back and say, okay, how are we doing now?
You all think that because it says, there's going to be a new board. Do you think that if there's a new board, if the seats change, that it would change anything?
It's not the agenda
That
planning.
was my
It's not
question.
the agenda
I'm not
planning.
sure
I'm
what,
gonna tell you that
three
right
new
now.
people or
It's-
whatever,
It's
because I do
time there's
think,
a new, like even when you came on, like we talked about that we have a new board. There were decisions, or not decisions, but even when we were talking about governance training, it was like, we have a new board, and it's not fair to not have the input of, we have a new board now, we have a new member. So, I mean, on the one hand, we're saying when a new board member joins the board, that it's a brand-new board. We either agree to it, or we agree that that's true, or we don't. I mean, because, you know, even Ms. Campson's comments earlier about when you all came on board, it was, I think some felt like those of us who were on there wanted to just continue with what we already had in place, right? Like the board norms and protocols. So I think that's a question we have to ask ourselves. So that we do have an onboarding process, whatever that may be, whether it's no board members, 1 new board member, 3 new board members, 4 new board members, who knows, you know. What does that look like for us?
You know, the stages of team development, you know, that forming, storming, norming, performing. Whenever there is, if it's 1 new member, you go back to norming, right? And
Right.
you guys have been stuck in storming though, which is part of the issue. So how do we move to high performance, even with a new member? And I do think that some of the onboarding done with more intent, right? And really providing with a new board member what they need in order to fold into the existing work, right? You know, that doesn't mean, oh, we throw out the norms, we do them all over again, but it's, you know, it's assuring that a person is very clear on what the behavioral expectations are as a board member. I'm not sure that happened. I mean, I think that, you know, there's so much to unpack with you all that I don't believe that, you know, change of seats, change of people is going to make a difference, because people are still showing up with their same stuff. You know, if you're still wearing that same backpack full of stuff, like our Uber driver told me.
Because it doesn't change the work. I mean, it's whether this seat changes, it's still, we still have the same work and the same mission. I mean, it won't change. I mean, so that's why sometimes I can't wrap my head around, like, you know, some things, because it won't change no matter who sits in this seat.
Right.
And it hasn't changed. I mean.
Right. And I agree, but that's where the processes, I think, and having clear processes around how we.
But honestly, in all truthfulness, when I hear about processes, we have to be committed to whatever those particular processes
agree.
are.
Right. Yeah.
But we also can't, what I see, and I made it a perfect example. We talk about how the agenda is set up. That's been a policy been in place since 1997. It was reviewed again in
They need to be
2017.
revisited.
And it's been what we've been using all the way to this point. Now, all of a sudden, it's like it is not working. And it very well, we may have, you know, we need to make some changes. But, or is it really because, you know, whoever's the chair or the vice chair and the superintendent typically is whatever the majority of the board is? Is it really an action of, we want to, is the minority group voting on the block on the board want to have a greater voice in that? Then just say that. I think then if we're going to say that we're going to do that, then we want to change that because we want to make everybody feel a part of that particular process, but don't mask it in something else. And so we can be open to that, but don't make it seem like that something has been wrong when this has been the process for years. So again, I just want to kind of get back to, because I want to answer this one here. So Ms. Singh, you're like your yes or no, depending on it. I need a yes or no. How you feel today, so that we can
Can I?
I want to finish this right here going around.
Yes.
Ms. Basine, Dr., Lord,
Canson.
Canson.
Ms. Canton.
We already.
How fast they forget. So are we, what's the yes or the no here?
To continue with.
Yes is to
governance.
continue.
Okay.
All right, so I think that as long as, I'm all on for the continuing, but I do want to just say that we can't do anything to sabotage it, and I think that was a little bit, I think that we need to not get ourselves sidetracked with a lot of little Mickey Mouse rinky-dink things when we're should be focused on, as we all, I think, now understand, is we need to focus on the strategic plan and not get sidetracked by things that are way down below our pay grade. Well, pay grade's bad since we get practically no pay, but we don't need to sit and spend 2 hours discussing something like that. And we've been discussing something off-task forever the last couple of months. Well, it's not off-task, but it's not, it took too much time. I kept saying to myself, all right, how much children's time is taken now because we're going to do this over and over and over again. It's like I live in a giant filibuster place, you know, with the same discussions going on and on and on, and not a single one of them has any direct effect on the children.
Yeah, you asked an
And I-
important
and I-
question when you said, and what happens with the students in those 3 months? Like, to me, that's the question we need to always be asking ourselves. What happens to the students if we don't, right? So I appreciated that.
Definitely, and I just want to say, Ms. Basine, that I appreciate the comments that you said. I'm not discounting those. I'm just trying to get it to a yes or no with this decision piece. Dr. Birdsong.
Thank you for giving me a say, of course. I'd like to continue with
Once in a
this.
while, we try- Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Mr. Clanton, despite the fact you didn't take the survey, what is your position on the matter?
Oh, I'm
Very
going to be
observant.
last because I shouldn't.
Yes.
Okay.
ADHD,
Dr. Ralston?
Yes.
all I gotta say.
Dr. Martin?
Yes, can I just make a quick comment?
Yeah, sure.
So it was interesting because this morning someone said to me, I see you guys working so hard and, you know, for nothing, like for no pay, you know what I mean? Like you're not, and they're like, if someone didn't want me there, if someone was, you know, mean to me, I'd be like, fine, you don't want me here, I'm gone. She's like, but yet you keep fighting to be there. So that's where I come from with the optimism, like you have to keep fighting to be there and show up and be professional. I know we're talking a lot about feelings and feelings matter, but we have to be professional.
Appreciate that, yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm always been supportive of governance training. I still am a supporter of governance training. I would like us at some point to maybe revisit whether or not we do 4 hours on every work session, but I'm supportive of governance training.
Are you supportive of governance training by the Valbrun Group? Because that's
Supportive
what the
of
question is.
I'm supportive of continuing the governance training that we have underway, but since the question is presented as it is, I will admit that I'm uncomfortable with doing it this way. I don't know if all the comments are there.
Yeah, they are. We didn't
But,
delete anything, that's verbatim.
Okay, but I don't, yeah, I'm comfortable with it.
So,
I said yes.
no, I'm not saying that one. I guess, taking a moment, let me say, ask for better clarification. Mr. Jordan, why are you uncomfortable?
Because it kind of goes back to what I said earlier in the meeting. I'm all for, if we want to have uncut, honest, transparent conversations, I'm for that. When the assignment came out, I thought the responses were back to the Valbrun group, and in the instructions it said that they were anonymous. So the reason I wrote my name on my comments is because I wanted them to know that it came from me. And if there's any dialogue that they wanted to have with me or with the group, I just wanted them to know it came from me. I think Dr. Birdsong wrote hers in the same way. So to me, and this is, for me, I think the second time that this has occurred for me, is going back to the whole trust thing. So if it's said to me that these comments are from me as an individual to the Valbrun group, for them to then factor in one board member's perspective as they look at what we need, then I think I'm fine with that. But if it is going to be anonymous, then I'm putting it up on the screen like this, and then now forcing this conversation about whether or not we're going to vote on something based upon one member's candid comment, that makes me uncomfortable. So that's what I'm talking about.
So it is anonymous. You chose to sign your name. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if did you expect me not to bring this bring this back to the group?
I
Because that's
don't
what
know.
feedback on feedback is, right?
Yeah, I didn't know, but I'm just simply, the question was asked to me, and I'm answering the question as it was asked of me.
And so had I not shared this data and this feedback and these comments, would you not have asked me, what are the results of the feedback you received?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it wasn't clear whether you were using them as part of, to integrate into, I mean, I'm just speaking for myself, integrate into whatever activities that we were doing, or, you know, I expected to see the survey responses, but,
Yeah.
I mean, it just wasn't clear. I mean, I'm not bothered by it, but I'm just saying,
And I
like,
think just based on what we've seen, even from our first meeting, when we all shared our opinions of one another,
bring
that
it
was
back
shared
to you.
every time it's been back and shared. I appreciate you giving the feedback on that one there, because I support the continuation of the governance training. It's important. There's been some things that I personally have taken away from that. The reason why, and this is honestly one of the things that I'd like to see in one of our board norms, is that Dr. Birdsong made it clear, and we've seen it several times, when one board member asks for certain things, I don't want that board member or any board member to feel as though they're being ignored. So we're the will of the board. And so when we have this type of discussion, Ms. Basine, you mention it all the time, I've heard various perspectives from everybody. And that's why I've done that consistently. I'll stop, particularly during our work session, to find out where we are so that the board is all impacted. So it's not one person trying to make a decision or it feels like people are being ignored. So this is why I intentionally, when you brought this up, I just felt like, well, let's just go around the room and it will give everybody an opportunity to share that. So we're hearing it, and then, okay, the majority of the board, including Mr. Jordan this time, says, yes, we're ready to go with that. You have a clear direction, just like if you are our superintendent, you have a clear direction from this board that we're committed. Anybody who's watching this or whatever else says that knows that we're committed, and we need to hold ourselves accountable, and let's keep moving forward.
All right.
Okay?
So we agree that we're going to continue this work?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Let's do a couple of things. I wanted you to, as we're going to take a break, but I do want you to think about what the implications of this feedback is. You don't have to answer it now, but just keep thinking about, how we advance this work. How does this ongoing divisiveness impact students? I'm going to always bring us back to that. Like, what's the impact to students if we continue, if we don't continue? Again, personal commitment and personal behaviors and choices that you all need to make. And then if board members wish to suspend it, did wish to suspend this, my question goes back to what Ms. Campson said, right? What's the proposed alternative? Because I think that this board needs to think through if the work that you do or don't do, the impact that it has to the rest of the organization. So even in the suggesting suspending for 3 months or whatever the case is, I do need you all to be thinking about the impact of your behaviors. So whether it's suspending for 3 months or thinking that things are going to change when there's a new people seated, you need to ask yourself the question of through the lens of what happens to students if any of this happens. What's our alternative if we don't try to fix this? And so I just need you to kind of couch yourself in that. Let's take can we do 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes, and then we're gonna, when you guys come back, we're gonna dig into norms. So
I'm gonna see if Ms. Tanner can find a
don't
fan.
have it. 10 minutes is enough. They don't normally take.
Not my personal, but time is fine.
Start lunch down, all fast in 10 minutes, and so as a suggestion, I know the day is already long, but maybe coming and having lunch together without business, just having lunch together, I think would be a nice way for you guys to set the tone for the time together and the meeting, but totally up to you, but it's something I just wanted to suggest, because I do feel like it's a long day. 10 minutes is never enough.
You think?
So, I want you to think about that too. I think that's, we keep talking about how do you build a team, how do you build trust. There's some simple ways, right? And it's just let's come together and have a meal together and not talk about work while we're having that meal together for an hour or 30 minutes. I just offered that for you guys to think about, how you can, those subtle ways. My mic is off. They're gonna come, the mic police is gonna come get me in trouble. All right. Okay. When we were together last, I asked this question: do members of the board have faith that the motivation and inherent beliefs of colleagues on the team are honorable, ethical, and honest? Does this team demonstrate ability, benevolence, and integrity in its individual and collective actions? And what are the behaviors and actions that impact group accountability, predictability, reliability, and organizational integrity? And your responses were largely no, depends, and sometimes. And we've overstated, right, what the problems are. And so we want to move to a solution orientation. And we know that to get to that, we have to have these norms in place. And so we just want to level set around that, and then we're going to move into working on the norms. You all had a little homework assignment where you were given a handout and you were told to think through the norm, the pros, the cons, and the strategies and protocols. So we're going to actually, I want you to refer to your notes because we're going to put all of your individual thoughts into some group thinking. Norms are simply, on page 113, it says norms are simply descriptions of how trustees treat each other and others. Norms are very important as guides for what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior and exist whether they are identified or not. And so I'm going to reflect on that for a moment because it says it's a description of how we treat each other and what behaviors we find as acceptable or unacceptable. And I would say that, we've kind of called out what the unacceptable behaviors are, but we need to put a norm in place so that those behaviors can stop. And when they reoccur, we can hold one another accountable to it. And so why we need norms? To govern individual behaviors, to facilitate the work of this group, to enable you all to accomplish your tasks, to be clear on what those tasks are too, I would say, to ensure that all of you contribute in productive ways, to increase their productivity, to help you move to being a high-performance governing board, and to facilitate achievement of goals, and to reflect the values of the group. Earlier today, you said those were your values, right? Focus, integrity, honesty, authenticity, being student-centered.
And you also talked about some of the challenges that you have that really kind of hit at the way individuals are behaving. So the norms will hopefully give you an opportunity to call in people and to call out when necessary when those behaviors are shifting from what you really want and what's going to help you work together as a group.
So we never want to, I hate the saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, throw out the baby with the bathwater, because I feel like it dishonors the existing work. What's projected now are the norms that were developed, adopted in 2018 and then revised in 2020. And so just look at them really quickly. Let's just take a few minutes and look at them and say, well, what was done well around these norms, what needed work, and what kept the group from living these norms. Any thoughts?
That in the folder. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You brought your folder? Excuse me. Click on that for a second. Yeah, click on that.
But that's the debt. That's not what you need.
No, I need their folder. Yeah.
This is the debt.
Oh, the November
we're looking for
2nd
it.
folder?
Yeah, I'm in that folder.
I think it's called norms, proposed norm.
Proposed norm,
Back over here.
just that worksheet.
Well, that was the worksheet,
Did you
but
get-
you're looking, so this one was actually in the last
good,
governance
you can go there.
training.
Have that, okay.
Okay, any thoughts on,
What you're talking about.
yeah, any thoughts on why these norms didn't work? What did you do well here? What was done well and what needed work? These have been your norms since 2018 and readopted, I guess, in 2020, right? Or it says approved unanimously. So what's missing?
I think some of them just have been ignored.
Ignored?
Yep. Just behaviors behind them.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah, these are good
Yeah, they're
norms.
good norms, yeah.
Okay, good.
It's just, yeah, we didn't adhere to them.
Excellent. The reason why I bring them back up is because I want you to, as we go through this next exercise, I want you to be thinking about and looking at, which ones we want to carry forward. I don't ever think that we should just, let's just toss it out and start again. Like, there are good norms here. You all drafted some norms that we're going to share with you in a little bit. And we want you to make sure that those new norms include what's here or encompass them in some way. So I want you to kind of think about that and have them side by side if that makes sense for you.
I have a question about one of the norms, though.
Uh-huh.
Can I ask? So
One of the
I
older
can't
norms? What do you-
remember.
uh-huh.
I can't remember what the "we will respect different rules we play as individuals" because it doesn't really say Like, what does that mean?
Oh,
What, say
I
that
think-
again?
We will respect the different roles that we play as individuals, board members, citizen, parent,
I think
et
it
cetera.
was like for that, you know, if they're, at least originally it came out of some of us are parents and board members, or some were previous, you know, like previous employees versus board member, you know, so that whatever, or some, all three, you know, just wearing multiple hats, and that, you know, like a question I might ask about, well, my child said X, Y, and Z that's not the role
Of the board member.
of the board member, you know, but as a parent, I bring that concern up as a parent, not as a board member.
That's a good question. So the respecting the different roles that we play, was that norms suggesting that we show up as a board member and not parent, citizen, employee?
Or is it
understanding
suggesting
where we
that
need
you
to check.
acknowledge?
Identify.
Yeah, you identify how you're
What
presenting.
are you showing up at?
Gotcha.
So
Like
if
when
you're
you're
at,
parent-teacher
if I'm going to my child's PTA meeting and I have a question, I will say, as parent Noel Gabriel,
Gotcha. Okay.
blah,
Not
blah,
as
blah,
board
blah,
member.
blah,
Right.
blah, you know.
It's not really my favorite one,
No, it's because
because I think it's vague.
that's what
It's not one that I would have put in, just say it doesn't mean we can't still have it. But some of these are just like the first one, you know, listen to all the opinions, but act as one. To me, those are more critical. But that one, and there are probably a couple others if I read them real close, but that was the one that I didn't really get myself.
Okay, good, because what we're gonna do is, we're gonna go start to look closely at the new proposed norms. The reason why I bring this forward, because I want you to think about what from here may be missing as we do this process, but also what from here do you wanna make sure we carry forward? So, we're gonna refer back to it. As we go through these next set of, Ingrid's gonna walk you through the norms, the proposed norms, and we're gonna have some questions for you to think about. But I want you to think about what the pros and the cons are, and then what the strategy will be to support the norm, because that strategy is going to turn into the protocols, right? And so I want you to be thinking about, how's this norm going to be honored? How will we share it? How are we going to review it? How are we going to monitor it? That's what I mean by the strategy to move it forward. So everybody's clear? Okay, so your homework was to do this independently in your independent reflection with those norms. So you can pull that out or pull it up if you got it, and we're going to walk through and hear each of your individual thoughts and begin to chart. So I'll turn it over to Inger.
So again, thinking about what you did as your assignment, and really not just what strategy you're going to use to support the norm. Think about that, but really think about how are we going to live this? Because you talked about the previous norms that you had, and asked with the question that was asked, well, what happened with those norms? And they were ignored. So how do you avoid ignoring the norms that you're going to come up with? Because we want to really make sure that these are things that you can support, and also emphasize this point, that we value student excellence. We know that student excellence is front and center. So this is what we're going to do. Because we value student excellence, this is what we're going to do. So I have for you, on the chart paper here, 5 norms that you all came up with, and I'm going to ask that for these norms, really think about, take a look at your pros and cons, because those are the things that you're like, I don't know. This is really going to make it work, or this is going to challenge me, this is going to push me. So think about what's going to make it easy for you to embrace this norm, what's going to make it more difficult. But this is what you came up with. So given that there's some things that are going to make it easy, those are the pros. There are things that are going to make it more challenging to embrace, those are the cons. But the bottom line is, what is the strategy? What's the strategy that you're going to put forward to support the norm? Yep.
Oh,
No, I was actually going to ask you guys a question, but go ahead first.
I was going to say a strategy may be that.
Oh, you ready?
Oh, wait, no, okay, hold it there. hold it. So,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Two things.
Star
Two
pupil
things
over
I
there.
want to call out. And
You did your homework.
She did. She ready to go.
I was.
2 things I want to point out. Well, first, can I get somebody to read the norm, the proposed norm that's on the screen?
I will, since
Please.
I came up with it.
Nice and loud.
We will ensure that our governance.
No, wait, I want you to start with that value proposition.
Yes, ma'am. We value student excellence, so we will ensure that our governance efforts focus on students and student outcomes. You want me to continue?
Yes.
We will limit entertaining distractions during our work with the understanding that we are here for our students and to ensure that all of our kids live up to their fullest potential. We will focus on our students and student outcomes first and foremost for the purpose of benefiting each student.
Powerful, right, to hear it out loud. And that value proposition is what we want to ground you all in, that it's non-negotiable. We value student excellence, right? And so in order for us to demonstrate that, we're going to do the following because it's going to benefit each student. And I think that the reason why I'm calling your attention to that framing, and I wanted you to hear it out loud, and we're going to do this with each one of these, is this is your elevator pitch. These norms, right? It's different than the previous ones were, where's the clicker? Previous ones were like, we will hear each other's opinion, but ultimately act as one. Okay. You see how it's different to say because we value student excellence, these are the behaviors we're going to employ because we know that it will benefit each student. If a community member were to say to you, what do you all value? The way that this is written, right, speaks to that. These norms can really help to change the narrative that we've been talking about. So I want you to continue to look at it through that lens of the value proposition, the behaviors, and what we know will be the benefit of it at the end. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So basically, we've done that the way it's just, we're rewriting what's here and putting it into this format.
So yeah, well, these are your new proposed norms. What we want you to be thinking about is what are the pros and cons and the strategies to get us there.
With these, to take these, and yeah, that's what I thought, because when I read this, I see the strategies are in here, and which are right in the middle up there. So we're just moving it to this format so we have a sharp focus on the kids.
Yes.
And are there some strategies that are missing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You know, there may be some things that you're like, now that I've had a chance to reflect on this, and given the time that these were developed and where you are now, is there anything that might be missing in terms of strategy that you know would absolutely ensure that your governance efforts are focused on students and student outcomes?
And let me just say this one thing too, because this is Tanya, you made me think about this, right? We continue to talk about what the protocols and the procedures will be to enact upon that. That's different. So if you look at this and you say, we're going to limit entertaining distractions, the process or the protocol for that might be how we set the agenda, how much time we allow for discussions, right? So don't think, oh, the behavior is the protocols. We're going to match protocols to these norms. I know it sounds tricky, but I want you to think about it that way. I know it's the rigor in this is making meaning, right, around what does this look like for me as a board member?
are we doing partners?
No.
I'm sorry?
I think as a group.
I didn't hear you.
She asked if they were doing thought partners. We're doing it as a group.
Oh, we're doing it as a group. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I
But
missed
would
that.
you feel more comfortable? Would you be able to? You think you could generate these lists? And the other thing.
I think I would have, it would take me time to do this,
Okay.
to be honest. I didn't understand that that's what I was supposed to be doing when I made my copy and all,
Okay.
but I didn't.
No worries, we're doing it as a group, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll give-
The
we'll
group
give
will
it
be
place.
easier.
Okay.
That's fine.
So are you asking for the pros and the cons at this point?
I want you to use the pros and cons to
Oh.
think about the strategy. So the pros and cons are going to guide your strategy. The strategies that we have here, what you see here, we're going to limit entertaining distractions. We're going to focus on our students and student outcomes first and foremost. What else would you need to do to ensure that your governance efforts focus on students and student outcomes? Is there anything else that you would need to add? And Tanya, you had a thought on that.
Well, so one of the things could be our focus on policies, like to include policies that directly impact student outcomes versus policies that go to the management of the division. So if we're focused on, right now, we're focused on all the policies. So that then may enable us to get down into some of the managerial day-to-day operations of the division. which is the superintendent's role. So if we say we're focusing on the student outcomes related policies, then that strategy may inherently lend for a more student outcomes focus of the board. So the one potential, I don't want to confound, I mean, it's a negative. A potential challenge of, saying students and student outcomes is, so we could argue that everything that happens in the division is tied to students, right? We could talk, so if we were to say a strategy is, that we would spend 50% of our meeting time on student outcomes as a strategy, like that we are intentionally looking at our agenda and saying, are we spending 50% of our time on student outcomes versus just students, which we could tie everything that goes on in the division to students, right? But if we're just tying it to student outcomes, that agenda might look a little different. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And I actually
That's
like that
during
as a
your board
strategy.
meeting. I just want to make sure.
No,
we're
I'm
clear.
talking about during our board meeting,
Right.
yes.
That the agenda is 50% of the agenda is student outcomes focused.
Right.
That's a strategy.
At least,
Yeah.
yeah, at least. It could be entirely just focused on that. But understanding that there may be times where we have to talk about other departments, but at least 50%, though, is on student outcomes.
And even those
Yeah, I
department
heard at
discussions.
least. I didn't hear at least before, so I'm going to add that, okay?
Yes,
At least 50%?
yes, at least 50%.
And even when you do have other agenda items, other operational type things, I think you still run it through the filter of the impact to students, so it still becomes
Well,
a
absolutely,
student-centered,
right.
student-centered.
But if we say we're
discussion, yeah.
focused on those policies too, I heard a great presentation at a conference recently where they saw a tremendous positive impact by saying, okay, we have X hundred of policies, but we are only focusing on these 20. And so the board reviews, those policies, even they don't have a policy committee, but they have, the full board reviews those that are strictly focused on student outcomes and our board level, while they've said the other policies go to the superintendent to review, manage. Those are superintendent policies, administrative policies, these are school board policies, and they are strictly focused on students. And I thought it was pretty powerful, so that's kind of what, and they're seeing positive results, like even with the behavior, the dysfunction on the board, from every aspect of it, they're seeing
That's how they're
positive.
demonstrating their commitment.
What's that, they're demonstrating their commitment by these,
And their focus.
by adhering to these strategies, yeah.
I'm just going to pause right here for a quick second. Valerie, will you be the timekeeper for me? Because I know we want to try to get through as many of these as we can. So that's going to give us about 5 or 6 minutes per norm that we have up here. So given that, I want to make sure that we can hear as many as we can. Again, it's kind of that balance of not rushing, but wanting to make sure we get as much done as we can. All right? Yep. Ms. Campson, do you have one that you want to
Oh.
add? Or anyone?
Yeah, just skip over me for the moment. Because I'm looking at this so different than I thought I was supposed to.
My suggestion is very closely aligned with Ms. Bassine's. The strategy was the majority of agenda items should focus upon evidence of what our students know and are able to do. And the procedure for that would be to use an agreed-upon rubric, maybe some research evidence-based rubric we could use to determine if topics are included on final meeting agendas, and that could be used throughout like the agenda planning process. And so certainly a pro for that would be that we would be focusing on our children and their outcomes, which I believe is the core mission of our work. Now, I believe a pro to that or a con to that, I think that will take our community, they're going to have to adjust to that because I'm sure there will be other things they believe to be of value, and anything they have to offer, of course, is of value. But if we're going to spend the majority of our time on student outcomes, that's going to change a lot of what we do and what the public hears.
Yes.
So I
Which
can
might be a
imagine.
good thing, right? We're controlling that narrative and
Right.
we're being transparent
Right.
about what our students need.
Right.
And I think that's an important piece, is just making sure that
Naming
as
it.
these changes occur, you share with the public, you know what, we recognize that there's some shifts that we need to occur. Our culture needs to change.
Yeah.
We have been in the, pandemic for these years, so we're really gonna narrow our focus on what we do with our students. So 50%, at least 50% of our meeting is going to be spent focusing on what our students need, what are the outcomes. And our agenda is going to be the demonstration of our commitment to student excellence.
You have to manage that expectation
Yeah.
for the public.
Yep.
Mine is kind of close in line to that one. I would say maintain the yearly board monitoring calendar to help prepare board work sessions and business meeting agendas so that it's more student outcome focused.
Was there something after the yearly board monitoring calendar?
To help prepare board work sessions and business meeting agendas.
Is that NOAA?
Yeah, we're talking about
The strategy
norm
to live that
around
norm.
this one up there.
So this would
the
be
one up on the
norm.
board.
Yeah,
Or
this would
student-
be the
I'm
norm,
looking
but
at
we're
it.
speaking
Oh,
to
I'm
like
sorry.
the strategy.
Board work
They're
sessions
good, yeah.
and agendas?
Sorry.
Business meeting agendas.
So she's asking, what are some pros,
So we're more
cons, and
student
what
outcome
strategies
focused.
would you
Yeah.
put in place?
And I would say that I felt like we really attempted to do that this year because we tried to outline, budget, the
Yep.
budget talks, the superintendent, evaluation. Well, we're still working on that, but at least the budget stuff, because that was a big point of we need to have more discussion about budget, time, hearings, things like that. And then identify dates early on so everybody could plan,
Everybody's together.
and everybody knows.
Are there any others that you want to add here?
I personally would like to see the strategic plan, like the name strategic plan, somewhere in there, whether it's an identifier in our agendas. But if this is the language that we're speaking, and if it's the language that the schools are speaking, the community needs to hear that, and it does give us direction and focus, and it completely deals with student outcomes and where we want to go. So I would say that somewhere in our meetings, our agenda planning, we outline how this is tying back and reflective within the strategic plan process. Like in our agenda for today on our work session, it does outline, it says, continuing the drive strategic plan update. Maybe we get a little bit more specific. This point, and this point, this point.
Yeah, I shared in one of the resource folders for one of our meetings. We never got to talk about it, but there was a like a framework, and I had a sample for you. Did you guys see that? Eventually, that's what we want to think about. We want to
Right.
think about like each meeting that there's one particular strategy that we would discuss, pull the data for it, be prepared to have that conversation, talk about, right? And so every single meeting, we could walk through that framework with one strategy from the strategic plan. So there's processes for making sure that you always bring it back to the meetings.
So I'm going to just ask Dr. Gabriel, if I capture this, include the term strategic plan, meetings and agenda planning to show how this connects to.
We're not done with this one, but go ahead.
We have 5 minutes, Ms. Jordan.
No, it's okay. I'll restart the clock. We're gonna try to spend 5 minutes per norm, but we're.
Oh, that's what I
it's
thought you
fine.
meant. Yeah.
I don't want to rush, so let me just say this. Let me say this real quick too. So I feel like every single meeting we say we're gonna get them done, we don't get them done. I don't like to rush you all, but we do want to at least today go through the 5 norms with this discussion around strategy. And if we have to come back and, next month and continue this conversation, then we'll move to the protocols. But we want to have this captured, and we'll type it all up and send it back to you. So.
So I'm not sure if this fits or not, but in the one that's already up there that Dr. Birdsong mentioned on what students know and are able to do, and on the last one that Dr. Gabriel mentioned, So I think we should go back through the
You're right.
strategic plan and really look at the
And then
tables that were given to us
Yeah.
and identify the SMART goals that are student outcomes focused. And use those as a starting point for affirming or adjusting what our definition and focus is on student excellence and student outcomes.
And use as a starting point to define student excellence and student outcomes.
Right, so we're on the same page on what we mean. So for example, like enrollment is not a student outcome, but seeing literacy rates go from A to Z in a certain amount of time is a student outcome. So we have I think in our SMART goals in the strategic plan tables that I think we're still working on adopting. I'm saying if we go through and pull out of those tables the SMART goals that are student outcome focused, that would give us a starting point for continuing to drive down on this particular norm.
Okay. Are there any others before we move to the next?
Dr. Martin, did you get a chance to say a strategy?
No, I was just, one of my cons, I'm just concerned about the term distractions not being defined. And also, going back to what I keep repeating, is making sure that there's each person has an understanding of what will be discussed at the meeting, so that we're not having to shut people down and do things, so we're not being a distraction with a question during the meeting.
What's an alternative word to distraction? Because I as you said that, I was thinking, you're right. What's another way we can phrase it? I don't want to start wordsmithing, but I do think that's an important enough distinction to make.
I think what we're saying is that we're prepared, so that limit entertaining distractions is not.
Well, we
I don't
can go
really
off
care
on
for.
tangents.
But I mean, are they tangents, or are they just
Just
real
to be
concerns
interfering.
for, wanting information? And I don't, that's what I'm saying, it's a very loaded.
So can I offer this? We will prepare our agenda with the understanding that we are here for students and to ensure that all of our kids live up to their fullest potential.
I like that better.
Would that work?
I like that better, yeah.
Does that work for folks if we?
It seems condescending to say.
It's a lot more positive. It has a more positive tone to it than the word distraction
We
did.
will focus our.
Attention?
We will focus our work
I would
with
say
the
we will
understanding
focus.
that we are here.
Yeah, I would use the word
Yeah, I
focus.
like that.
We will remain focused.
But then there's focus, and then there's laser focus.
Oh, yes, so
I mean,
true.
that would be like 3 times that we use the word focus.
Laser like
Laser like that.
Oh, 4 times, it'd be
We'll
4
ensure that our
times.
efforts focus on students and student
Every
outcomes.
sentence would have focus in it.
But actually, I would see laser as a con, though, because I think we could get, in terms of, this is an urban school district, so there are a lot of variables in student achievement in urban school districts. You talk about poverty, you talk about equity, it's a lot of that you can't just, I train teachers, you just can't focus on student achievement. There are a lot of other things, family life, community life, issue, so when I prepare teachers, they just can't think when everything is around academic, because so many things impact that, and we got to kind of be able to work with those things to impact it, to improve it. So you can't have a laser focus, but I just threw that word out there on student achievement, because I think you could miss the boat in some school districts and very diverse populations. You could miss a lot of people if you became laser focused.
But I do like your recommendation.
It does up top, but I was actually thinking too, because it says students and student outcomes, is it student well-being and outcomes? Because I think that goes back to the whole, there's social, emotional, and
Yes.
academic.
And Tanya's very into that,
I
yes.
know, I've been
Tanya's
wanting
very
that
into
in.
Well,
Sounds like
that
you're
language
We need
in
some
there.
SEAL, seal, right? Social, emotional, academic. Okay, yeah. So we'll play with the wording. I don't want us to get caught up in wordsmithing, but I think that's an important point. And I think that incorporating some language around social emotional learning, so maybe we will focus our efforts on student social, emotional, and academic well-being and outcomes, right? Or I don't know, something like that.
I just,
Let me-
I don't disagree with that, but we are here to educate the children, and we can't discount the other factors that go into it. So I have to settle in on that.
Yeah, I think,
Let's do this, let's capture it, and then when we
Yeah.
come back and everyone has had a chance to kind of think about it,
Yeah.
we can come back. to
and
that.
we'll
So
send,
we're
we'll
gonna
send it to
do-
you with like highlights in it, so you can see the discussion changes we made here. We don't have to adopt the full language today. We don't want to get caught up in wordsmithing, which is why we're trying to push you all towards strategies and pros and cons, but we'll play with it and we'll continue to iterate some drafts for you.
But I'm similar to where Dr. Gabriel is. I just think that whatever we put there, again, we have to be able to define it so we can measure it. So as long as we can define it and measure it, I'm fine. But I think oftentimes we struggle with defining what we mean by the social emotional piece.
Right.
Of it.
And to pull that out, so if we were to go and examine our policies around that, we would specifically be able to pull out, when we're talking about well-being, specific policies that we have put in place that tie directly to that piece.
And you could look at the
So-
CASEL standards too. I mean, there's
Well,
there's
absolutely,
a
yep.
a
Yep, they
baseline
have
for
a
that
whole
already.
rubric, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it isn't like it'd be difficult for us to find that data to substantiate what we're saying. Yeah.
You know, I think, and I'm more on track with Dr. Gabriel, that we're a school and our function is academic achievement for our children. That's the function. We do lots of other things to get our children ready so that they can, in fact, do that. And you know, we feed our kids, we give them transportation to school, we have counseling for children that need that, we have intervention, we have a lot of things that get them ready to do the job that the school is there for. We're not the hospital, we're not, you know, something else. We are, our purpose, the reason we exist is to give them the academic needs that they need. So it seems like that's where your focus would be. All the other feeders that come in, because if you lose track of student academics with all the other things that are happening, then what happens to the student academics, which is the whole reason that the school system exists. It doesn't exist for taking care of injuries, but it does it when that happens in the building. It doesn't do it so that they show up at school, but we do it because we send buses to get them. And so I don't want us to get sidetracked away from what our function is. That's why when they're measuring the success of a school, that's what they're measuring.
Yeah, I think the proposals around the social, emotional, and academic piece incorporates that and all of the things what all the research says about, you know, preparing for the whole child. And so those things do fall under that, right? The getting them here and feeding them and making sure that they're well.
Everything is
and
there.
All of that's there. We just haven't named it as being SEL related. So I think that's what the proposal is
Yeah,
to
but
add
those
that language.
those are inputs
Yeah.
versus the
The
outcomes
outcomes are
that
the-
Dr.
exactly.
Birdsong
And that's a good
provided.
way to
We're
term it.
measured
Yeah,
on.
that's a good way to say it.
Dr. Birdsong?
Question, are we struggling with this a little bit because we haven't defined as a governance team what our moral imperative is?
So here's the thing. We have.
Yeah.
We have.
It's mean we focus totally on children, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's
We
all
have.
about.
We all-
Student
we-
outcomes
It's my
focus.
favorite thing in that book.
Yeah, we named it, right? We named it in that, like, I think it was the first session when we said we were grounded in, you all named it differently, but it all came down to being student-centered. And I'm holding you to that, right? I watched it, the other meeting, I was like, how much are they talking about kids? I was, you know, your 50% resonated for me because I kept thinking, what percent of time are they spending doing what they say they want to do, right? So that's why I like that measurement that you put in there, like, is 50% of our agenda student-driven? So
At least.
yeah, at least, right?
We need to formalize it so that we can remind ourselves.
Well, that's why if it's in here.
Good idea.
Yeah. But what if you said if the protocol will then tie in with the norm,
Yeah.
then that would be.
The
I would
behavior.
see our the behavior. When we
You
get
guys have to
that.
keep,
But
you have to keep the for your purposes, you have to keep the moral imperative front of mind. We've named it. I can go back to that deck where we had what you said was the shared moral imperative. Because remember, the exercise was, what do you all think is the moral imperative? And then we, from that, like we did today with the values, we said the shared moral imperative. Everybody named student focused, student centered, student achievement. If that's our moral imperative, everything we do has to be because we value student excellence, right? So I'm gonna keep reminding you. We're gonna keep saying it every. What is that? Is it an alarm?
No,
Oh,
that's
it's
outside.
So yeah, I don't think that's why
We're a little
currently-
high up if it's a fire or something.
I think that we're to answer your question. The struggle, the rub is that we're trying to wordsmith, but we don't want to wordsmith now. I think that was your suggestion was a good one. Let's not get caught up in wordsmithing. Let's get caught up in what's the strategy that's going to help move this forward. We will play with the wordsmithing based on these suggestions. I'm taking notes because I do think that there should be some mention of, social emotional learning. I do think that the term distraction does need to be massaged out. So yeah. Other strategy suggestions. You were saying that something was a con. You were talking about the distraction, right? But something else you were saying after that?
Oh, well, if we're gonna rework distractions, it doesn't matter. It takes care of it. Oh, I did say more effective communication prior to the meeting. That's what I said.
Which would be a strategy that'll turn to a protocol.
They would eliminate potential distractions.
So, we value student excellence, so we identify SMART goals and use those as a starting point to define student excellence and student outcomes. We include policies that focus on student outcome-related policies. We will spend at least 50% of our time on student outcomes during board meetings. The majority of our agenda items is to focus on what students know and are able to do. We will maintain yearly board monitoring calendars to help prepare board work sessions and business meeting agendas, so we're more student outcome focused. And we'll include the term strategic planning meetings / agenda planning to show how this connects to the plan for the purpose of benefiting each student. Okay?
That work for everybody?
Yeah.
Look, that's a great draft. Now, let me,
Ms. Campson,
Ms. Campson still thinking?
you good?
I'm still thinking. I mean, I apologize that I
No,
misunderstood the
that's,
assignment.
it's fine.
But
We're not
I'll
rushing
get
through
with
this.
it once we get going.
Okay.
And after this meeting, but before our next one, I will send you the kind of the write-up, so you'll see where the drafting is, and they'll be able to take another pass at it. So we don't have to, it doesn't have to be perfect, but we need to get through them.
All right. So the next one.
Oh, well, let me set my timer for 5 minutes.
All right. We will ensure that, can you click to the next slide?
Oh, yes. We need somebody to read it for us out loud.
All right.
Want me to read? Okay. We value student excellence, so we will ensure our decisions on the governance team are student outcome focused. Do you want me to continue?
Mm-hmm.
We will have student-focused agendas. The information that we receive is accurate, meaningful, and directed towards student outcomes for the purpose of benefiting each student.
All right, same process. Think about, again, student excellence and how our decisions are student outcome focused. How do we ensure that? What are some of the things that we need to do in order to make that happen?
Kind of like the first one we just
Yeah,
did.
I
It's
was
very
gonna say.
similar. I
Yeah,
don't see
it's
the big
similar.
difference between,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
But look, the first one is ensuring that our governance efforts focus on student and student outcomes.
right,
The next one is decisions
okay,
are student outcome focused.
decisions.
Because y'all can talk about kids all day long, right? Which you're not doing yet. But when we get to that place, if we're not leaving here with decisions that are made that ultimately impact students, then all we did was talk about kids, and we had an agenda that was very student-centered, but we didn't do anything with that. So this is the pushing you to how do you use that?
Is this the point where we discuss when we receive information and how we get feedback back to the superintendent, and then we have questions answered so that we can come to that, we can have that good quality board discussion and then arrive at a decision? Is this where we can discuss that? Because I think a strategy needs to be, I would say we need to probably we need to agree upon some type of a time frame
Frames.
for when we receive the data. If the current one is not working, then we need to modify it. If it is working, great. But then also hear from the superintendent on timeframe of questions and when responses can be received back. And it's kind of tricky because sometimes when we receive information and we want to, I want to respond back to it, but then I'm afraid of it becoming a meeting of the board through email. So sometimes I just don't respond because I just don't want that to get into muddied water. But the timing is going to be important in the feedback.
So how would we capture that to make this a specific strategy to support the school? And if you need more time or need a thought partner, it's fine.
I personally need a little bit more time for the information before the board work sessions and the board meetings.
What's the current time frame? If you request
Friday
data?
before. I mean, I just felt with my current, what I have on my plate, I just need a little bit more time so that way I can provide meaningful feedback if that's even necessary.
So it's a couple, I'm thinking in my head, it's a couple of things. It's the getting it, requesting, we need a time frame from request to receipt. Then we need a time frame for mull over and ask questions. And then we need time for discussion and decision in the room.
Right.
Yeah, and I guess part of that to me is, so one, I think we can definitely have a strategy around increasing
Time frame?
the time frame. But I also think it goes back to something that Dr. Birdsong mentioned previously and Mr. Clanton mentioned about the monitoring calendar. So I feel we need to go back and revisit the entire monitoring calendar based upon our successful adoption and implementation of the first one we just described.
Yeah.
Because if we're truly going to try to achieve no less than 50% of our meeting time being spent on student outcomes, then defining what the student outcomes are. And so Dr. Birdsong had mentioned the public's ability to adjust. We have to adjust. So then we may not be spending as much time on human resources or facilities or other inputs. And so I think going back and looking at the monitoring calendar based upon if we follow through on the idea of pulling out what these goals are that we're going to monitor is a big shift.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
But is that a strategy for here, or are you saying before we even get to any of this, let's go back and take a look at the monitoring?
Well, I tie it back.
I think it's a strategy.
Well, I think the two go together, but I was tying it with the agenda piece.
Okay. How would you like for that to?
Yeah, because the monitoring calendar.
Revisit the monitoring calendar to ensure that it aligns with student outcome goal that we've set.
So that would basically be aligning it to the strategic plan too, because if they're gonna examine,
Absolutely.
they're gonna
Yes.
examine the strategies that are in the strategic plan, on the monitoring calendar, you can say, we're gonna do strategy.
Yes.
In September, it's this, in October, it's this, and
That is correct.
right, which goes back to the framework that I shared with you all, to run it
Yes.
through that filter.
Yes.
So is that, Mr. Jordan, during specific times? Because just revisiting it.
No, I was saying revisit it to align it. with
Revise, yeah, it's
what
a
we-
revised.
What was just described.
Right.
Data are there.
From-
Visit and
To align,
revise.
right, to align it with strategic plans, student outcome focused goals, and our agendas.
Mr. Jordan, didn't there used to be like a week in between? It seems like I was I was at the Virginia agenda thing when I was here. And it seems like, you would know, didn't we have to have it ready?
We've
This
not
is-
changed the timeline. It had to be, the
thought it was a
information
mo-
had to be provided to the board by the close of business on Friday for the Wednesday
Following
meeting.
Wednesday
It's
meeting.
always been that.
So Friday
Oh, I
and
was-
the weekend, and Monday, Tuesday.
That's right.
And that clearly is not enough time.
It's
Yeah,
Not enough time.
Yeah, it's not enough time.
it's not.
And that's when you asked about looking at other models. And so I've been looking at other school boards around the country and what they do. And I've kind of found a medium about maybe 2 weeks out.
Yeah, 10 days.
10
generally.
days or 2 weeks there, which allowed, and many of them had a section for, on the site where individuals could put comments on the various items that were on the agenda, and then allow enough time for the board members to, if they had questions and so forth. So it really goes back into that thing what we said before, that there's the work that we do during the meetings, after the meeting, and in preparation for the next meeting. So, I mean, I agree that I think as a procedure, we have to, I know that for the administration side, it adds to the thing, but I believe if we get the monitoring calendar in place, we all know what we're doing, that there's plenty enough time for the administration to know what's coming up and to be prepared for it. And then if there's something that comes up where you can't have it, we have enough time to know that there may need to be a deviation. But I think we all need to give each other some space around that and be able to.
Grace and space.
Well,
Grace and space.
As we're working
we're
towards
transitioning.
getting, as we transition, but to get to that, because we as board members, I think just have to remember, it's not just what we do when we get here. It's the work and the homework that we have to do outside, after the meeting, which may be the follow-up, which we talk about the personal phone calls and engaging one another to find out, but then also making sure that we're prepared if we need to do 2x2s or whatever else, because, you know, I don't totally discount what Ms. Basine says about, you know, making sure that everybody understands. But I do sometimes butt heads in perspective, don't determine what my level of determination is, then I need a full conversation, because I may understand and somebody may not. But if we build enough time in, it allows everybody to kind of find out where their space is, so that the ultimate goal of the board is that when we come here to this meeting, especially if it's a business meeting, we're ready to take action. And it shouldn't be a whole lot of discussion, because we either worked it into a work session or we've had some individual outside discussions, so that when we get to take care of business, we're taking care of business.
So you all need to name it, name the number of days?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna propose that you all think about, do some research on what other boards are doing. We have it up here as a strategy to revise the monitoring calendar, to focus the goals and.
Think about, Carlos.
So I did ask around.
Carlos.
I'm sorry, she's about to hurt me. I was messing with her. I said I was a whole month ahead. Yeah.
So what at the end of the work session, we take a little bit of that time to decide what's going to be on the agenda, and that would be a beginning point, because then you've got plenty of time to get ready.
The agenda is, there are things that occur because they have to occur. We have to vote on them, like approval of the SEAC.
Then we just need to do that sooner than we do now, instead of waiting until the last minute.
It's a time frame. There's certain things that go in, so there are things that just have to get done because they are required by the state. And then there are the things that we have,
I understand that. I was sitting in
That's right,
agenda
that's
meetings,
right,
right?
that's right.
But it never was this big of a, I could swear we had
All right,
that.
don't go down the rabbit hole. Let me bring you back.
Because people having to rehearse.
Agenda is the strategic
On
plan,
the
like
Monday
what is next on the strategic plan? What are
Right.
we discussing? And then there's
the
the
Monday,
topics from
and we
the
had
board
this
members, and how does that feed into?
I
That's
think,
probably where the
yeah.
discussion
I think
is.
Mr. Jordan's suggestion for revisiting the monitoring calendar is also adding in these pieces. What are we gonna monitor when? So I think that will help resolve some of that. I think you also need to think about, do we need 10 days? You know, which tends to be the norm. I asked around a couple of board chairs.
see.
And
And that one is the end
10
of
days
March.
is generally
I
what
have
it
it in
is.
my
So
mind.
your timeframe is a little tight. If that needs to be a proposal, let's put it out there. I mean, like, if you need the time to do this work well, let's find the time, right? If it's, you know.
I would suggest, don't try to make a decision now. Don't try to decide on the specific number of days right now, because I see angst all over the place. So again, take some time, figure out by your next board meeting, maybe, what do most boards do? How much time? You can poll people and think of, you know, because one of the other things that you've talked about is, how do we get engagement? How do we get people believing in us again? Ask them what they think would work. So it's something to consider.
May I ask a clarifying question to Mr. Jordan? So we've had this discussion, Mr. Jordan. I'd like you to share some of the things that we talked about. So one thing that we talked about when we talked about the monitoring calendar, Mr. Jordan, if I may, I perceive that he believes that the board is getting way too much information in the weeds of our strategic plan, and that we should be more focused on more board level goals for the administration to do presentations, provide data, and things of that nature. If that's the case, I have less angst as opposed to where we are now with our monitoring calendar and the 50 million objectives and data points and all of that, you know, that we have scheduled to provide to the board.
We also have to, because that's going to be one of our next steps, is the board priorities.
Right.
Because once we have norms and we have a monitoring calendar, and we've got a strategic plan now, and we've got a superintendent with a contract, right? Now we need to be able to communicate and update what's on the website. These are the board priorities. But they have to be grounded in data, right? They've got to be grounded in the strategic plan. So we're working towards that, because one of our next steps after we get through this process is to revise what's on, first of all, what's on the website is different than what's on paper. Did y'all notice that? Like,
Yes,
I've pulled up your
yes.
priorities.
Yes,
They're
I
different
mentioned
all
it
over
every
the place.
meeting.
So that's the next piece. If we're saying, here's what we're norming around, here are our priorities, here are the strategies that we're going to implement, here are our processes and protocols, and by the way, here are our priorities for this year. Your agenda should reflect those priorities, right? If our priority is to ensure that we see gains in the first 2 quarters of the school year, well, you better believe at the end of the first semester, that agenda is going to be focused on that data, right? So I think all of this is, like, we're getting there. We're getting there. So I'm happy to hear that, because now it's starting to gel, right? Okay, good.
Could I, just to
Yes,
speak
yes.
to
Dr.
Dr.
Birdsong?
Birdsong's point, so yes, I do believe that, that we deal a lot with superintendent work and not
Operational
board work.
stuff, yeah.
And so those priorities that you were just describing to me, for me, are the same things as the board's goals. And what the conversation we were having was, like I said, I think we get lots of information. I think receiving information is fine, but I don't think we necessarily have to put it on every agenda so that we're no longer meeting the 50% goal of student outcomes. And I think that was the gist of the conversation we were having, because my individual school board members' input to Dr. Birdsong for her to consider was just that help us to make this transition so that we are focused on the board's work and not so much focused on her daily work.
And that would help our work to be more focused.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
So is that something that I need to capture as well?
Am I setting my timer again?
I think it ties
does
back
it-
to
Yeah, the
that
first-
and the previous and the
First
previous
one,
one.
right.
All right.
All right.
Anything else that you would add here?
Yes,
Oh, good.
please. There was a piece in there about receiving accurate and meaningful data. I need to have that addressed, because again, what's accurate and meaningful to one board member may not be accurate and meaningful to the next. So I think the board should have a discussion around what their expectations are, so that they're very clear to me, so we can provide the board what the board is asking for.
Okay.
Yes. So, may I speak to that? So I'm not sure what that means in terms of the accurate piece, but
It's
again,
right here, yeah.
I know, I see what's there. I'm just saying,
How to define.
to me, it still goes back to the process that we're discussing right now. So if we're clear on the outcomes, and we're clear on the goal, and we're clear on what we're monitoring, and we're clear on what we're supposed to receive, and it's written down, I think that will hopefully address that concern.
Right,
Yeah.
from the board.
And I think we should always assume
As
that
a
the
board.
information that you're getting is accurate. It's
Right.
I think it's the meaningful.
The meaning, like for me, it's the meaningful, but like
But
Mr. Jordan said, if you're tying it, if we've clearly defined and articulated what our student outcomes are that we're going to monitor, then that should make that clear, which
Yeah, the data requests will be
Accurate
aligned.
Was put there because somebody here said that. I mean, it didn't just appear on this sheet.
And I'm
think we
getting
all-
the sense
yeah.
that it sends a message that the data is not accurate.
Right.
And so, in changing that wording, part of what we made, or changing the strategy, incorporating a strategy, is to think about the information that we receive is aligned to
Yes.
the strategic plan and the monitoring calendar.
Yes.
And that way it's accurate,
Right.
it's going to have meaning, because it's aligned to what you all said you wanted.
Right, aligned is a good word, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Aligned to the monitoring calendar and strategic plan goals. And the other thing I think too, because if I'm on your cabinet and I'm the data person,
Right, you can imagine,
yeah,
right.
I see that as,
It's
wait,
a-
what are they
right,
saying?
it's a
not,
slight,
yeah.
Right.
Could I,
Another term be appropriate? in this, accurate mean, I mean, because it need to be appropriate. Because, I mean, you can.
To the given,
Yes, or aligned or whatever, but appropriate data, because just aligned does not necessarily mean that it's appropriate. I mean, in terms of what we're looking for, what we need. So I
But
think
if it's
appropriate.
measuring outcomes in the strategic plan and the monitoring calendar, it should be appropriate. That to me, that should be a given.
Yeah.
Because what else would you be incorporate, what else would need to be included in there?
Yeah.
so if for example, you say, oh, in November, we're going to look at, student gains in mathematics, the data request would be, well, what did the data look like last year this time? The data for this year, this time that we're gonna do some comparison and analysis with, then you know that it's appropriate to the conversation around student achievement in math, right? So I think the alignment piece gets at the appropriateness, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It does.
So, in tying this back to what Dr. Birdsong had said earlier about the surprises in board meetings, how can we frame the strategies so that way those surprises are avoided, not because we want to avoid surprises, but because board members feel confident in the information, and whether they agree or disagree, we can still go on and conduct the meeting in a follow the agenda of the meeting. So how can that happen?
I think that gets to when you're going to receive this information and this data. So if you're going to be getting this data, the meeting shouldn't be the first time you're seeing the data, right?
Right.
That's
So
the
if you're
before,
getting that
during, and after
information
work, right?
10 days before, that's the conversation that the
Right.
board needs to have and say, well, wait a minute, this
Yeah.
is different from this. How is that possible? Those questions then go to Dr. Birdsong for her to say, all right, team, let's pull together. We need to make sure we provide clarity on these specific data points.
And that's where your questions go to her, right? Say, hey, can we see this cut by, I don't know, whatever other methods you might want to look at that data, but there's enough time there for that to happen.
And I understand that, but what happens, one board member may ask for it in 15 different ways. Another board member may say, I don't need to see the other 14. I just need to see it this one way. That's, for me, that's kind of all over the place. And again,
So
that's why
another
the
level
will
set
of the
is-
board.
yeah, okay.
Because we would be spending all of our time doing board reports and not doing the actual work.
I think
You
we
know
should-
what I mean when I say that.
Yeah, I think we should put a pin in it to come to about a norm, maybe like we've had in the past around data requests.
Yeah.
But as far as this particular norm that we're discussing, I think the other thing that, just because it's been a challenge for us, is that board priorities will be examined and updated annually.
Oh, that's good.
Because that has, it has been kind of at the core of many of our challenges.
And probably, like when we do the retreat.
Yeah.
That should be the,
Yeah, that should be the time when, which,
Yes.
we kind of reexamine norms, protocols,
But
board
going
priorities.
back to, as we're trying to make this shift from our current behaviors to new behaviors,
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
as part of making this shift from the current behavior to the new behaviors that we're aspiring.
Sure.
So the strategic plan, one of the things that I think we've all talked about dealing with human resources. So there's strategic plan, strategies around human resources. If we are establishing a goal, what is it that we're monitoring, then that would be something that the administration would be bringing to us anyway. I think right now we've just been in this cycle where we receive human resource reports, but we don't have any place to discuss it.
Yeah.
But I think under this new framework and monitoring calendar, the agenda planning team, with the support of the board, will be saying, this is the goal that we're monitoring around human resources, and so that will flow out. And I think some of the things that we've talked about, if we are true to this and with fidelity, will work itself out. And if not, we'll call each other on it.
Yeah.
Can we go to the third one? Should I move
Yeah.
to- Okay. Who's gonna read the next one out loud for us? It's your turn.
It's right in front of me. We value our workforce, so we will hear each opinion, but ultimately act as one. We will speak candidly and courteously to each other and listen to dissenting or different views with an open mind. We will help each other to depersonalize disagreements. Once we reach a decision or compromise as a board, we will each support the will of the board in word and deed. And we will have discussions and deliberations, but we will ultimately move everything to action for the purpose of benefiting each student. See, I put my glasses on for this one. 'Cause
I would like to see timely with ultimately.
Timely?
Is it redundant?
Timely did you say timely discussion? Is that what you said, Ms.
We
Campson?
would ultimately, I don't know, and it,
Act as one.
yeah.
Where are you?
I'd like to see something with time there so that there's a,
Respect time.
Number 4 bullet. Is it where you're saying we have
We
timely
will have
discussions
discussion,
and
but ultimately
deliberations?
move everything to timely action.
yeah, something like that.
I like that.
Timely action,
just
but
saying out loud.
also, I
Timely
think
discussion.
another thing that's bubbled up is about time of discussion. We, some of us sometimes talk a little bit more than others.
But we're gonna handle that with the agenda format changing to decide, discuss, announce, and timeframes.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, that's.
That'll tighten that up, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're saying the same thing, but I do think that maybe we should adopt a set of rules around that so that we're clear.
Yeah, so that's what our next step is. So what we're gonna do is, we probably won't get to it today because we're almost at time, but we're going through these and getting the strategies from you. There's gonna be protocols, which are the behaviors, to enact upon what we're saying here. So when you get the cleaned up version of this, the next piece of it is going to be, and that's why we gave you a list of proposed protocols and behaviors, so we can match them to what happens here, or you can look at your existing protocols and say, yes, that protocol needs to carry forward for that norm.
Or if there are new protocols.
Right.
That you know need to change and shift, because these, we're taking information from protocols that you developed years ago, and we're now asking, what's changed? What do we need to do? What's different about our culture and environment that will help us ensure that what we're doing is for the purpose and benefit of each student?
Yeah, I just think that my preference would be to know ahead of time what the rules are. So if we agree that during a work session something is not for action, this is, you get to ask so many questions, whatever it is, we're going to have so much discussion that the rule is known beforehand versus establishing the rule at the meeting. So I think we should, as a strategy, we should talk through what our rules are around being timely, not only in a meeting, but also when we talk about something that we want to take timely action on. So some things may, if you're going to change a zone, it might be 3 months worth of discussions you may have before you get to the point that you adopt something. Something else, you might have it at a work session at the very next meeting, you may adopt it. So we need to get a feel for what our tolerance and comfort level is around not just taking action, but on the substance of what we're taking action on.
I mean, when you think about,
What I've created here is create and agree upon rules or guidelines for what?
Board
It's
discussions.
standing procedures. That's
yeah,
what
it's
I'm
the
hearing.
procedures.
It's
So,
standing procedures in the respect of, the board right now, we have it's not written anywhere, but we take 2 months, we do 2 readings before we vote on a policy. But versus a procedure or a protocol for governing ourselves, or right now as it stands, because we use Robert Rules of Order newly revised, the chair makes a determination on how much time, granted or not, we will spend on a particular item, which board members can also move to have more additional time. So we could put something in there, definitely on that one. That becomes a standing thing that we kind of start as a baseline, but.
and you can back map, right? I mean, I think when you think about project management, you say, okay, here's what we ultimately want to see happen. Let's back map. How long will it take us to get to that? If we have to have a decision made or a policy changed
by
by
X
this
date.
date, then you build the agenda by back mapping out. And so it's, again, that's a procedural piece.
And your agenda planning process is gonna change. That's what I heard you all saying today. So if that's the case, then you are going to have to update, the guidelines for standing procedures.
Other strategies for this one?
These all sound pretty good.
So, I think one of the other things in this, and I know we're going through this, way back in the day, when they used to have their, the board norms and protocols, or almost like the commandments, they used to be on these walls, so that they were reminders, because I think what often
Propose
happens
put these
is
on the
that this
wall.
becomes a document. This becomes a document that's in board docs or somewhere else down here, but there needs to be some constant reminder to us as a governance team.
Every meeting should start with a discussion of the norms. So they're on your agenda on the top of the page, and that way, if you deviate from them, you all in real time can say to each other, I think that we're violating norm number 2, or procedure. Let's go back to our protocols.
Yep.
So yes, having them posted, but also having them on the agenda, and to revisit them every single time you all meet. Every time I come here, you notice, and you guys probably have memorized by now, those beginning slides. I always ground us in our norms. So that should be a standard practice for you all as well, once you have these norms that you've adopted and committed to. Because once we finish the wordsmithing and everything, and they're nice on one, like a nice good 1 or 2 pager, we are gonna ask you all to commit to it. I may even ask you to sign it. Right?
Code of ethics.
Yeah, well, to that
Some
point,
have and haven't.
we've had signed norms, and we've also had signed code of ethics as well.
Okay, Inger, what else do you need for that one? 350, yikes, I never have enough time. And I know 4 hours is long for you all, but we go through it like this, because we're doing the real work. I hope you guys recognize that about this work. You're doing the work. I see progress being made. Hopefully you do too.
So I captured the last one that you all just shared, include the norms on the agenda, review and commit to them prior to the meeting.
Sounds good.
So let's go to number 4.
Who'd like to read number 4 for us? Starting with the value proposition, please.
We value our resources, so we will trust each other and trust that data on children is accurate. We will have confidence in the data. We trust that the information coming to us is accurate, and we have trust in the individuals that we put in place that provide it to us. We know that the information that we are getting is accurate, meaningful,
And directed. Lots of
for
typos,
student
sorry.
outcomes. The information that we request has not been designed in a way that might make it sound better than it is for the purpose of benefiting
Yeah, I
each
like
student.
that one.
It sounds like we're making
Do not
counterfeit
like,
data.
this one should be addressed by the other one.
Yeah, I think this one does get addressed in the other one, but this is what you gave us. We're just giving you back what you gave us.
No,
Right.
I personally think that this ought to be addressed if the others are, if the other ones we've talked about are in place.
Yeah, and that actually would give us, if we fold
I
this
don't
one
really
into the other one,
understand
it actually gives us space for an additional norm if we need one, because we're trying to keep it at 5. So your suggestion that this folds into the other one, do you all agree?
I mean, this should be, I don't, unless someone can provide better context.
Well, basically,
I don't
the
really
whole,
understand it.
the whole thing is saying that we'll trust the data we're getting.
Yeah, I mean, that
That's
was in the
basically what
chapter.
we're saying. We could put that at the bottom of each of
Trust the
the.
data.
I don't think that's a
Thanks.
norm. It's, I mean, I don't know.
It should be an expectation.
It should be an
But it came up in
expectation,
discussion.
Well,
But I
But it's
think
not
it's
always.
going back to the appropriate thing again. I think what I'm saying is not that some could feel, sometimes when data is presented, it's not that it's not accurate, I'm talking not just in this setting, but it's not appropriate, it's not what I'm looking for. And it's being angled to a certain direction, but it's still accurate, but it's not what I want.
Right. So that
And it's
goes
been
to the meaningful.
slanted, but it's still accurate. It's accurate. It's actual information data, because data can be presented in so many different
right.
ways.
That is
and
true.
different slants.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
different
that does-
interpretations,
But
yeah.
that doesn't
That's
make
right.
it inaccurate.
That's
though.
right.
See, that was the
Right.
concern
Does
I
that-
had
does
for
that make
this year.
sense?
It does, it totally makes sense, but I also think too, so as I'm thinking about this,
Whatever they're called
I
now.
feel like this also gets addressed,
Is the growth.
we're all talking, sorry. I feel like this also gets addressed with the having additional time
Yeah.
to request data, having additional time to look at data, and having additional time for the Q&A, which we said were strategies for the previous norm. So I think that that's where it works. So if you're proposing that this is folded into the other one, and everybody's in agreement with that, then we'll go to the next one, but it will give us a little bit of space for what's missing, yeah.
Just one potential strategy or piece associated with that is, a previous board, we did a session on what was it called? The Data Made Me Do It. So we literally had a conversation around, an exercise, a work session on data and how do you look at it and how is it presented. And I think one strategy we should consider is maybe having you all walk us through that, because some data bar charts work, sometimes pie charts, sometimes there's scattered plots. And so I think some of this is really centered around how are we able to see how our students in schools are doing in terms of what's presented to us graphically or pictorially and not necessarily
Right.
content. So I think that type of workshop around the Data Made Me Do It and how you present data at a board level would be helpful to us.
And that might be something that we can do as training when we have aren't we having a thing in January where we're not having? Aren't we?
Talking about the mid-year retreat?
Isn't that usually January, the retreat?
Yeah, I mean, whenever it gets worked in.
That would be a good use of something like this, because it seems like sometimes we don't,
Yeah.
we could do better with things that are more hands-on maybe.
And probably when the data is also more succinct and tied to a goal, so you
Yes.
know what you're looking at and what you're looking for.
Right.
Right.
Then that
And then, and if we had a
streamlines that.
whole lesson on that, maybe do it in February after the mid-year data comes in.
Right. I agree. Yeah, I agree
That
with
way
it
we-
that, and especially if it's tied to a goal. And to Dr. Birdsong's point earlier, it's like, sometimes we get snapshot data, and then sometimes some of us ask about cohort data and looking at trends over time. And, in a limited amount of time, it may not be, like for me, when I say meaningful, like for me, that's meaningful because you can follow how a certain group of children are doing over time, and it might speak to that goal. So if we're aligning it to a goal, then it makes sense. Like we'll be able to.
Well, and plus, if we become more knowledgeable, she can give us the basic data, which is those two scores, whatever they're called, and you can do everything you want with it, because you can track how it's going from year to year. You can track what's happening with the gaps.
Yeah.
You don't have to have her team put all that together. You just need to get the basic information, and then you can do it all yourself.
All right, so I have that we are going to incorporate number 4 into number 2.
We're to number 3, right?
I have one other one on that one.
I'm listening.
Since we're talking about resources on the previous one, having an intentional effort that we are aligning our budget with our goals, with our strategic plan goals.
That's an equity imperative too, so, yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the questions that I was gonna bring forward later on, resources, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to see the resources, equitable allocation of resources tied to the strategic plan goals. And then we've talked a lot about communication, and yet we don't have a norm around communication. I mean, like that we've talked about today. So I think that's one piece where we need to talk about what kind of, like if there is an agenda change, like let's say there is, how is that communicated to the rest of the board? Like sometimes there are matters that are urgent that come up that need to be addressed. How will that be communicated to the full board so that it's not a surprise?
Yeah. Yep. I think that's totally fair.
By the way, the reading, if you guys got to it, that I put in the folder, the PELP coherence framework that speaks to resources. That's what I want to bring us back to when we start to have the conversation around, equity, but that's a really solid resource from Harvard that talks about how you have to align strategies, systems, resources, and stakeholders and culture in order to drive the work of the board. So we'll talk more about that, but resources is a huge piece to that. This next one. We got 5 minutes, literally. And I need a little bit of closing time. So this one's, I'll read this one. We value our community, so we come to school board meetings prepared with a focus on student outcomes. When we come prepared to our school board meetings, we will have received the relevant data that is focused on our students so that we can make decisions in the best interests of our students. We'll have meaningful data that will then inform our decisions that serve the best interests of our students for the purpose of benefiting each student. Strategies. And I think this one, the what differentiates this one from the other, this speaks to the whole idea of preparedness. So I think strategies here are some of what you mentioned, having the data, being able to look at it. What else? Yeah, go ahead, Tanya.
And that, because for this one, what's came out to me as something that I would like to see included is that because we value our community, our families and community, is that we will engage our families and community in our decision-making process, and to have that be a norm. That's agreeable.
You said have that as a norm or have that as a strategy?
Well, we value our community, so, I mean, this is what's written here, but, so the preface to this triggered a different norm. So the we value our community didn't necessarily, in my mind, like, the norm that's written there wasn't what I thought connected to that value. The norm that connects to that value that I would like to see is that we value our families and community, so we will engage our families and community in the board's decision-making process.
And gathering input.
Yeah, in gathering input.
Yes.
Yeah, gathering input.
And that
for-
ties to our policy, that ties to, our family engagement policy, and I think is relevant.
And maybe this title would go with that. What you just said.
Yeah, what she
Yeah,
said.
that's what I'm saying.
And then
yeah.
we would have a new title that really goes right back down to the data that's coming to us.
Yeah. And I feel like that's a that's a behavior, right? That we're coming to the board meeting
Prepared.
To me, that was a behavior, so, I don't know, it should be,
Oh, I like those too. I just think they need a different title instead of our community.
We'll play
Our
with it.
community
Have a
means what you said.
Strategy.
Go ahead.
So I think the board as a whole should schedule listening and community engagement sessions out in the community, and that's the sole purpose of that meeting or forum. So whether it's
I tried to.
whether it's an
Go ahead.
Do you all do that now, though? Is that a standard practice?
no.
Well, we have our civic league set up.
But we,
No, I said
not as a whole.
No, I'm saying as a board as a whole,
Right.
that if we were that we would have listening or community engagement sessions. Obviously, listening is just that, listening, whereas community engagement would be back and forth. That we would develop a process and a schedule for us doing that, so that we are constantly hearing from and engaging with the community that owns the school division.
Got it.
And I've got two items under
I
that
think, as
one.
Lauren said, we are doing that kind of indirectly, through our civic league meetings. and meetings.
Individually,
I can
but
tell
not
you, I've got one
Yeah, we
tomorrow,
are.
and the
I
first
mean,
thing they asked
yeah,
about was
individually,
strategic
yeah.
plan.
Task force,
They want to know
I mean,
about
I was at
strategic
one
plan.
yesterday, and they were asking questions and giving me
Just for clarity, that's why I was focused on the board as a whole,
Yeah, you
not
said the
what we
board
do
is on.
individually.
The
I got
two
that.
items that I had in that one was student public comment sections, or even student community voices. We've been trying to figure out ways that we can better utilize our student representatives that are serving on the board.
Definitely.
Ooh, good
And I
idea.
feel that even though the board comes, but allow our student reps to lead those discussions. The other item, student conversations, so public comment. Yep, that was it. I kind of wrapped it into one.
Can I just piggyback on that? So when we first started the student rep, we would also invite the student rep to work sessions. And so I think we should have the student rep also
We
participate.
actually asked that question. I think we asked you that last time, Ms. Tanner.
Yes.
We were saying, do the student
That's
board
when you
members
can really get an
participate?
opportunity at the work session to get their voice. What's the
And
question?
I have asked to look at that policy.
I
to
don't know
see
why I
how
was
we-
thinking they did that.
Were students previously invited? Never?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They used to be.
Yeah.
And I've seen other boards that do have their student members of the board. They don't vote necessarily, but they
They don't
attend.
vote, but
They
they
don't
get to
vote, but they
speak.
attend.
We
Yeah.
had-
They're always
had-
requested
Yeah.
if they have anything to
We
share.
had some that
Montgomery
are
County?
athletes that that
So how
have
much more we got?
practices sometimes,
We're at
but.
We have, we're 404, so we're over. This was the last one?
This was the last one?
Okay, we're gonna
Thank
send,
you.
yes, thank you. We're gonna send you a refreshed draft with all these changes on it. And then your work is gonna be to continue to look at the protocols and processes that we have there. So when we come back together, you've got your list. You say, this is the one that I think matches this, and we'll have that discussion so we can put those on paper. Okay, wait, yes, wait.
Last one.
No, hold on. We actually don't have time for that, so I'm gonna hold on to that. Okay, so also what we want you to think about is what's missing, right? Because there may be, I'm breezing through these. There may be I'm gonna hold on to all of this for our next time together. There may be a norm that's missing, and now that we've collapsed the one around the data, then you've got some space for thinking about what's missing. So that's kind of your homework, is to think about what's missing. We haven't discussed chapter 7, but I'll bring that forward next time. But you can finish the book. How many of you already finished it?
I've already finished it.
I know. I knew some of you already did. So go ahead and do chapters 8 and 9. So next time we'll discuss 7, 8, and 9. And then I keep saying review the PEP coherence model, because I want to get us to thinking about how we apply that model. We might not be ready for it yet, but if we can get through in our next time together, I wish we had another time this month. I'm not asking for another meeting, but it would be great. But if we can get our protocols done in the first hour and a half of our next meeting, we will move into 7, 8, and 9, and then we need to be thinking about priorities. So we're going to move into strategic plan, priorities. Here's kind of like where my thinking is. Oh, and let me tell you one other thing. There is an additional piece of reading in your folder on effective superintendent and school board collaboration. Whenever I find something of interest, a good resource, I drop it in there. So I definitely want you to look at that, because it talks about that adopting a code of civility that we talked about earlier. Talks about building relationships and communication channels, all the things that we continue to mention. So there's a Hanover research document around that. What we want to move towards is finishing the norms and protocols, and we want to establish that you're governing strategic plan monitoring. We still said we want to revisit the vision and mission statement. I think we've got time for that, but those need to be revised. Reaffirm the priorities and develop your theory of action. Your theory of action and the board priorities is what we want to ultimately be able to have on your website. We want the community to be clear on what those things are. So that's what we're working towards. I appreciate you all trusting the process, because I think we're getting there. I feel like we're making tremendous progress. Hopefully you feel that too. I think today was a substantive discussion. I think we need more hours, but that's just me. Tanya?
Along those lines, I do appreciate the comment about possibly not having this on the same day as the work session, or the recommendation or suggestion to not have it on the same day, and possibly, having it be a longer session so that we can complete some of these items, but it just makes for a long day.
But I thought y'all want to be around each other.
We're open to, so here's the thing, so we are open, as long as I know ahead of time, because we fly here, right?
Yeah.
So if you were to say, you know what, instead of doing it on the day that we have our business meeting right afterwards, we want to do something else earlier in the day, off-site, whatever, I just want the work to get done, right? And so if there's a proposal and you have a change of time frame for either December or January, depending on where you want to go with that, just let us know. I think we got some flexibility, so I think it's a conversation you all should have.
Just to consider it,
I
yeah.
definitely will place it as consideration. Thank you all. And we're going to transition, everybody. We're going to start, it's 4:07 now, well, it's 4:08 now. So let's go ahead and get started back at 4:13. Is that okay? Try to do 5? Everybody good on that? All right.
Thank you all so much.
Safe travels back.
Thank you.
Go ahead and call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Here.
Here.
Gabriel,
Present.
Jordan, Martin,
Present.
Rousen,
Here.
Clanton.
At present. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to our work session. I'm going to go ahead and turn items over. We're going to start with item 3.01, MPS legislative priorities for year 23, with advantage strategies, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gabriel to make introductions.
Thank you, Chairman Clanton. Today with us, we have our partners with Advantage Strategies, Mr. Ron Jordan and Ms. Kathy Bircher. We have been working around the clock now, on making sure that we have a substantive legislative proposal so that way we can convey the Norfolk Public Schools needs to our legislators. Just to give the board an update on the discussions that we've had thus far, we have had the first draft come out, and then we have solicited feedback. So for those of you who did give feedback, thank you very much. We also received feedback from our members in the GIAC, the Gifted Advisory Council, as well as the SEAC, Special Education Advisory Council. Kathy and Ron have received all of that information. Today, the purpose is really to kind of go through these priorities and tease out any of the discussion items that we want to have as a board as a whole. The other items that we discussed were for the administration to come back with a couple of one-page documents that would outline where we are academically as a school division, how we have used funds received from the federal government, especially as it comes to the ESSER funds, and how that has had a direct impact on student outcomes and what we've been able to do with some of our facility upgrades with that substantial amount of income. And so those items are in process. The administration is working on them. And then that way, when we go to our legislative, bring your legislator to school day on November the 30th, we will be able to present and share that information with them and further discuss what our priorities are. So I will hand it over to you all. Thank you again for coming, and then we'll just have a good discussion.
Great. Well, thank you. And again, we are grateful to be here with you this afternoon to review the legislative priority draft that you have in front of you. As Dr. Gabriel said, we have been receiving input and feedback. The goal here is for us to continue through conversation and discussion with you to get additional feedback and send you a draft with that input included as we continue to progress towards final adoption. I do want to thank you for your patience in a very, very edited version that you received as your initial draft. There were really significant investments and changes made during the previous General Assembly session, and so, some decisions that we made to really just change the language, keeping the intention of much of it, but changing it to be very, very reflective of the advances that were made. The other piece that's important is, we have a new Board of Education, a majority of new appointees on the Board of Education, and they have indicated some actions that they would like to take that we anticipate some legislation around, and so wanted to make sure you were positioned to do that. So appreciate you working through much of this new language with us. With that, I don't think we need to go line by line here, but just kind of broad topics. When we look at the top accelerating learning, again, the NAEP scores, as you all have seen, have come out, and certainly this administration and this legislature is taking a very close look at the declines Virginia has had in both math and reading, and so again, recognizing the need to continue to do that. We are also hearing, as Dr. Gabriel has mentioned, around federal dollars and their potential, some direction coming from either through legislation or through action by the state superintendent around directing local school divisions and school boards on how to use those dollars. So that's why that additional language is included there about protecting your authority on those federal funds to use them the best way possible. But again, to the point, I anticipate you all getting questions from legislators around how those federal funds are being used, and there may be some advancement even on requesting for planning, even though those funds go out through 2025.
Yeah, we want to get in front of that.
Yes. And should I just keep going until, okay.
Well, what is your preference, to go through the whole thing and then come back, or?
No, I say if there's, I know that you had some feedback for the first one with the accelerated learning. If you want to jump in and bring that to everyone's attention, if everyone agrees on it, because we've all seen, you've shared it with everyone. If everyone is in agreement with it, then I say we give them a thumbs up so that way they can revise it to reflect that.
So part of my comment was around the terminology around accelerated learning versus learning loss, and I think I explained that. I don't want to get into that piece, but as we get the one-pager about how our dollars were used, I also think that throughout this document, and whenever we're talking with legislators or the community, when we are talking about the successes of the programs that have been put in place as a result of these dollars. That's the other piece, not just how the dollars are used, but how we have achieved positive student outcomes. I think that if we can somehow include that information.
It's already included.
Okay, if it's already included,
Without a
then
doubt.
if
That's the
that,
expectation.
if we can say, we saw gains in this as a
Yes.
result of this program, then that's something I think is helpful
And
to
that's
share.
what they want to know. They want to
We-
know, you're giving us,
right.
we're giving you this money, and how is it making a difference?
Yeah, and we
So
think we have a
that
good
we want
story to
get ahead
tell.
of.
We think we have a good story to tell, so let's do that.
Right, yeah, so that's, I look forward to seeing that. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Next is reading specialists. The General Assembly did, and the governor signed action to improve ratios for reading specialists. You all had in your previous position to go through the fifth grade. The General Assembly doesn't do that. And the General Assembly also continues to include some flexibility language. So I took out the components. We took out the components that were already advanced in the previous General Assembly, and that statement now reflects the implementation of those two components, and also the Literacy Act, which is coming, and the additional resources that will be necessary. There are a couple of years to get ready for that, but in order to truly do the kind of work that the Literacy Act requires, ensuring that the General Assembly is including resources so that you all can be effective. Next, I
Ms.
have...
Campson has a comment.
A real quick question on that. So, and this is the reading specialist one. It appears to me, and we know that they need to learn, they have to be able to read proficiently on grade level by the end of third grade. It seems like it could be easily translated by the way it's written for expanding the funds in fourth and fifth, where we also really need them. Is K to 3 still protected to get their reading specialist?
Yes, that was included,
Okay.
yes.
Because
And in
I was-
fact, it's protected, and the General Assembly improved the ratio, so you will have more state funding for more reading specialists through grade 3.
There's no way the fourth and fifth grade money is going to come from those K to 3 kids, right?
The standards of quality have a requirement for a staffing ratio division-wide, so you have to have a certain number of reading specialists deployed K through 3, and the funds are for those
Then
positions.
the
There's
fourth
some
and fifth
flexibility.
grade, So these funds would be just fourth and fifth graders with no hit to the K to 3. Okay.
Correct, and this
Thank
would be
you.
expanding that ratio to include additional reading
Yeah, and I
specialists
heard,
to
which is
support
great
fourth
news.
and fifth graders,
Okay,
yes.
thank
And
you.
maintaining the ratio, expanding the ratio to include fourth and fifth,
Because
but
a lot
not
of
spreading
times in
them thinner,
education,
adding
they
more.
pull the money from one spot to
Correct.
fill in another one. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, yes. Yes, and that was a huge, long-fought victory with many divisions like Norfolk really for years fighting
Yeah.
for that. Next, the next section has to do, let me make sure because it's small font, because I want to make sure I get everyone's comments in here, is around education equity. And again, we saw some comments there. But again, making sure that we're doing everything we can for all kids. And then your previous legislative program included that as kind of the headline with some bullets specifically underneath it to address, and we captured that here as well. The at-risk add-on was expanded.
So with the increased education equity, one of the members of our SEAC made a comment about the last sentence where it says to better equalize educational opportunities for all students regardless of socioeconomic status or other demographics. They went in to add, race, and I think one other item. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that was a comment that they made, and I don't know if we want to incorporate that in here.
I support the further delineation, and I also think that the broad topic is called equity, but then we speak to better equalize, and I think there's if we're saying equity is equity, if we're saying equal is equal. So I think that I don't think equalize is the correct word.
Okay.
If we're talking about equity, and but then I also support if we have recommendations for being more specific that we consider that.
I'm trying to pull up
Agree.
the exact language, and we can come back to it, but is everyone okay with, let's see here, to better, Dr. Birdsong, I'm not putting you on the spot, but as the lead educator in the room, to better blank educational opportunities for all students, to better
So if we want to be intentional in our efforts, and I think we have said that we want to, I think we do need to further delineate different demographic groups. I hear that race, we wanted to include that. It sounds like we also want to specifically include students with disabilities.
Yes, that was the other group. And I'm gonna pull that up real quick.
And gender.
And I think that's been in alignment with some of our policy statements that we've included in here in the past as well, so I support it.
Okay, so we'll make those, we'll add those. We'll add race and student with disability.
And we will we'll remove equalize and again, kind of really land on an equity sentence there.
Maybe differentiate educational opportunities for all students.
Or equitable educational opportunities instead of equalize.
For each student.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like each.
That's a term we
For
use.
each student, regardless of SES, race.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Next is the at-risk add-on, the General Assembly. The at-risk add-on is the only direct funding stream we have in the Commonwealth of Virginia that directly increases the amount of per-pupil allotments from the state for students who qualify, who meet the federal definition of poverty. And for school districts with high concentrations of students who meet the definition of poverty, this is a really important funding stream so that you can really ensure that you are meeting the educational needs of that child that we know goes far beyond children who are not facing, growing up in poverty and all of the trauma and the other implications, learning implications that can go along with that. The General Assembly did increase that to 36% is the maximum percentage increase, which has been a goal of groups, many school divisions, including Norfolk, that has been fighting again for years on this. And that is in budget. So the goal here is to continue to protect. We are actually at the level where many of the coalition folks who've been fighting on this said we needed to be, but it's about protecting. So your statement is about ensuring that that is protected, but also moving the at-risk add-on which was part of the Board of Education Standards of Quality recommendation, moving it to the Standards of Quality, because once we put it into law in Virginia, it's not subject to only language in the budget. And a budget lives for 2 years and can be very easily changed and altered. Once it's in the Standards of Quality, then it becomes a more permanent requirement in the budget. So that statement covers those two things, protect the advances, but also taking up the Board of Education's recommendation to include it in the Standards of Quality.
Just two quick things. The status of the JLARC study, I guess, on the SOQ.
The preliminary report is, JLARC will be giving the report, I think not next week, but 2 weeks from the end of the...
And the first report in December, first meeting in December, they'll give the interim report.
Interim report, and then a year from then is when we'll get the full and final report. Again, we will make sure you get updates, and again, obviously with Senator Lewis carrying that on your behalf. There are school divisions all across the Commonwealth grateful for the work you all did to get that study moving forward, and so more to come on that with the preliminary report.
The big report that's next week from JLARC is the impact of COVID on K-12 learning.
Got it.
And they'll hear that.
And kind of dovetailing back to that, I know the governor has released several actions for which he's looking to take, along with the Secretary of Education, related to, I guess, mitigating things that have come out of COVID. So when I look at this particular one here with the at-risk add-on and what you're saying, putting it into the SOQ funding, is there anything in here in particular that we've maybe gotten you guys are hearing there where the governor may be trying to, with the Department of Education, to move funding that we would normally get to be moved somewhere else into a new bucket or pocket or whatever else to meet some...
Certainly, there's always that risk, particularly with something that exists only in budget like the at-risk add-on. The governor will put his amendments, and keep in mind this is the biennial budget was adopted, and so Governor Youngkin's kind of first shot of coming in as the governor in place prior to session starting. This is his first opportunity to kind of put markers down on the budget. We'll see his presentation and his amendments to the budget on December 15th. Typically, we see announcements ahead of that, so we will be certainly between now and December 15th gleaming as much as we can. The at-risk add-on is certainly one of those things that there are legislators who seem to think that the federal funding that you all have, and I'm doing air quotes here, sitting in your accounts, can help support students, not just those who have reading or learning recovery to do and accelerating learning, but also to support students who have, the added burden of living in school divisions and school divisions that are working with students who have high percentages of poverty. So, it's certainly a possibility, and as soon as we know more, we will make sure we're letting you know, but also preparing with other school divisions across the Commonwealth and with you all talking to your legislators about how important it is to protect that funding for these kids.
And Kathy, I know you're advocating that narrative that we're not sitting on funding.
Yes.
We're actively spending our funding.
Yes,
in a
absolutely.
timely manner.
Absolutely.
When we saw it, all of us kind of laughed, truthfully.
Yes.
We appreciate that.
Yes, and again, that was part of our conversation around that being really helpful information, and even as we're thinking through what schools to visit, ensuring that we're trying to get in the door of schools that have, a very obvious improvement, because oftentimes some of the improvements that were made to HVAC, it's not some glowy, shiny thing that you can point to and say, but also, again, I think to Ron's point, Norfolk has a very good story to tell around learning recovery and ensuring that we're telling that story as well with real data. This is a very data-driven, we are looking at everyone's looking at the numbers to tell the story of the kids. And so making sure we're telling that number story, but also during these visits, getting the opportunity for them to see the students really thriving here in Norfolk.
And we do have until 2024, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
For the sake of time, because we are trying to
Yes,
stay
yes,
on
I know.
time, just so that we all know what the end goal is here, we don't necessarily, we wanted to try to have these solidified so that we could do a vote for November, but that's not necessary. We can vote on these in December before the assembly meets. So, right, exactly. So when we do meet with our legislators on the 30th, we can say we have a pretty firm draft proposal. I don't want to rush through our discussion, but if there's any pointed items that board members would like to make, maybe we can focus on some pointed items, and then that way we're very focused on our time. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah.
Members?
Just, I guess, two things. One, just make sure, or perhaps you can just share with us what our definition of broadband is. So oftentimes people will say that they are doing broadband, but it's not. So I don't know what the Norfolk Public Schools definition is, but I think we need to be clear on it and then make sure
There is actually
we're aligned with that.
There is an official definition that the state uses.
Yes.
And it's not what the wireless carriers to call broadband.
Right. But I think in our statements, if we're saying that we are meeting broadband access, that we need to be clear on what the definition is and whether or not we are meeting or exceeding.
Yeah, there's specific numbers on upload and download speeds. Get you that.
Is that would you like to see the actual definition that Norfolk Public Schools uses in this document?
I'm just recommending that the committee and the administration just look at it to make sure when we say that we are meeting it, we are meeting it based upon whatever the definition is.
Okay.
So you can get clarity on that. And the other piece, maybe around the school accreditation piece, just so that we are clear on when we're saying we think that there should be a reduction in test, while at the same time the current growth pattern increases the amount of testing. I just think we just need to make sure we're in sync with exactly what we're saying there. I think the board is in sync with, in other words, we're trying to say, don't standardize test the children to death, don't make them high-stake testing, don't rate the schools and children just on a standardized test. When we talk about reducing the number, just want to make sure we're clear on what we're saying there.
Yeah, and I will say that goes to matching the federal the federal requirement for standardized tests, which is 17. We overuse standard, we overtest beyond the federal requirement. So typically that language is reflective of getting to the federal minimum. So you have to give those. And then how do we then put forward a balanced assessment system to measure all of the things exactly to your point, because I think there was a really intentional effort to create more growth measures that weren't standardized tests, but the default is to use a standardized test to measure growth. And so exactly to your point.
Well, maybe that's the point, what you just described around the federal piece versus the state piece might just be a clarifying statement that could go in there.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. Jordan, did you have any other comments?
That was
Okay.
it.
Ms. Basine?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Jordan's recommendation. I also wanted to point out, I'm not going to go through all of the suggestions, but one that I wanted to point out under this section, I'm not sure where, I think it's, the Norfolk School Board supports. So it's the second to last bullet, for maintaining or increasing funding to develop and maintain safe, healthy, and caring school environments. I guess I wanted a little more clarity, and if so, to also support the effort that is being made through the Behavioral Health Commission to do a study to look at, how we can increase school-based mental health programs and services. So I think to show support for that effort, I think is important. So.
And unless there's any, we'll incorporate your other comments in the revisions too.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think that point actually gets at, there was a big bullet point that the SEAC committee had mentioned about, increasing, mental health services. But I think what we can do is we can kind of look into what ratios there might be as far as mental health providers to students with specific, labeled items, whether that be through their
Benchmarks,
Exactly.
benchmarks that.
Yeah.
Exactly, and then we can say, we would like to have a goal to get to, X ratio versus, X funding. I think that would be a little bit more specific and targeted.
Like,
'Cause this is,
like the goal
This goes a
counts
little
as
bit,
1 to 250.
so my understanding of this goes beyond that. So to have, connecting with other mental health partners, having peer programs in the school, it goes beyond, just the counselor to student ratios.
Oh, yeah. but
Yes, so this
the
is
mental health
completely,
aspect
this
of
is
it.
more
Yes.
from a, therapeutic.
Not guidance counselors, this is
Not
different.
guidance
Right.
counselors or school counselors even, it goes beyond that, yeah.
And I heard you speak about, if I can, the Behavioral Health Commission, and certainly we can also kind of wrap in supporting the efforts and work they're doing, because again, they're a new group created through a new commission created through legislation 2 sessions ago. So
Yeah,
they're
and
really
I-
digging into this work as well.
Yeah, they're digging into it. They're forming a task force comprised of different, key experts in this area, including school officials, and I believe they're supposed to have recommendations back by November 2023. So obviously, it's just getting going.
Yep.
But I think to say that we're supporting that effort and the need is there, I think is important that we know that it's going on,
And again, a good opportunity to have conversations with your delegation, because unless they're on the commission, they may not be fully aware that this work is happening and where you all are standing on
Yeah,
encouraging that
some
work.
don't. Yeah.
Okay. Our next steps are going to be, if you all could send out the revised draft number 3, incorporating this feedback, and then our goal will be to, we'll see if we can't bring it back for any further discussion, or just through some smaller conversations, figure out if this is the final version that we want to land on, and then our goal will be to have approval at the December business meeting.
Perfect.
Okay. The, But just so that everyone knows, we'll have this on our November agenda, just so that it's there, so if there's any additional discussion, that you all can do that, okay?
At the business meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, but no vote will be taken.
No vote unless there's general consensus from the board, we're ready to move, then,
Okay.
if we're good on it, okay?
Okay.
But I just want to kind of give people a heads up of where we're at. If not, we'll still be in a draft in time for us to be on the 30th.
And that meeting will be on November 16th, so we'll just need that draft.
When is that meeting?
Yeah.
November 16th.
November
I couldn't-
16th.
November 16th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good to see you
Thanks.
all.
All right, thank you all. We're now moving on to item 3.02, Educational and Facilities Planning, Maury High School, Community Engagement Feedback and Recommendations. That's Mr. Fraley and HBA.
I'd just like to introduce Mr. Mike Ross. He'll be our presenter this evening. He's one of the principal architects with HBA.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clanton, Norfolk School Board members, Dr. Birdsong. My pleasure to be here this afternoon to give you our final briefing on the Maury High School Phase 2 Modernization versus Replacement Study. So can somebody help me figure out how to go to full screen on the slides?
Is it a PDF?
Yes.
At the bottom, it's the little toolbar down there. There you go.
Somebody else?
Hey, are you doing it or me?
You go ahead.
Let me do it.
Dueling
Both are doing it at the
mice.
same time.
The little X there.
There we go.
It's still cutting off the slide.
Cutting it off.
So while she's doing that, in particular, we're going to share with you the results of our recent community engagement effort and then present you with our draft recommendations. Okay, that's good. So I'm not super familiar with advancing slides in PDF format.
So it's
Icon.
from here, if you just scroll.
Just scroll.
PDF, it's not the PowerPoint.
Okay,
It's not a
there we go.
PowerPoint, so it's not gonna.
Yeah, it's a PDF. Okay, got it. All right, so just very briefly, I want to share where we've been and what we've accomplished, and I shared most of this with you last time, so I'm just going to go through it very quickly. But we completed the EdSpec process back in June of 2018, and then in the early 2000s, we started the Phase 2 Modernization versus Replacement Feasibility Study. We commenced that with our information gathering phase, and during this phase, we did a lot of investigation of the existing facility, developed a facility condition index, developed an estimate for what types of capital renewals needed to occur over the next 15 to 20 years, and assigned a price tag to that of about $75 to $76 million, just to take care of the things that are going to wear out or be replaced in that time frame. We also took a look at the opportunities and constraints of the Virginia tax credits to see if that might be something we could benefit from. And I shared with you the last time that, yes, we could do it, but it's kind of a wash because we might save 8 or we might get 7 or 8% back in credit, but the additional year plus it would add to the design time would probably eat that up in terms of construction cost inflation. So, and then once we had gathered all of this data, we started developing concept design options to explore different approaches to either renovate or replace the building on the site. From that point, we went back to the Educational Specifications Program and essentially scored our concept designs based on the design principles that we developed in the EdSpec process, which I'll share with you again briefly tonight. We also took a hard look at construction phasing, schedule impact, potential disruption to student learning during the construction process, and then we brought to you a summary analysis of all that in our briefing to you back in early August of this year. Subsequently, we embarked on a community engagement process and had 2 meetings on September 28th and October 12th. And I'm now here before you tonight, like I said, presenting the outcome of those meetings, and also going to present some draft recommendations to you. So just a brief refresher on the design principles for learning environments that came from the Ed Spec. And the idea is, if these are the big ideas that your architect and your stakeholder committee that is going to be reviewing the design process should take into account and make sure that these big ideas are incorporated into whatever the program is, whether it's a rebuild or a renovation. So build on tradition, be timeless, focus on the future, provide learning communities, which are small groups within the school where students can get to know each other and their staff. Be adaptable and flexible to accommodate both short-term flexes and educational program needs, and also to be able to evolve over time and make changes to the building very economically as educational programs evolve. Facilitate anytime, anywhere learning. The idea that learning doesn't just happen in the classroom, but it also happens out in the community, and creating those vibrant partnerships that can assure that happens. Be safe and secure, and it speaks for itself. Be sustainable. Incorporate green design strategies. Be good to the environment. Provide space for community and physical education, athletics. Pay attention to parking, make sure we have enough parking, make sure we've improved pedestrian safety, make sure we've improved traffic. And last but not least, respect community context. So the 4 design concepts that we arrived at, which I shared with you in great detail at our last presentation, were, and they're on the left-hand side here, modernization option A1, which infilled what used to be the courtyards in the old school and are currently the library and cafeteria areas with classroom-type spaces, built new cafeteria and media center in that area where the locker rooms currently occur, and then added additional physical education, career tech education at the back of the site. The big opportunity here is that this design concept kept as much of the existing 1911, 1929, what's considered the historic part of the building, as possible. One of the biggest challenges with this option was that in order to do the infill and the major renovation, we would need to displace between 1/2 and 2/3 of the student population for the duration of the construction project, which would likely be at least 2 full school years and could run into a full 3rd school year. Modernization option A5, which is the second from the top. The big idea here was, let's build enough new classroom space adjacent to the building on the east side so that we don't need to put students in portable classrooms. So we're proposing to build a new 4-story classroom addition connected to the existing building by an atrium element similar to what you've seen at the Slover Library, which is very respectful of the existing architecture of that historic building. And then minor additions and renovations throughout the back of the site. So the big plus here is we were able to build all new classrooms, but still save about 2/3 of the existing, what's considered the historic structure, 1911 and 1929 buildings. The first replacement option we looked at, option B2, was a new 4-story building built in the rear of the site, built outside of the footprint of the existing building. So one of the big advantages of this is that it allows us to completely build the new facility with appropriate separation of construction activities before we have to demolish the existing building. So students don't need to be in portable classrooms for any duration. They simply pick up and move into the new building when it's ready. The other part of this is we're flipping the fields to the east side of the site, So we have a baseball and a softball field on the east side of the site. The footprint of this building allows us, because it's consolidated, allows us to have a little bit more outdoor educational space, so we're able to fit a larger practice field with a non-regulation running track around it, something that the site does not currently have, and also could accommodate some small areas of spectator seating for suitable for sports, probably not competition football, but other sports. We also, and I failed to mention, also in all four of these options, we are proposing to bring the bus loop loading and offloading operation into the interior site, so that's not happening on Shirley and Dupree, so to improve the traffic situation there. And then the fourth option, replacement option C1, was a 6-story design. And the primary reason we looked at that was to see if, by further reducing the footprint of the building, we could gain enough site area to really expand the on-site athletic facilities, in particular to get a full-size regulation track and larger field. And the answer to that was not really. We ended up about the same number of site amenities with the added complexities of going 6 stories, which added additional circulation time, circulation space. It adds complexities to the construction because we'd have to do pile foundations. It also increases the fire resistance rating of the school, which would add cost. So on the right-hand side of this graphic, you see a chart, and on the left-hand side of this chart, you see listed the what I was describing as the design principles for learning environments. And then you see the 4 options, the 2 modernization options, A5 and A1, and then B2 and C1. And this is how our internal groups of architect and educational planners ranked each of these concept designs in the context of each of the design principles. For instance, building on tradition, kind of a no-brainer that A1 would score the highest on that because we're keeping the most of the building, and that C1 would score the worst, so forth and so on. And you can see generally that the replacement options did a much better job of providing 21st century learning environments, flexible learning environments, learning communities, facilitating anytime, anywhere learning, safety and security, and all these other aspects that were desirable aspirations of the design principles. And this is all color-coded, so the darker green color is the high scores, and you can see the predominance of the high scores were grouped in the B2 4-story option. And I shared this with you in a different format at our meeting in August, and this is just a little bit different way of looking at it, more organized in terms of a matrix. The other thing that's on this chart, at the bottom of the chart, is our current cost estimates in $2025. And the top line of this, as you scroll across, $140 million for A1, $162 million for A5. The reason A5 is so much more than A1 is because the goal was to build enough classrooms in the first phase so that we did not need portable classrooms. We're actually overbuilding. We're building an additional 20,000 square feet more than we need in any of the options. So this has a cost to it, both in terms of first cost, but also in terms of ongoing operations and maintenance and energy cost. The plus on that is you've got extra classroom and community space that could be used for other things, after hours, educational programs, other community events, so forth and so on. And then option B2 was at $158 million, and option C1 was at $164 million. And once again, the C1 option is reflecting additional cost related to having to put the building on pilings and upgrade it to fire resistance because it's a 6-story building. The other information I shared with you at our last meeting was the analysis that we did on the exterior envelope of the existing building, in particular the brick veneer. And it's what we call a brick veneer mass wall. It's literally 24 to 30 inches of nothing but brick. And then the interior finishes are on the inside of that. We no longer build buildings like that. In fact, we stopped building buildings like that probably in the 50s. Now we do a cavity wall with a drainage membrane so that any moisture that comes through the brick hits that drainage plane and comes back out of the building. So what happens in Maury High School, and you can see it if you walk around inside the building, you can see the plaster and the paint coming off the walls, is the moisture that hits the building just kind of weeps through, or wicks through, rather. And it impacts both the indoor environmental quality and also the quality of finishes, because there's continually ongoing maintenance to repair those plaster walls and painted walls. The long story on that is that there's really no way to stop that permanently and still retain the historical character of the building, if that's the goal. If you want it to look like it looks, the best we can do is we can put a clear coating on the outside of the building after pointing up some of the brick veneer joints. And that clear coating might last 10 or 15 years. But every 10 or 15 years, you're going to go through that cycle of having to replace that coating or do a new coating in order to maintain a certain level of water impermeance. You're still not going to stop the water, but we can slow it down. So when we think about life cycle cost, that's an additional cost over and above the first cost that's not applied to new construction. And we estimated the cost of that over the life of the building, which is about 80 years, to be about $20 million. So if we look at total life cycle cost of options A1 and A2, it's really about $160 million and $182 million as compared to the $158 million and $164 million for the replacement options. So I'm going to share with you the community engagement process now. We conducted 2 workshops after much advertisement, both by the school board staff and also on public airwaves, even before and after the meetings. And the first meeting was held on September 28th at Maury High School. We had 39 participants of the community. We had another 20 folks there that were school board representatives, school board staff, and my team. We had a second meeting on October 12th at St. Helena Elementary School, and we had 11 community participants at that meeting. And then last week, we also did a virtual call with a faith-based leadership group, and we had 3 participants on that. And I'm going to quickly review the consolidated results of the community feedback we received during these meetings on the following pages. So in each of these meetings, myself and a gentleman from Cooperative Strategies made about a 20-minute presentation. The gentleman from Cooperative Strategies talked about the long-range facilities master plan, and then I gave a brief summary of the presentation that I made to you folks back in August. And after that presentation, we asked them to get together in small groups of between 4 and 6 folks. And we gave them each a sheet of paper that had a picture of the design concept on it. And we had space for them to list pros and cons. And we asked them to discuss the pros and cons in each group and come up with a consensus list of what these pros and cons for each of these options would be. So you can see on the right-hand side are the pros and cons that these groups came up with. And the way this is articulated is the number in parentheses is the number of times this similar comment came up in groups. So if we had 10 groups and this saves historic building exterior came up in 8 of the 10 groups, that's why it's reflected as 8. The other thing that we're doing just graphically is the more times the comment came up, the larger the font, just to kind of highlight the importance or the priority thinking of that idea. So for the modernization option A1, which once again was doing the best job of saving the most of the exterior building, So they picked up right away that the pro was saving the historic building exterior. Also, that it was the lowest first cost. Overwhelming con was that there was a very negative reaction to putting 2/3 of the student population in portable classrooms for at least 2 school years and possibly more. There was a lot of discussion about making sure that the school board appropriately funded ongoing maintenance repair costs associated with the moisture infiltration through the exterior brick walls, so that was built into the program so that we wouldn't kind of forget that needed to be done again every 10 years. There was also concerns about construction noise, safety concerns, accessibility concerns related to the portable classrooms, and a little bit longer construction time due to the fact that we're having to do more phases in this project. There's also a section below the Site 3D, which is titled Additional Comments, and these are just comments that folks made that they weren't a pro or a con, but they were just suggestions that they made, which we thought we wanted to capture in this report. Most of them have to do with things you would incorporate into the next phase. And you can see this first one here, and I mentioned it already, regular ongoing building maintenance, use of historical markers, incorporation of a small gallery element. So these were things that you would build into the next phase of the project as you hire your architect and your building team. So the next modernization option was A5. And once again, this was the concept that built enough new classrooms that we could move all the students into the new classroom building before we started renovating the older parts of the building. And once again, the big pro was saves most of the historic building, if not all. Larger buildings support other community needs, so that's kind of a pro and a con. It's a larger building, you can do more with it, but it has extra cost to build it and also extra cost to operate and maintain, and that showed up as the largest con. Other cons were construction noise and safety concerns similar to A1, ongoing maintenance repairs similar to also to A1. Replacement option B2, which was the 4-story new construction. So this is kind of the inverse of the comment about the aversion to the portable classroom. Students and teachers remain in the existing building during construction. There was also a lot of folks that felt like this approach did a much better job of providing modernized space and technology looking towards the future. More opportunities for green, sustainable design, healthy environments, larger, flexible classrooms, and this notion that building new would attract local students back to Maury with a new building, and also the opportunity to improve outdoor athletic facilities. Obviously, the big con here is the loss of the exterior structure, which they picked up on. There were some folks that were concerned there might be some loss of trees along Shirley and debris, but I think that's something that can be addressed during the design phase with your architects to make sure that we pay attention to that and save as many of the trees as we can. Additional comments, suggestions for the replacement option. Still a lot of discussion about making sure that there's a big community input engagement effort during the design phase to make sure that the architectural design is appropriate for both Norfolk Public Schools and also for the community. And also a lot of comments about taking elements from the building and trying to reuse those in some form or fashion in the new construction. Somebody mentioned the terracotta elements, which are the very attractive colored elements on the brick. But just creating a design that really respected the history of Maury High School. And also allusions to creating elements within the school like museums, storyboards, things like that, which would also tell the story of Maury High School.
So I'm going to 10 more minutes on this one here and try to provide some time for some Q&A. I'm going to encroach into Dr. Pohl's
actually
time,
very close to being done.
Challenge.
Very close to being done.
He talks fast.
Okay, so replacement option C, 6-story learning communities. The pros are very similar to the other replacement option. This option gives us the opportunity to have more on-site parking than any of the others. Also had the plus of keeping the students and teachers in the existing building and providing modernized space and technology similar to the other replacement option. The cons, they picked up on the idea that the piling foundations were going to be more expensive and also noisy. If you've ever been around a construction site that was driving pilings, it's noisy and it also vibrates the structures around it, so that could be disruptive to learning. And then, obviously, the loss of the historic structure. And similar comments here about engaging the community in the architectural design process to make sure that the architecture of the new building is appropriate. So that was the details of their discussion and feedback to us. At the end of this, we asked them to just very simply tell us which option they thought did the best job of providing the best learning environments for Maury High School students now and in the future. And the response we got to this was pretty overwhelmingly 86% towards B2, which was the 4-story replacement option. You can see that A5, which was the new addition renovation option, came in a distant second, and then there was one little boy that liked the idea of a 6-story building, so got his 2%. So draft recommendations, based on the study team's internal analysis and also on the results of the community engagement, proceed with replacing Maury High School in its current site in a 3 to 4-story configuration, which closely resembles option B2. Designing construction of the new school building behind and to the north of the existing Maury High School building while continuing to use the existing building as a school facility until the new building is completed and ready for occupancy. Relocate outdoor athletics off-site during the entire construction period so that we have space for the contractor to both build a new building and also to lay down materials and equipment. After occupying the new school building, demolish the existing building and construct replacement athletic fields. Provide appropriate separation of scheduling and school construction activities to maximize safety and security and to minimize disruptions to student learning activities. Recommendation 6, plan and design the new Maury High School in accordance with the design's principles for learning environments as developed by the approved educational specifications. 7, plan and design the new Maury High School in collaboration with community stakeholders in a robust engagement process. And then number 8, incorporate design features into the Maury High School that both expect and tell the story of the Maury High School legacy in Norfolk, Virginia. And Mr. Fraley gave me this proposed next step. The Norfolk Public Schools Administration recommends that the City of Norfolk School Board vote to accept the recommendation presented to construct a new Maury High School during the school board business meeting on November 16th, 2022. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Field any comments.
Ms. Campson and Ms. Basine, did I say anything on the side? Dr. Gabriel.
Thank you. The concern I have and the concern that I have started getting, don't even live where Maury is, but I'm getting a lot of contact from alumni and historical people and all, and the main concern that they have with the A2, I think it's A2, B2, wait a minute.
Yeah, B2.
B2.
The 4-story.
B2 is the replacement option.
The 4-story replacement option. The question is, because, we had a school built in our last decade, Ocean View Elementary School, that was in 1939, the last remaining public Art Deco building in the city, and they built like mid-century there. So there was no reminding people, and people in Ocean View tend to live there forever. So
Right.
I think that's a concern that they're feeling with Maury. I did see in number 6 and 7 some information about the thought to that, but when you say something like respect for it, that seems a little loosey-goosey. I mean, is there a way to use the bricks for the outside from the old place, or is there a way to make sure that within the design you do, it takes us back to the early 20th century, so that they could at least feel that it's being remembered more than just a building going up with a couple of pictures of the old school or something.
Can you mind if I respond? We've contacted the Architectural Review Board or members that sit on that board with the city of Norfolk. And, we've let them know what our intentions are. And they've let us know that we would submit the intentions moving forward. They would have influence on the design. And we've been very respectful about using the same kind of architectural style. We're not talking about bringing in a model of, one of the Kellum High School. We're not talking about bringing in that modern of an exterior, but we would like it to have similar green capabilities, but it would be a respectful building that fits the architectural style of that part of Norfolk.
And all those strategies that you mentioned could be done. I didn't feel like it was appropriate at this point in the recommendation to really tie the future designers, and when I say designers, the architects and the stakeholders that you're going to be working with in the community, to tie their hands as to what those specific strategies are with respect to how you create this new Maury High School that respects
And I'm not
the community.
disagreeing. I personally like that particular where I did the Queen of the World and could choose.
Yeah.
That's probably the one I'd go with. But on the other hand, I do know how disappointing it is to come back to the school and of an historical school, not these baby boomer schools that we threw up, and see no remembrance of the school that you and your grandfather and your great-grandfather and your great-great-grandfather all went to. And if we're waiting and saying, well, we're going to go ahead and get the building approved, and then we'll let you know what we're going to do with it, I don't think that would be acceptable to a lot of people. So it's just something I want to say. If we're going to, I don't mind going ahead and get this voted on. I'm perfectly happy with that, because we need to get going with our shovels. But I just wish that I could get a little bit more to calm to help them accept what they're seeing. I personally thought that Ocean View School needed to be knocked down. I sat in my car and cried when they were doing it, because it was a waste to have to lose it, but it had not been maintained, and it was not a proper place for 21st century students. But had it just had something there, instead of being a total, just
I totally
a nothing building, then that would have made the difference. So I don't know if y'all could think, I'm not going to talk about it all
I
night.
think that goes to your charge to the, how you develop the RFP for the next process, and your charge to the architect and also to the community and the community stakeholders is what,
And
what they're charged with doing.
there'd still be some time to come back for another discussion once it's approved to get moving on it.
Yeah.
So we can
And
get
then-
going. It's going to
and
take,
as I-
2 years to build the school?
And as I recommended, there should be a very robust community engagement process that goes with that.
That we could pull in more people than we got here for this one, too.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Ms. Basan.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to echo Ms. Campson's statements and concerns. I share the sentiment that she shared as well, and have similar questions around how can we build a new school if that is the will of the board, but maintain using materials, design, all of that, and that sounds like that will come. But for me, one of the biggest, I guess, questions that I have at this point in the process is, and you might recall that during the last presentation in August, August and September, when it was shared how the community, what the community engagement would look like, I had some questions around that. And I do want to say I appreciate all of your efforts, the administration's efforts, and the communication team for the countless attempts at getting community members to come to these two community meetings. So I do really appreciate that effort. But I do also want to acknowledge, the busy schedules of our families, And also, as we talk about consistency in our process, you know, we've had surveys out when we're talking about the Ruffner 3.8, for instance. We had a survey out for quite some time to provide feedback on that. And we've done that with other schools. And then other times, we've just had community meetings. And so when we talk about having a robust community engagement process, I think that comes at every stage in the process. And just as you talk about that with the design phase, I also would like to, you know, see that in this phase as well. And, you know, I think we all share the disappointment that just 50 individuals across both meetings attended the meetings, despite, you know, the efforts put forward by the division to invite community members and stakeholders to attend. But I think that there is a lot more that we can do. Since, you know, I know in recent weeks, just like Ms. Campson pointed out, I've had so many people reach out. And, you know, we had a focus on faith-based leaders. And at that previous meeting, I asked, you know, why is it just that one group of stakeholders being, you know, separated out for participation and providing input. And I've had Civic League members, you know, say, well, you know, we could get the same number of individuals in a Civic League meeting. Why aren't we being, you know, partnered? Why aren't you partnering with us to help get that community input? And I think that there are great points that have been made about that. And not only that, you know, why not have the survey and have a meeting where we have our Civic League leaders and community members come together to provide the input just the way that you had done, you know, in these two community meetings. You know, and that for me is where I continually, and, you know, I know it comes up every time, it's the process, you know, same thing, you know, with the engagement. We say we're committed to family and community engagement. And I really want us to show, this is a big deal. When we talk about respecting community context, I think that having that level of community engagement is really important. And the 50 participants that we did have is disappointing. And for me, that's not enough to be able to make this decision. So what I'm asking for is for some consideration and time to put a survey out there, you know, invite other community organizations, make them feel welcome in the input process like we've already done with these other community meetings, but really put it out there for some more input. So, and I would like that to be considered.
I'd like to briefly respond and then allow Mr. Fraley an opportunity to respond a little deeper. So we did have community meetings. I know that we had a robust communications plan around this, and I know our communications team did a wonderful job of putting things out on social media, within the media itself, to get our citizens out to participate in this process. The community meetings were open for all. They weren't just open, I mean, we didn't say because you're a member of a civic league, you can't attend the community meetings. Our community meetings were open for all citizens, whether they be, we did robocalls at the homes of our children and parents. So our students were invited to come, our parents were invited to come, members of civic leagues were invited to come. And when we presented some information during a previous board meeting, I believe it was Mr. Jordan who had a great comment around you allowed or permitted or invited the Booker T community to come as it relates to pastors in the community, et cetera, and why didn't we extend that same invitation to the Morey community? So we took that feedback, and that's what we decided to do. And so we did promote that, we opened it up, and unfortunately, we didn't have as many members of that community participate as we would have liked. However, I do think we've done a good job of getting the word out. We have done our part in getting the word out. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on about, you know, the 10 other things we could have done, but I do believe that we did a good job at what we have done. And I'd like Mr. Fraley, if you don't mind, just to spend a little bit more time in talking about what was done so we could get that feedback, because we did try.
So we had a press release on September 15th where all the television stations, city officials that can help spread this news. So our school board members and senior leaders of Norfolk Public Schools were all notified of our intentions. We also had an outreach to the civic leagues on September 20th. I don't think you want me to call the city official's name, but we reached out to the person within Norfolk City that does that, connects those communications for us. We ran social media posts through the Norfolk Public Schools channels all through September, all through October. There was more than 9 of those in September, and I believe 7 of those in October. All division families received multiple robocalls through September and October. It went out in the October MPS newsletter. We ran it on Channel 47. The meetings were featured by local media outlets to include The Pilot, Wavy TV 10, WTKR, WVEC Channel 13. It was listed on the website of the Ghent Neighborhood League on September 28th, which I believe notifies many people. It was posted by Maury's PTSA group on their school web link. And we created our own internal website with the history and our intentions posted. That website has had 2,957 views, and they have, there's a difference between views and page reviews. 5,235 pages were reviewed. So we felt like we really were aggressive, and we got the words out, and we used every form of media that we could think of. And I thank Ms. Michelle Washington for being the catalyst, for helping us brainstorm and getting all these out to the community.
And talk a little bit about how once our citizens were able to access the website, how they could provide feedback even if they weren't physically at a meeting.
My apologies. So we also created an email web link through educational planning, which I oversee, and that is monitored daily by myself and Ms. Michelle Washington, so people can email us any suggestions or comments on how we're moving forward. And we monitor that daily. I looked at it right before I came up here.
And have we gotten feedback from that?
Nobody.
Nobody.
To include the people that ask us how could they spread the word, we gave them the information at the community meetings, and we gave it at the Zoom meeting as well with the faith-based group.
Great. Dr. Gabriel.
Thank you. Dr. Birdsong and Mr. Fraley and HBA, thank you so much for the presentation. This process didn't start a couple of months ago. It started several years ago. I specifically remember sitting at Granby High School in one of the community meetings discussing different options for Ruffner, different options for Maury, different options for what we would discuss with Lindenwood, all of those options. So the educational process, with Maury being a piece of it, has been ongoing for quite some time, and the community has always been included in this process. And for those who are not parents or students or teachers within the division, you enlisted all all TV stations, correct? Yes. There was an advertisement in the Virginian Pilot, or information in the Virginian Pilot about that.
They covered the
So
story.
in print, in TV, and then, of course, on our social media webpage. And any organization that wants to receive information specifically from Norfolk Public Schools, how if they want to say, I want to be on your Facebook thread, or I want to be on your Twitter thread, how do they go about getting onto that platform, or can they sign up to receive emails from MPS?
Could I ask Ms. Washington to respond
Sure.
to that, please?
Because as I have been going to civic leagues, there has been this, we didn't know about this, we didn't know. And to be very accurate, I can recall this discussion when we had the discussion about the school start times. We were discussing and surveying, but when we came up to the vote, everybody wanted to come. And if you want to be, engagement is very critical, not just at the end when the vote is going to be made, but it's through the entire process. And so, Ms. Washington, if individuals want to receive information from Norfolk Public Schools so that they can be a part of any of our discussions, how can they sign up for that to happen?
You can find links to all of our social media channels on our website, npsk12.com.
Those links are on the front of our website in the Connect With Us section. We post links to Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook there. Additionally, we publish a monthly newsletter that goes out to all staff in the division and all families in the division. We do that through our Blackboard mass communication system, and we send those out via robocall and email. So if you wanted to find us on any of our platforms, you would have merely to go to npsk12.com, and you can find our newsletter, the 2 pages that we've discussed, both the Booker T. Washington feasibility study page and the Maury High School Phase 2 study page are both under the educational planning section of the website. They are currently both linked from the banner. Our YouTube channel has a playlist of all of the community meetings and all of the school board's discussions about this topic. On board docs, all of the school board's agendas are located there.
Right.
So the most efficient way to find the link to all of those things is through npsk12.com.
So I'll just say this. I think that you guys are doing a very wonderful job of trying to reach all the different variety of stakeholders that we have out there. The feedback that we're getting as board members from the community is that for some, they're just still not getting the information. And that's mostly from the civic leagues that I've attended. And so what my suggestion would be to maybe follow up with your city contact to ensure that that information is being distributed to accurate emails, and then maybe we do some verification out to say, did you receive this information, because it is critical and we do value their feedback, and we don't want them to feel like we're bringing them in at the last minute before a critical vote. We want them to be a part of the process the entire way. I'm going to relaying with you the information that it sounds like Ms. Basine is receiving, Ms. Campson might be receiving some of it. I'm definitely receiving some of it. And I do say, look, we advertise this on Virginian Pilot, the news media, Facebook, and I do say you have to take a step too in order to participate. But I think that it sounds like we might just have to take that extra step to work with our city counterparts and make sure that that information is getting out to those civic leagues, so that way they can also spread it out through their channels. And I appreciate all that you all are doing.
I will share with you that we have compiled a list of civic leagues, and we will communicate with them directly.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Martin, you haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because some of the civic leagues, I think the ones that meet quarterly still, they're the ones that were really saying they don't know the information, they haven't heard about it. I was hearing that last night. But I was getting other feedback about our website, but I was also saying it's in progress, and I think that you're doing an excellent job, you and your staff. If we can find a way to prioritize some of these more urgent events as they come up, I know we have some along the top of our website, but find a way to kind of move things up, because I know we can't put everything up there, like some of these meetings or some of these reports. I think that would be helpful as well, so that people who aren't as familiar as going to our website, or maybe aren't on social media, that they don't feel like they have to dig through the website a lot, because that was some feedback that I got, that they could go right to it on the front page. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, I haven't forgotten you. I'm just trying to get around to everybody who hasn't spoken.
I appreciate it.
Just 2 things. One, a recommendation, and that being that we hold a public hearing on it in November and then vote on it in December. And that, to me, may be a way of providing an opportunity for additional feedback, and be able to reach out to those that have been contacting us saying that they would like more information. That may be an option for us to consider. The other thing is more specific, just a point of clarity. It was mentioned about the Get Neighborhood League, and I know I read where they posted a synopsis of a presentation, and one of the things that they said in the presentation, that the board had visited 4 schools. Anyone know anything about what that is, what that's referencing?
I presented to the Ghent Neighborhood League, and I'm not sure what that is in reference to.
Yeah, so there's on their page, they referenced, I guess, the presentation, but then they said that their interpretation was that part of their synopsis was that the board had done 4 site visits. And when I read that part, it just caught me off
The
guard. So-
presentation that they had is the same presentation that we had.
No, I'm not disputing
Yeah,
that. I'm
I
just,
don't know.
it just, when I read it and it said that we had done site visits, I just didn't know what it was referring to. So I didn't know if there had been some
No, sir.
site visits of some type.
Not as part of this modernization versus replacement study, no, sir.
Didn't we
thank
just
you.
do 4?
Hmm?
We had 2 at
We
Maury
had two,
and.
we had, maybe it meant 4 community meetings.
Maybe
No,
that's
they
what-
were, well, I don't know what,
Yeah.
they can speak for themselves, but the
You
way
said
it
it was on the
the way it
presentation.
read, it sounded like we had visited other schools, other modern schools as a feedback mechanism into this.
Oh.
Okay. Dr. Rossin, did you want to say anything? I just want to make sure before I go around.
No, I just
You good?
like some
Okay.
of the sentiments and
That's
sending out
already-
more information.
Perfect. Ms. Basine, and then I'm gonna just wrap it up, and then we'll get ready to roll.
I'm going to keep it brief because Dr. Martin and Mr. Jordan provided good feedback about what I was going to suggest, because, going through the website sometimes is difficult. In-person meetings are difficult for families. And I'm simply, I acknowledged, when I began my comments, I acknowledged the work that had been done around the communication, so I am not by any means suggesting that it's just the multiple ways that we know we could obtain information from our families and stakeholders is just what I'm asking about, because no matter what we do, if we see that we've only received 50 comments or 3 participants or whatever it is, it should say to us, okay, maybe we need to think outside the box. And that's all I'm saying. It's like, can we think outside the box? I like Mr. Jordan's suggestion of having a public hearing, and I'm not suggesting putting this off forever. I mean, I'm suggesting a little more time so that we could do a public hearing, or, and perhaps maybe publicize the link that Mr. Fairley just mentioned about, the public comment piece in the educational planning website, so that people know that that is a mechanism to provide feedback. Because when there's no responses coming through there, I just think we need to acknowledge sometimes where areas that we could say, okay, well, that didn't work. What else can we do? And that's all I'm saying, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, thanks, colleagues, for your feedback. So I'm gonna give mine. I just kind of waited to the end. Everybody knows I'm somewhat biased because I'm a proud Commodore. Sorry, next to mine. But I appreciate the great work that's going into this. And I also understand the sentiments of the school. It's a beautiful building. And, but we know that we need to give our students there. My nephew's graduating there this year. It's a beautiful building. When I walked into it in 1993, beautiful building that had just been renovated a couple years ago. And from that time to this point, where it is now in the decay, we're just going to be in that additional cycle again. So what I will say to find a compromise, Mr. Jordan, I hear you in the respect of a public hearing. I think that we've done a lot of, the meetings and things like that. I'd like to offer an alternative to that in the respect of potentially opening back up the comments, and maybe, I know that it's been on the front page of the website, on the banner, to seek additional comments, particularly on this option, and, recommendations or even some additional suggestions that people might have, and for the board to come back at our December work session to kind of receive that there where we are, so that we're being intentional in receiving some additional, and really moving to, like what you were saying, Mr. Jordan, in December, maybe being able to move to a vote. I'm trying to keep that, because we also are going to have to do a public comment or hearing on budget too, right? Isn't that coming up?
Yes, in December.
That's in December. So I just want to kind of go in there, because I'm not trying to make a unilateral decision on that one. I just want to quickly go in here and just ask public hearing or additional survey time. Ms. Basine?
Or additional survey time?
What I was proposing was additional survey time from now, and then come back at the work session in December.
I support the additional time. I don't see why we can't do both, because the survey, the link is already up.
Okay.
So,
So I'll add that one. So I'm going to say both.
Yes.
Is another
Yes,
option. Okay,
please.
so both, just public hearing, and just a continuation of survey. Ms. Campson?
Are we doing so are we going to go back in tomorrow for the next community meeting?
I didn't get into the level of detail. We're
But
just
that's
saying,
what we're
are we going
doing.
to keep the
Okay.
survey open for people to comment specifically on this option?
Yeah, I like
Public
both. I
hearing?
like doing both.
You want to do both? Okay. I got 2 for both. Dr. Gabriel?
Survey.
Okay, survey. Dr. Allison?
Survey.
Okay. Dr. Martin?
I think both or one or the other is fine. So I'll say both, I
You
guess.
say both, okay.
Yeah, I think we should both, and largely because often the school community and the larger community aren't always in the same networks. So I think doing both provides a better option.
Okay. All right, and
Can I ask a question for clarification?
Yes, sir.
You've used survey a few times.
Mhm.
Do you want us to create a survey?
No,
Or do you
the
want us
feedback
just to
form
allow
that you-
feedback to the email address we've created?
that you've created, that you have on the website.
Yes, sir.
So, so it's specific, the question should be specific to this option, so that we're not getting all over the place, but we've got a majority of the board to do both, so that we direct individuals to provide feedback on this option, I think what is it, B2? And that we identify a time to have a public hearing. And we just need to kind of figure that out, but we're going to do that between now and
Before the work session.
before the work session, or, yeah, I would hope before the work
Yeah.
session. And so that we can take action in December on what do we have in feedback. Everybody good on that? Ms. Jordan, we good? Everybody? Okay, cool. All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead to our next item. I'm making it real tight for everybody, but I know that Dr. Berthon has an awesome team that can make it happen. Everybody want to get out of here at 6:30, right?
6, I thought.
6, okay, okay. Dr. Gibson, how are you? Dr. Gibson is speaking on item 3.03, Ruffner 3.8 update.
Good afternoon, School Board Chair Mr. Clanton, Vice Chair Dr. Gabriel, School Board members, and Dr. Birdsong. As you will remember, the School Leadership Development and Academic Affairs Divisions received approval to plan the academic program for the transition of Ruffner Middle School to a grades 3-8 school in time for the 23-24 school year. Last spring, planning began with administration and school staff, community partners and university representatives, and school leadership and academic affairs. This afternoon, I will share with you what these entities have come together to develop and request your approval to continue. This afternoon's presentation will include an overview of the transition plan, a timeline with descriptions of the committee work completed, survey responses, and the sharing of the academic program for your consideration. I will provide next steps for the proposed plan and ask that you approve our efforts to continue to completion. Lastly, Mr. Brady or I would be ready to answer questions as part of the discussion. On March 2nd, 2022, the work session and public hearing, the school board members approved Ruffner's plan to begin a transition that included the closing of Tidewater Park Elementary and moving those students to Ruffner. Ruffner's current capacity is 1,193 students, with an expected enrollment of 575 zone students for the 23-24 school year. As Ruffner is transitioned to a zone school with choice seats that will allow for at least 30% of its enrollment, an additional 173 students will be added across all grades to welcome 748 students in the fall of 2023. The division-wide enrollment estimate can be increased based on building capacity, which will depend on the needs of the program to be implemented. This can be determined once the academic program is approved and facility adjustments are needed and are completed. Following the approval from the board to move forward with academic planning, we formulated a committee that included administration and staff from PB Young, Tidewater Park, and Ruffner. We also invited parents from each of these schools, faith-based organizations within the community, Old Dominion University, Norfolk State University, Virginia Wesleyan University, and Tidewater Community College. Each of these entities participated in the committee's work with the exception of Tidewater Community College, who was unable to participate because of the times that we slated. The committees met in April, May, and June to brainstorm and formulate a survey to solicit input from the community. The Communications Department launched the survey and provided time for students, parents, and the community at large to share ideas about what the academic, social, emotional, and life experiences for students at Ruffner in grades 3 through 8 should entail. The committee focused on determining opportunities that are attractive to students and families throughout the city. The learning experiences had to align to the VDOE standards of learning, but would also have to be unique to the Ruffner 3-8 experience in a way that would draw students from across the division. The committee worked together to develop a survey that was launched from June 13th through July 27th. In August, the committee reconvened to review the responses and find common themes. Common themes were identified and slated as key components that would make the academic program at Ruffner rigorous, engaging, and attractive to student zone for Ruffner and for out-of-zone students whose families desired a unique learning experience that could be enjoyed at Ruffner through choice seats. The Department of Curriculum and Instruction took insight from the committee and developed an outline for the academic program. The outline was presented on September 15th. At that time, the committee requested specific examples of schedules that showed what students would take if enrolled in any given community, and to also show that every community would provide the needed high school credit-bearing courses required to be considered for admission to the high school specialty programs. The curriculum and instruction leaders then took this guidance and returned on October 20th with a detailed plan that showed course overviews as well as sample schedules. Just to give you a snippet of some of the survey responses, throughout the summer, community members were able to provide input through a survey. The survey data above is from the community survey that ran from June 13th through July 27th. In this slide, the green highlighted zip codes reflect survey responses from community members who live in the Ruffner school zone. Of the 682 responses gathered from the survey, 595 of the responses were from Norfolk zip codes. Please be mindful that the zip codes were self-reported and we are accepting them in good faith. With that being said, 294 or 49% of the responses were from families zoned for Tidewater Park, PB Young, J. Cox, Chesterfield, and Ruffner. The other 50%, or 298 of the responses, were from across the school division. Please note that we were also able to glean student input from Chesterfield and PB Young. These students' perspectives showed that students want to have time each day to develop self-awareness, character, and citizenship. This information was included in the survey data the community considered, but was not counted in the numbers above. Please also note that the 23521 is a Ruffner zip code. However, there were no responses listed for that zip code. From the survey results, the following themes emerged as prevalent: developing the whole child, career planning, and preparing students to be able to access all programs when they enter high school, to include beginning high school having earned some credit-bearing courses when they leave the 8th grade, meeting the prerequisites for any specialty program at any of the 5 high schools, understanding the career technical education pathways, and having had some experiences in a wide range of them. To provide an academic program of this magnitude, the committee developed a program that focuses on career exploration and pathways. The Career Exploration and Pathways program at Ruffner will provide a unique experience to students in grades 3 through 5 by offering courses that can only be accessed at Ruffner. Students will participate in learning experiences in grades 3 through 5 that will guide them in career planning and expose them to all 4 academic communities offered in the Ruffner Middle Years program. When students enter 6th grade, they will choose one of the communities. Regardless of choice, students will be able to access the high school credit-bearing prerequisite courses that make them eligible for high school specialty programs. This means that regardless of whether a student chooses service and leadership or performing arts or science and engineering, that student can enjoy these middle years experiences, apply for and be accepted into the engineering program at Norview, the performing arts program at Booker T. Washington, the medical program at Maury, the IB program at Granby, or the military science and leadership program at Lake Taylor High School. They can also go to the Technical Center and North Star. Simply put, from Ruffner, they will be able to go anywhere. This slide shows the daily elementary schedule that will be followed for grades 3 through 5. Note the schedule allows for 2 recess periods. It begins with social-emotional learning and morning meetings and ends each day with a focus on exploring career pathways. The final year of middle school will culminate with a capstone experience for 8th graders. Instructional time meets the VDOE requirements, and each grade level will have a focus on see, hear, or do during the pathway exploration. In grade 3, the focus will be on here. Students will take career interest surveys and will create a career exploration portfolio as part of the academic and career planning as they hear about careers. Students will hear about careers as they take field trips and have guest speakers. In grade 4, students will continue to explore careers with a focus on learning through seeing. Students will have increased visits from community partners to learn more and to experience careers firsthand as they continue with field trips into the community to see careers in action. In grade 5, the focus will be on do. Students will learn through virtual job shadowing and will have a 9-week rotation learning about career preparation within each of the 4 middle school academic communities. The middle school students will present their capstone projects to the 5th grade students to help them decide which of the 4 academic communities they want to enter in the 6th grade. The Department of Curriculum and Instruction will develop the curricula for the academic and career planning grades for 3 through 5. In middle grades, students will choose a community, and that community's electives will provide the curriculum specialized learning experiences that will include both classroom instruction, presentations, and field trips. All 4 academic communities are based solely on student interest and will be accessible to students of all academic levels. This slide shows a sample of a course of study in the Science and Engineering Committee. Note students enrolled in high school credit-bearing classes can begin taking credit-bearing classes in the 7th grade. Core classes will be offered in all academic levels. Electives will be offered that will further enhance the academic focus and opportunities within that learning community. The list of this slide identifies elective courses for students that they will be able to take within the engineering and science community. It is important to note that students are not limited to electives within the community, and they can take electives offered in other academic communities. This slide shows a sample of course study in fine and performing arts. Note students, again, can be enrolled in high school credit-bearing courses. Again, the arts community will be unique in that students in this community will be placed in elective arts courses based on ability. For example, a student might be placed in beginning band as a 6th grader, but might be in advanced dance if the student has taken dance lessons and has the ability to perform at a higher level as a 6th grader. Students will focus on 2 areas of the arts for all 3 years and take all of the art electives while in middle school. This is a sample schedule for students in the fine and performing arts community. In 7th and 8th grade, students can begin taking credit-bearing courses. One thing that will be different for Ruffner's 8th graders is that every 8th grader will be enrolled in at least 2 credit-bearing courses. If students do not qualify for the math science credit pathway in credit-bearing courses, they should be able to enroll in Introduction to Art and World Geography or World Languages. This advantage of completing high school credit-bearing courses while in middle school will provide students a head start as they enter high school. This slide shows a sample of a course of study in the Service Leadership and Service Committee. Note again that students will be able to take credit-bearing courses, and the list on this slide identifies elective courses students will be able to take within Service Leadership and Service. This is a sample schedule for a student enrolled in Service Leadership and Service. The first schedule is for a 7th grade honors student, and the second schedule is for an 8th grader who enrolls in core courses. Again, note that that 8th grader has 2 credit-bearing courses. Within the technology community, this is a course of study, and the electives offered within the academic programming. Again, students will be able to take credit-bearing courses. This is a sample schedule from the Technology Committee, and it's also set up the same as the other committees where students, you have an honor schedule, but you also have a general 7th grade schedule where you can see the beginning of those credit-bearing courses occurring. As the planning for the Ruffner 3-8 school has begun, we have included community partners and university representatives in order to support a well-rounded educational experience for every student. Partnerships will be established and nurtured as an integral programming component. To summarize and to give you a quick idea of what we've stated in the plan, communities will be based on interest and open to any student. They will provide open enrollment for grades 3 through 8 for the coming school year to fill the choice seats as part of school opening to support program development. Beginning with the 24-25 school year, entry points for enrollment will only be for grades 3 and 6. Currently enrolled Ruffner students, those who are zoned and choice students, will have first choice for middle school academic community selection. Division applications will include choice rankings for applicants. All electives will be available for all students. All students can earn multiple high school credits, and capstone projects for grade 8 will begin with the 25-26 cohort. At this time, I am requesting that you grant approval to move forward to seek community input on the plan presented this evening, that you give approval for a public hearing scheduled for December 7th, to be scheduled for December 7th upon your approval, and so that we can receive community input and have the public allow us to make revisions. And then we return to you with that plan revised for you to approve the academic plan. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and we stand ready to answer questions.
All right, colleagues who have questions, Dr. Martin?
I just have a comment on the, with the community partners. I know it says continue to build partners, but one of the things I noticed right away is that the service, leadership and service program, you really are, I don't see, I think you need to work on building community partners in that area. I see that it's pretty scant.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a lot, especially with the, the world geography and world languages. We are in an international city, so we have a lot of resources right here.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else? I'm sorry, I was talking to Dr. Birdsong. Who was up? No, I was saying, did anybody raise their hand?
Was there anything else to add? I don't know if you had.
No, I wanted to ask this question here, because I saw, and I'm really big pushing on this, and I know that we've already started this. Ms. Goldston here.
Yeah.
So here we are, middle school, great opportunities. I'm hearing these communities, and I see we have our core classes, and then we have these specialty programs. So I'm taking it that a model with this will be for those specialty courses along with the core teachers to be collaborating in their lesson development plans for the students?
Yes.
Say that again. You're talking about electives and
Yeah,
core
so
subjects to be integrated
exactly, and the
appropriately.
lesson plans will complement one another, and those instructors will work together, right?
In some of the core classes, that may be the case. Your electives within each community are really going to concentrate on what those students' interests are within that core content. And within that, for the technology courses, for the art courses, you will have the CTE components blended in, and you will be able to have your career exploration through that career and technology exploration. But I want you to be, Mr. Brady can probably speak more clearly on this. For those core academic subjects, we are going to have different approaches to the content. We're going to cover the VDOE standards, but the actual unit of study may not necessarily be the same unit in every other school. Similar to ADL, they follow the VDOE standards. They have their IBPs layered in, but some of their courses have unique features. And so what we're saying is, based on the information we've received from the community and the students, our courses will also have those unique features and those unique opportunities and learning experiences.
Great.
Mr. Brady, you want to add to that?
No, you covered it.
Great, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, the core courses like the English in each of the communities will have a kind of a different flavor to it based on that
What that community is.
the history, have a different flavor to it as well.
We'll take in some of those concepts that they're learning.
Yes.
We will, in other words, this program is going to make it interesting and exciting for students who,
Of course, yes.
I'm excited to hear
It's going to
this.
be better than what you had, Mr. Clancy. Your experience at the governor's school was a once-in-a-lifetime, and that's what we want to bring to the children of Ruffin.
Definitely, and the same thing around technology and the leadership. I am loving hearing the aspect that I know what we're doing in elementary, but at middle school, that critical time for students to begin to kind of make those decisions on where they're going, that you're doing the see, hear, you're bringing those components in to expose students. And I'm really excited about the aspect of Ruffner and that particular community, and then also, which has been a mission of this board as a whole, to bring students in from around the city to be able to give them that opportunity. So I'm excited to hear this. Was there anybody else? Who was that, Dr. Ralston? Go ahead.
Oh, yes. First, I'd like to say thank you for a very nice, comprehensive presentation.
It was a team effort.
On Ruffner.
I thank Academic Affairs, School Leadership Development, Dr. White, Dr. Kimsey, for their work with this. It was a team effort.
Thank you. Now, I think when you were showing the presentation of like honors courses and courses that would go back to the high school, I don't think I saw Algebra 1, or maybe I just missed it.
In 7th grade, students can take Algebra 1. In 8th grade, they can take Algebra 1. So those students, that's why when I talked about the math and science and being ready for those courses, some students will take Algebra 1 in the 7th grade. Some students may not take Algebra 1 until the 8th grade. But we may have some middle school students who take Math 7, Math 8. But at the same time, they can take Intro to Art, they can start their world language, and they can also take world geography. So it is there. It'll either be in 7th or 8th grade.
Go back to that list. Let me see the list again. It was a list where you listed the courses, like you had geometry. I saw a lot of courses.
8th grade geometry.
Was that 8th grade?
Yes.
Yeah, geometry is 8th grade. This is a sample schedule.
These are just samples.
This is some samples.
Yeah, this 8th grade honors student started math, Algebra 1 in the 7th grade, geometry in the 8th grade.
Okay, so that's 8th grade honors.
Yes.
That's 6th grade general.
Yes, let's see. This one here, this is a course. I was trying to see if I could find a 7th grade schedule for you. This is a 7th grade schedule where you have advanced science, you have honors English.
Credit bearing.
Okay.
Yes,
So
Algebra 1.
That's what I was looking for.
They're getting their high school credit.
So I got it, yeah. Okay. And another question is about how are we working with the city in terms, this was a concern I got at a task force meeting yesterday in the East Side Task Force, and they're talking about students crossing highways, crossing the street, and all that.
That's not my topic.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Dr. Birdsong?
Oh, pass that one right over.
That's not my topic. Crossing guards? Are you asking about crossing?
So do you all discuss that at all? And when you, so is it, I know you wouldn't discuss it directly, but I'm curious about that question. And that.
Well, we do have crossing guards there, but certainly we would want to have more without our little ones going into the building. And so we would definitely need to work with the city on that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, Mr. Fraley?
Good. Thank you.
Yes, definitely.
Mr. Jordan.
So I appreciate the presentation and the direction. I'm trying to grasp it all. It's a lot of information to try to digest. So I know I have more questions, and I'm not going to be able to do them all now. If there's some way, Dr. Birdsong, Dr. Gibson, in the notes that you were sharing, I was trying to capture some of the items that you were mentioning, like the enrollment, the number of zone students and so forth. Is there some way to get those statistics so that at least for me, so I can kind
we can
of
get
calculate
back
it
to
into
you.
my questions.
Yes, yeah, we can show you calculations of what 30% will look like, what 35, what 40% would look like. That's not a problem. We can set up a chart, we can set up and respond to that.
Yeah, I would appreciate if it's in the schedule, an opportunity for us to have some questions and have it come back before it goes to the public, just so that we can all be on the same page on what it is that we would be sending out to the public. Something else along those lines. So when we talk about the currently enrolled Ruffner students zoned in choice, so how are we factoring in the students who have moved outside of the Tidewater Gardens footprint as a result of redevelopment and are projected to come back? Can you just give me a sense of where they fit into this equation?
When you look at our capacity, it's 1,193. We're looking at starting next year well under that number. And we talked about having to do some things in the building which may reduce the capacity, but it's not going to reduce the capacity by 300 students. So as we look at that and we talk about choice seats, as enrollment increases at Ruffner for students who are zoned and they return from the schools they're currently in and they move back into the Ruffner zone, then the Ruffner zoned seats, the numbers will increase, but so will the choice seats. As enrollment for the zone students increases, the enrollment for the choice students has to increase to keep the ratio. So when you look at that and you look at, let's say next year we're looking at starting with, let me look at the number I gave you. I'll go back to that.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Yeah.
I think you read
575?
Yeah, we're looking at starting with 575, but your capacity is 1193. So if, let's say, 200 children move back into the zone, then that would increase the student zone for Ruffner, and that would take us up to almost 800 students. But at the same time, we would have to look at the 30% of choice seats and then increase those choice seats as well, which will get us closer to that 1193 or that 1,000 mark. So,
yeah, I was really just trying to focus on the timing. So if a child who's 3 through 8 or maybe rising 3 through 8, who has currently been relocated from Tidewater Gardens, are they in your count? Are they zones? How are they calculated in your current count around zone students? Are they included in that current count?
So the children, the numbers that Dr. Gibson has provided, those are the children that would be projected to be zoned to Ruffner next school year. So if a child moves and moves into the Blair Middle School attendance zone, they would be attending Blair unless they wanted to fill one of these choice seats, because this is going to be a division-wide program. So that's why we're saving, I believe, 30% of those
now
seats
we're
to be
serving
choice.
30% of those
But
seats.
these numbers are based on projected numbers of students who are going to be enrolled in Ruffner next year.
Right. I mean, and I'll email it. But what I'm trying to get to specifically is, with the Choice Neighborhood Grant, the Housing Authority, the city, and the school system are tracking the students as they have been relocated. What I'm trying to get an understanding of is that those students that have been relocated, are we, with intentionality, factoring them in, and if so, how? That's what I'm trying to, because...
If they live in another zone right now,
well, right, but
that would be factored into that school's projection for next year.
Right. This is why I'm asking the question, because the part of the point of the Choice Neighborhood Grant was the recognition that because of physical redevelopment, students would be moved. But in some cases, the move may be temporary. In other cases, the move may be permanent. And
And so I know that as part of the Choice Neighborhood Grant, the school division is reporting on, at least I think so, is reporting on how all those students are doing academically. So part of the goal of the Choice Neighborhood Grant is not only to provide the families better housing opportunities, but to also provide better educational opportunities. So those families that have been displaced, I'm thinking we should be giving some consideration to them having some level of priority, whether it's on the zone side or the choice side. I just couldn't see that in the presentation. That's why I'm raising that for you all to give that some thought and get some feedback. The other question I had on the steering committee team or whatever the team is that's doing the planning, I know you mentioned that there were some parents participating. How many parents do you have on the whatever the team is?
I don't have my committee list in front of me.
I mean, just a guesstimate.
Okay. I would say 3 to 4.
3 to 4.
Who came each time, yes.
Yeah, I think this is very good work, but I would encourage us to try to make sure we can be even more aligned and intentional around the Choice Neighborhood Initiative and also the parental engagement piece or stakeholder piece to the extent that we can. But Mr. Chair, I think I like to digest it.
Yeah.
And rather than just saying, go forward if that's something that, whether that's at the November meeting or the December meeting, just like to have a process by which to digest it some more and be able to come back with some questions before we act tonight.
Yeah, so what I got is a recommendation, and it's not a vote. I guess it's talking about the next steps.
Well, we were under the impression that we presented to you tonight, you would have time for it to simmer. We would come back on November 16th, and at that time, you would tell us if you were going to allow us to continue with our planning, where we would have a public hearing on December 7th.
Yep, and so that's where I was going to go at. In the spirit, I think what Mr. Jordan is raising, I know there may be some additional questions from colleagues that are here. I encourage everyone to take this opportunity between now and we'll probably put a little bit of time when we meet on the 16th to kind of do this, not here, but just to kind of come back and do some additional there as we move forward with the December 7th public hearing. We'll still do that, and I think that we can do that as a joint one, Maury and Ruffner on the same day, and people can just kind of mention which one.
Makes sense.
And then we, based on that, then we still proceed with a December action date unless the board determines something different. Does that sound amenable to everybody?
Yeah,
What you got, Mr. Jordan?
just one clarify. What is the public hearing for Ruffner on the 7th? That is on
So that
Plan that we just presented to you.
on the plan itself.
More
On the plan.
feedback. More
Yeah.
feedback for this plan that we
From
presented
parents
to
and
you.
community.
I'm just
No, I'm not,
It's
no,
okay.
don't take anything. I'm just,
I'm just trying to get in, because sometimes you take a public hearing and then I didn't know if we're voting on, is it the public hearing to get feedback or is the public hearing to inform some vote? That's what I was
public
trying
hearing will get more feedback on what this plan is that'll be out there
Okay.
to inform us as board members as we move to a December business meeting vote.
Okay.
That-
Which
that
would be a vote on proceeding.
Proceeding with, continue to move forward with this,
With the academic plan.
with the academic planning,
Okay.
right?
For,
That's
For
correct.
the Ruffner 3A program.
okay.
Is everybody?
So that way you can plan and have the school ready to go in
Right, correct.
September of
Yes,
2023.
right.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think that's going to be an important point, is to what people are coming, what we are seeking public input on. Right.
Exactly.
On this
So
plan.
it's on this plan that we
This
have
plan,
just gotten here today.
Yes, is
We
what
want
we're
feedback.
proposing, yes, to
Yeah,
give
the
them an
proposal.
opportunity to tell us, fix it,
Or these are some things I think might be missing or things that you might want to add.
Yeah, and especially if we're going to have Ruffner and Maury on the same night, we might have quite a few. But
That's great.
no, I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm just saying something for us to be thinking about. The other piece of it is, so like I said, I'm digesting it. If there's
if there's a way to break the presentation down so that speaking as we were talking about earlier with my parent hat on, to really kind of understand what this means for my child, especially when you start talking about sample schedules and all of that. I don't know if there's a comparison to this is what you're used to, but this is what we're proposing, or this is, just some way of making it a little more parent and student friendly in terms of the language would be helpful.
This was for the board.
Is there an opportunity for maybe Ruffner PTA?
And then the other question that I'll be asking about once you tell me when my deadline is, I still like to get a better understanding of how it fits in with the big picture. So let's say that we implement this as is currently being proposed. What's the impact on Southside STEM, like the other programming that we have in the school division, especially around middle school? What impact, if any, do we think this might have? So I just like to get a feel for the big picture, like Dr. Rowson mentions.
I would almost say impact and also alignment with the strategic plan and some of the objectives that we have outlined in there.
Yeah.
How I might be able to make that. Good points, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Basine.
Yeah. Thank you. I thought we were going around.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'm sorry.
So I want to echo. I have similar questions to Mr. Jordan. When you were just referencing, well, I'll come back. So I too want to, when I calculated looking at the enrollment report that we received, there's 124 at Tidewater Park and 436, so to make 600, roughly 660 students that would, let's say that group was there. So I wanted to better understand how the 30% choice seats was determined. And then, understanding that if, my concern is, okay, there could be students that do come back. So if I'm hearing that, as the enrollment goes up, we'll have to keep to maintain that ratio increase, but at some point we're going to hit.
You're going to hit
a ceiling, and I think not only every time we've talked about specialty programs or having choice seats, I need like that holistic big picture, like looking at the entire district, all of our specialty programs, all of our choice programs. How are we doing? What are the lessons learned? What have we learned with the implementation of similar programs that we have had in our district, like Southside STEM Academy? And kind of bringing that data and information back at some point when we can talk about all of this programming and to see how we can strengthen what we're already doing.
And this piece is for the academic program so that the curriculum and instruction department can get all of these courses ready. The other piece is for each of the divisions in terms of building capacity and enrollment. Those are follow-up conversations that will be ongoing to make sure that our formulas are correct and we can project into the future and maintain the enrollment that we said we're going to maintain, but at the same time be ready to serve the community that's zoned for Ruffner so that they can enroll in their school.
Definitely. So colleagues, with the interest of time, I'm gonna, because we still have a robust discussion on the strategic plan, I'm gonna encourage, just so I make sure that we're clear on our next steps here, for any additional follow-up questions regarding the particular plan, I encourage you to have a 2x2 or do that. We're gonna put some time in the meeting on the 16th so that anything that you all may have had in your 2x2s or other questions that may have come up so that we can address them at that time in preparation for the December 7th public hearing. I'm also I'm asking Dr. Birdsong if there's a possibility, going back to what you were asking about, Mr. Jordan, if I'm not quite sure if Ruffner has their PTA that's up, but maybe if we could take what you've had there and just kind of make it in a parent-friendly conversation and host it at the school there, to just invite them to come in, and even Tidewater Park to come there that night to present this there ahead of the public hearing, so that might be able to answer some questions there, and then we come back slated for a decision in December. Colleagues, are you good with that?
Yeah, just yes. I don't know if trying to schedule 2x2s in the window, considering, you know, the VSB conference, a lot of things. So I just want the board to know that what I'm gonna attempt to do is just write my questions down.
Okay.
And send them to Dr. Birdsong and copy the board as a whole, so everybody has the benefit of those
I
questions.
think that works.
Good idea.
Everybody good?
Good idea.
All right, cool. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so
Gibson. I think we came to a good consensus on that. Dr. Pohl, you're the man of the hour. So, Dr. Pohl, you do have both items here. So if you want a policy review quickly before, because I don't think it's going to take that long, before you get into strategic plan, that's up to you too.
I'd rather just go in order as we have.
All right,
if
cool.
that's all right. The policy will take, it's like 2 sentences, so.
So I'm going to selfishly say this. So I'm taking some students to the opera tonight. They're going to go see Pirates of Penzance. So,
So one of my favorite interviews, the interviewer said, we have a forest to get through, but we want the straightest path we can get through the
there you
forest.
go. Appreciate it, Dr. Pohl.
All right, so if I can take control, is that? All right, so we'll start with the monitoring tables for the November updates. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. Let's just, Ms. Campson has said before, it's difficult to see, so we're going to make it as big as we can. All right, so the monitoring tables for November. We'll review briefly. Good afternoon, Chairman Clanton, Vice Chair Dr. Gabriel, members of the board, and Dr. Birdsong. This afternoon, I'll be sharing updated information for November's data tables for the strategic plan that include data on promotion rates for key grade levels, specialty program enrollment data, and on-time graduation data. Excuse me. Following this update, there will also be a STAR data presentation and an enrollment data presentation to complete the updates for the November monitoring calendar. So table 1, with students reading on grade level, the data points that we need from the VDOE are not yet available from across the state to understand where our students fall in ranges for the percentage of students that are on or above grade level entering into the 3rd grade. So we hope to have that in the near future to be able to bring that to the board. I know that was a November update, so I apologize for not having that data at this time. Table 4 focuses on on-time graduation. The SMART goal is for the percentage of students in the all students group graduating on time using the 4-year Virginia on-time graduation rate will increase from 84.8% in 2022 to 90% in 2027. To meet this goal, there are annual targets that are outlined within the table that you see on the green row. Additionally, the demographic data is listed to create a focus on which groups need to show the greatest increases in order to make this target for all students across the board. We'll go a little out of order just the way the tables fit so we didn't have to print it awkwardly. Table 13 monitors students enrolled and passing honors courses. The SMART goal here is to increase the percentage of students in the all students group enrolled in and passing honors courses from 23% during the 21-22 school year to 60% during the 26-27 school year. As a note, this data does not include students enrolled in AP or dual enrollment courses, just students in grades 6 through 12 enrolled in honors labeled courses. The data within the subgroups represents the percentage of that group outside of the parentheses and the percentage of the 23% that currently meet the goal for that group within the parentheses. So our Asian population, 51% of our Asian students meet that goal, but it's 5.2% of the 23%. So this gives you your diversity breakdown right here, your equity breakdown. Again, this data is listed by demographics to lay focus to the groups that need the most growth in this area in order to make the goal for the all students group. Moving backwards now to table 10, which is a little bit of a larger table. This data focus on promotion rates from grades 5 to 6, 8 to 9, and 9 to 10. The data show high rates for the first 2 transition groups and a lower rate for our students transitioning from grade 9 to 10. So you can see the grade 5 to 6 data, all of it is 99% or higher. Grade 8 to 9, all of it is 99% higher. but from grades 9 to 10, you see a drastic decrease in our movement of students from grade 9 to grade 10. Therefore, the SMART goal and targets are set for that one transition area to increase the percentage of students being promoted from grade 9 to grade 10 from 65.8% in the spring of 2022 to 90% in the spring of 2027. Table 23, this looks at the concentration of poverty in each of our schools. This data does not have a SMART goal associated with it. However, the overarching goal is to move each school closer to the 0% difference point from where they currently stand. The data for each school represents the difference from the division percentage of students in SES households. As an example, Booker T. Washington, for this current school year, has 11.9% more students in the SES category than the division has. So they would be at 72.8% SES, whereas Granby is 5.5% less, so they would be at 55.6%. No, 4%. Sorry, my math's off a little bit. So our goal here, as you can see, the targets is to get closer to 0% in these so that all the schools are closer to the division average of where we fall. Table 24 is our diversity, racial diversity across schools. And as with Table 23, the data represented is a difference from division averages. The columns represent Asian, Black, Hispanic, white, and multiracial. And across the top are our division averages. And then the below shows each school's difference from the division average. And again, here, no specific SMART goal, just an overarching goal to bring each school closer to the division average. Table 25 focuses on the same type of data, but it's across academic programs. So you see each of the schools that have, oh, this is still the same table, so Table 25, you see each school that has a program, you can see the difference from the demographic data across the division within each of the schools. And the same overarching goal to bring these closer to division averages for our programs. Moving to Table 27, we focus on advanced placement and dual enrollment across the division. Here, we want to have every single student who graduates to have taken at least one AP or dual enrollment course is ultimately our goal, so that they understand the rigor of a college level course. So as we do that, you'll see the numbers within the parentheses become closer to the division averages of our breakdown. And that's our goal here. You can see our targets, which will be a little moving because it depends on each year what our demographic breakdown is for the division. And then the last table for tonight, for November, is the same type of information as Table 27, but this one focuses on our diversity in honors level courses. And as with the data earlier, this is just focusing on honors. It does not include AP and dual enrollment, but those courses that are labeled as honors to, again, focus on the diversity across those courses. And that's the conclusion of the November data tables for the strategic plan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paul. Any questions? All right, Ms. Jordan.
So, in my 2x2 with Dr. Birdsong and Dr. Pohl, and also kind of piggybacking on our earlier session, so, and I'll ask, maybe Dr. Birdsong can explain so I make sure I get this right. So, it's when the discussion took place that I think at the last meeting we got the presentation about the SMART goals. The administration's position at this point is that the board and the administration have agreed on what the SMART goals are as reflected in these tables, or are they still open for discussion?
This is supposed to be a collaborative process.
So these are kind of draft, but like working drafts. Is that correct?
This is what I was asked to present to the board.
Okay, I just
come back with the recommendations.
Okay,
for
all right.
discussion.
So, and I'm gathering that these particular tables were pulled out based upon our current monitoring schedule.
The monitoring schedule and the availability of data through the year.
Availability.
Correct.
So for me, I just want to try to explain, this is similar to the conversation that Dr. Birdsong and I had. So for me, when I look at the SMART goals that we currently have presented in this draft, pending what comes out for Table 1, reading on grade level, I'm not sure to what extent the SMART goals truly measure what students know and what students can do. So as we have conversations going forward around what we prioritize, I just want to use this as an example of the discussion. So I am appreciative of the data, because I think it gives me an opportunity to look and see how we are performing generally in the areas that you have outlined. What I don't want is for me, just speaking as an individual board member, I don't want to monitor these same tables every quarter as though those are the priorities or the goals that the board has established. So I think that the administration can share this information with us, but I'm not sure it needs to be in a work session in this fashion that we're doing right now. The other piece of that is, so when we deal with some of the goals around concentration of poverty and educational planning and diversity, I think we need to be careful. This goes back to the point of, what's board work and what's superintendent's work. So somehow I think we should talk about what it is that we're actually trying to achieve here. I know what we were talking about around social economic diversity. I'm not real sure what we're trying to accomplish around the racial diversity piece, but I am appreciative of the fact that the information is there. But on the and the last thing I'll say is, when we deal with all students and we talk about goals and targets, I remain concerned that the all student focus may not be enough laser focus on the of where we can have the greatest leverage for students from an equity perspective. So if, for example, if we see that, I'll choose somewhere up here, I think it was honors courses. So the overall, the current all student is at 23%. When you look at subgroup data, it can vary from 16.7% to 51%. So I think there is some value in us having a conversation whether or not we want to have the SMART goal that focuses on a particular subgroup, and then have conversations around the annual targets for that particular subgroup, because right now I think we kind of have a hodgepodge there. At least for me, it's hard to focus on. So the main thing is, I only think one, maybe two of the SMART goals that we currently have at this presentation actually focuses on what children know and what they can do, and I think we should give some attention there. And I think we should look at, if we are going to monitor these, which ones we want to monitor, as we talked about in our conversation earlier. And then the ones that deal with educational planning, maybe they fall in that, I forgot what we said during the governance piece, but they may fall in a different, I don't know if it's a community impact category, a different category than what the division directly controls. We know we can change the zoning and impact those things, and other things may not be within our control, and I think we need to try to be able to say which ones that we feel that we are controlling and what the strategy may be to get there. So, thank you.
Same.
Thank you, Mr. Clanton, and thank you, Dr. Pohl, for this presentation and review of these monitoring tables. I too, I think this is a really great way for us to continue some of the discussion that we had earlier in our governance training about, how we use the meaningful data that we receive, and how then this directs us rather to the so what, now what piece of it from a board level, and I'm going to use, the on-time graduation rate, for example. When you look at this slide, I think in your presentation, you mentioned it helps to look at, the groups that really need to be lifted in order to see, that all students group rise, right, increase. And I believe, and as my board colleagues know, I've been advocating for that intentional focus, as Mr. Jordan just mentioned, on the specific subgroups that we know we need to lift up or strengthen our capacity to lift them up, so that we see increased student achievement around that. So with the on-time graduation rate, that's something that I personally would like to see, that intentional focus on those specific subgroups. But then I guess what I'm thinking as far as a board discussion, we talk about what board discussion would look like around this. It's like, okay, this is where we are. We see where we are. We see what the trend is. And then, so what? Now what? What's the strategy that we're using to meet that target, and how are we doing to meet that target? And I think that's where the discussion needs, that's what I expect to see out of the board discussion is, okay, so we have this table, this is the topic on the monitoring calendar, on-time graduation rate, and this is the table that shows us where our kids are, what they know, what they're able to do, based on this particular indicator, and then now what in terms of strategies, how do we meet that goal? And so, and what the board can do to support budgetarily, policy-wise, that to me is the board level discussion. That, when you go forward, in agenda planning, and as we continue the agenda planning discussion, I think that's what I'm expecting to see in these discussions. The other piece about the on-time graduation rate.
Hold on.
Oh.
So we received we received the table. We received the table as a part of the monitoring calendar. And then we have some discussion about what is the division doing in order to achieve the set goal, let's say the agreed upon set goal. What is the division doing? What policies are they looking at? How are they doing their budget? What are they doing with academics? That's what you would like to see as a part of the discussion.
I think that's important. So we should know, okay, these strategies, we increase graduation. I'm just throwing this out there, for example. We increased graduation coaches in our division last year, and as a result of that, we saw an increase in graduation rates. We should be able to know that where we invested our funds is producing the results that we say we want through the goal. I think the goal here, as this is a working document, needs, some fine tuning and hopefully, some collaboration and agreement around that intentional focus versus having the all students, as our target group. But the other piece of this is, how that rate is calculated, but the other piece is the dropout rate too. And that's something that I feel should be a companion piece in addition to looking at the graduation rate is the dropout rate, which I know is an increasing concern, across the nation, with the dropout rate, especially as we monitor the impact of the last couple years. But I don't want to take up, I know we're tight on time, but I'm using this particular table as a piece of, how we can strengthen our board discussion around these areas to then say, okay, now what are the strategies being used? Are they working? Are they not working? How can we support the administration to get to a point where we're meeting our goals? And so that's, I'll leave it there.
I think another table, I was kind of thinking along the same lines as Ms. Basine, table 23, the concentration of poverty. We want to decrease that as close to zero as we can, but we can't do that alone. So I think this is a really good opportunity to say, okay, so what are the strategies that we control, and what is out there? Who are the community partners that we can bring in to help focus on this? And so I think that one's one of those bigger picture, where we can really bring in a lot more context to this table.
Right. And if I could just add to that, I think Mr. Jordan's point too is that that data is great for us to look and have that snapshot, but I foresee that information being relevant as we look at, our educational planning overall. And at those points in time, that information, that is where I think that information is really valuable. It's valuable right now as a snapshot, but for us to continue monitoring it, I think that is the place for it as we look at the big picture of what we're trying to achieve. So I just keep it there.
What else? All right, Dr. Polo?
All right.
Yeah, I really like table 23. really like table 23.
All right, so now we'll move on to an update of the fall administration of the Renaissance Star assessment data. As you're aware, Renaissance Star is used as a universal screener in Norfolk Public Schools, and it's administered in reading and math to all students in grades 2 through 8, and also in Algebra 1, Geometry, and English 9. In addition to this presentation, a by school, by grade report for the all students group has been uploaded into board docs, along with division-wide data by grade level and demographics. And additionally, I wanted to note that all principals also get this breakdown at the school level, and this data is currently being discussed at the data meetings at each school. We're going to dig into the reading data. And starting with participation, was strong with only a few subgroups in grade 6 below 90%. Overall participation for this fall was approximately 9% higher than the fall 2021 test. So we saw better participation this year. Our division-wide results show increases in the at or above benchmarks only for grades 4 and 6. And there were some increases in the urgent intervention in grades 2, 4, 7, and 8. And if you dig into the slides with the grade level data, you'll see that matches the information at the grade levels as well. In the math results, the overall participation rose approximately 5% from the fall 2021 assessment. And this year, grades 7 and 8 had the lowest participation rates. However, they were still higher than last fall's rates. So we did see improvement in those rates. And this year with the mathematics data, we see improvement in the at or above benchmark levels and decreases in the urgent intervention levels in all grades 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. While grade 8 saw increases in the at or above level, there was also a small increase in the urgent intervention level. And grade 7 is the only grade level that saw both declines in the at or above and increases in the urgent intervention level. So as we've tried to do, I'm trying to keep the data a little brief on this since you have the depth of data given to you. The next steps, I think, are where a big focus point is, implications based on the data. So looking at the math data, some implications are to continue to provide the replicable monthly professional development for building math leaders and to have a continued focus on small group instruction in both the elementary and the middle school levels. So these will be continued, and to be implemented is more depth on the math focus on division-wide professional learning communities focused on evidence-based practices including explicit instruction, small group instruction, the concrete to representational to abstract framework, using discourse with an emphasis on vocabulary and using interventions to support problem solving, Additionally, continued professional development on best practices with Edmenum for Title I teachers, our university instructors, tutors, long-term substitutes, teachers of students with disabilities, and English learners will be offered in addition. Supports for reading following the data are to provide continued replicable monthly professional development for building English language arts leaders, to continue with the systematic interventions with PALS early literacy and with NPS university instructors providing classroom assistance, and to focus on small group instruction at the elementary and middle school levels. And the supports being implemented include facilitating professional learning communities on explicit instruction, to include phonemic awareness and systemic phonics instruction, as well as annotation strategies, curriculum alignment, and engagement through small group instruction. Continued focus on ongoing professional development on Lexia products for long-term substitutes, learning support special education teachers, and tutors within the division. Thank you for allowing me to present the data briefly, and I stand ready for any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you. And I will try to be quick with the questions, but this is a lot of information, and I appreciate all of the data that you have shared with us. With regard to students and parents in receiving this information, how are you in your leadership meetings discussing how schools can incorporate parents into using this information that their students are taking these tests and then allowing them to use it to track their data performance? I know that when I've done some school visits, there are children who have actual folders with their information and they kind of know what their goals are. But what is the expectation in your leadership meetings with the principals with regards to these numbers?
So a great question, Dr. Gabriel. So when we meet with the leadership teams, the expectation is first that the principal and the leaders of the building have a deep and thorough understanding of this data,
Okay.
of what it means, of what the students have knowledge of with the reading or the math, where the STAR brings it back, also with the fall-through assessment data on the SDBQs, so that they understand that data. And we're doing data professional development with principals on an ongoing basis. Then they work with their leadership teams down to the teacher level to talk about how does this data indicate what needs to happen instructionally in the classroom, and how do we differentiate because of that data, and then how do we tie that into the tools that are included within the curriculum, whether it be curricular documents, different texts to read, different ways to annotate an assignment within Lexia or Edmenum, however it may be, from the data. And then the parents also they're supposed to get a STAR report on the data, and if a student is receiving remediation because of data that's received in the fall, the parents also receive a letter that your child is to receive remediation because of this data, and here's how you can help with it. So there's a lot of communication in place to assist with that.
Okay. So would someone in remediation be on watch, on intervention, and urgent as well?
So we, of course, start with the urgent, and then so we start with the red and the yellow first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we still branch out to the on watch, because on watch means they're pretty much on target, but if we don't give them the supports they need, they could fall and be below the level. And of course, we want to offer acceleration for those that are at or above, because we don't want just to keep them level. We want to push them as far as we can.
Right. Please continue to support schools and emphasize how important it is to keep parents involved so that they are knowledgeable on this score that their child is receiving, so that they can own the score, track the data, just like they are performing in their sports team and they're looking to improve. This is a number that they should know, and they should be able to see their performance over time. When they take ownership of it, it can make a big difference. Thank you.
And I'll also add that, so we're doing the Science Family Academy right now, winter. Our next one, we're planning already math and literacy family academies as well to tie this information into it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Poole. So would you say, I know we haven't gotten the fall
fall through data. Would you say, though, in general, the STAR data is pretty predictive of how?
So it's really difficult to say because the piece we're missing with the fall data is the benchmark areas for if it's considered a student's below grade level, at grade level, above grade level, based on the metrics of that assessment. So, we can look at like third grade data might be a little bit tighter, with the reading and across different groups. But other than that, looking at division average, it's hard to really give that comparison. I really had hoped to be able to give that kind of comparison and how STAR and the through testing is combined and how it's looking through the year. But without that state data yet, we just can't.
Okay. And my second and last question for now is, so would it be accurate, because I was trying to, we talked about this earlier also in governance training, looking at the cohorts of the students that are in urgent intervention. And when I look at second grade, for instance, and just looking at urgent intervention, the 839 students there, and then we have, the 629 students in third grade. So, the percentage, obviously, because the numbers are decreased, the percentages are also lower, right? Mm-hmm. But if we were to, I'm interested to see, are those students that were in urgent intervention, are they doing better, because of the interventions that we've provided? And what you might suggest, or if that is a worthwhile examination of the board, just to see that we are moving our kids out of, the urgent intervention to the, they're progressing toward the meet and exceeds,
over time.
Over time, right.
So one of the tools that our ARA team is working on developing is something similar to that, where we're trying to look at how do we track a student SOL-wise, are they showing growth through time and getting to that pass? Or are we seeing like they did well, they didn't do well, they did well, how is that cohort data looking at? We don't have that solidified yet, how we can really track it. At the schools, though, they do a good job of tracking their students from grade to grade and watching that data to give, again, more implicit instruction where needed. But division-wide yet, we just don't have a tool in place right now to track it. But it is a valuable.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, because I think it would be valuable for us to see that cohort of students is progressing over time, and that our interventions are a reason for that. And so. As we, as a board, continue to think about and talk about our board priorities, especially, around third grade reading proficiency, meeting and exceeding that proficiency, I think this could be an important data tool.
Absolutely.
So.
That links into the discussion that we had earlier with the legislative priorities, because if we're getting the funds for the tutoring, for the Admentum, for the Lexia, for all of this, if we're partnering with our different universities, and we're specifically giving double doses of instruction to the students who are, let's say, in the urgent category, and we can show that we have moved 20% of students from urgent to on watch within this calendar year, for example, I'm just saying theoretically, that is very powerful information. Individuals feel like their funds that they have, invested in the school system are working towards the progress and the goals that we want.
Absolutely.
Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, and to that point, so this is what I think we ought to be monitoring against our, we were having a different discussion. We were talking about leading indicators and summative data and so forth. So if we were trying to look at this point in the year at SOL data, we wouldn't have it, or it wouldn't tell us anything. If we're saying that student performance on third grade STAR reading, we believe performance there will then boost performance on the end of the year SOL test, then to me, that's where we have a goal that we are able to monitor this within our control to be able to receive that data and discuss that data. And to that point, so I know we are looking at
Correct.
information, and somewhat piggybacking on what Ms. Basine was saying about the cohort. What I think maybe in addition to that, what we ought to be looking at is where were the students at the end of last year?
Right.
Where are they now at the beginning of this year? So maybe 3rd to 4th grade, whatever it is. And then have an understanding of what our expectations are for student performance. So when we get the next report, we aren't necessarily looking for a miracle performance in a quarter, but we ought to be able to have a discussion about, are we seeing the student performance trend towards what our annual goal is, even as our overarching goal over a 5-year period, dealing with SOL scores may be something, beyond that. But I think this type of data is what gives us the opportunity to monitor and have feedback and discussions on an annual basis versus the SOL stuff that waits a year out.
Yeah.
Because it's too late then to make an intervention. So if Dr. Birdsong and Dr. Pohl came back in the next quarter or whenever it is that they're supposed to give the report, and they said, this is where we are. Now when I pay attention to a budget transfer, I'm going to be looking for what's the budget transfer, if necessary, that you need in order to boost this student performance as we are in the current year. Those are the types of ways I think we can have goals, tie them to resources, and be able to monitor more in a real time than waiting on the summative data that we wouldn't know, in some cases, a year from now.
So 2 quick comments on that. One, so the data that's shown here that we give the schools, they get the data from fall 21, winter 21, and spring 21, and then fall 22. So they can kind of do that comparison. It's not definitive cohort defined out, but you can look at their 1st grade or their 2nd grade performance to the 3rd grade performance. So you can see that, because that is a piece of data that we do want to be focusing on. And the other one I do want to remind the board is that this is our first year of having the fall, the winter, and the spring SOL testing. So one of our goals is also to see what kind of a comparison does that give us, because with the VDOE creating the through testing, it'll be much more tightly aligned. Even though we have a good alignment with STAR and SOL results, that should give us an even better data point at mid-year as that comes into play.
Thank you. Ms. Campson and then Ms. Basine.
I just wanted to add that sometimes I know we're looking at the big overview here in our school system, but the thing to always keep our mind on is the most important thing with the assessment data that we do, and certainly STAR is a contributor to that and how we track it, but also, as you said, so that because a test is a test and they're not always what we've been studying, lessons that we've learned many times, but the most important reason that we have it is because the teacher sitting there in the classroom can look at that data and know exactly what to do for each child. The challenge is always, does she have the resources? And I'm talking about human resources, because we have, thank goodness, we've gotten our specialists back into the buildings, but we need even more because we see how many kids are urgent here, and you can't do but so much with so few people. But anyway, I just want to make sure that sometimes we kind of lose focus on that. It's very important for the board to be looking at the big picture, obviously, because that's where we are. But to know that that's what's happening for the children. This is the new thing in education now. Well, new for me. Some people, it's always been there, I guess, because it's been in so long. But when we started looking at this data back in the late 90s, as we were moving the district into such high performance, that's what we were focusing on, is the teacher in the classroom and even the principals. I mean, my notebooks, I just pulled them up and I could tell you in a heartbeat what any child in my in my school was doing. And that's what we need to focus on, and that's why it's so important for us to keep our teachers. And we don't do that by not paying them enough money, as competitive as it is. So when we're thinking about the budget, let's think about the person who's going to make the most difference for the 20 or 25 children that she has sitting in front of her, because she's the one, and that's why we do so much training, to make sure they know to do it. So, no questions from me, just one of my little lectures.
Thank you. Ms. Basine.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a great discussion, and I think as we are even to the point of looking at the spring, looking at the cohort of those students who, at the spring, and then look at the fall, and see, so many of them, we've done a great job with our summer school programs, some questions, that I think of are, we know there's a summer slide, some greater in some groups than others, and then what is the impact of the summer school programs that we have in terms of producing better or stronger outcomes in the fall. And I think those would be interesting discussions to continue to have in the future, as we might consider, certain policies or strengthening or enhancing or making, summer school more robust. I mean, we've done great with it so far, thanks to federal funding, but, if it's really benefiting our students come fall, I think that's, we've got to find a way to maintain those programs. So, anyway, just putting that plug.
All right, Mr. Jordan, and then we're going to go on to the next topic.
All right.
Are we still in strategic plan?
Star. But
We have yet to get to
We haven't
strategic
even done
planning.
reading yet.
I mean, are we still in that, in the first section?
I mean, it kind of was all morphed together now. So we
Yeah.
did the data tables, then we're doing STAR, and then we're doing enrollment data.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll wait. I thought you were going to shift the policy, but I'll wait.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I have enrollment
Okay.
data to go through yet.
All right.
All right.
Enrollment data.
Talk fast.
I will, I promise.
Here's the chart. There you go.
All right. Good afternoon again. We're on to enrollment data. Evening now, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yep.
So as you're aware, enrollment being reported is what was reported to the state as of September 30th of this year. This is not a static number, but this is how we report it to the board, and it gets reported to the state. However, our funding is based on the March 31st counts. The division completes a preliminary projections for budgeting process in December, and then they're finalized in February. This year, the enrollment was above projections in the elementary and high school levels. There were increases in enrollment at the high school level as well as at the elementary level when you include pre-K. Our total number as of September 30th is 25,599 lovely students without pre-K and 27,310 with pre-K. Here's our data on our current enrollment versus the projection. NPS was above projections in grades kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th. And as seen on this slide, our district does still see a slight decline over the 3-year data trend here. However, our enrollment demographics are generally consistent over the 3 years, with the largest increase in our Hispanic population. And below the bar graphs are tables that show the actual number of students over time as well. And this year we have seen increases in the students with disabilities and English learner subgroups as well. And the final 3 data slides show enrollment trends over the past 5 years. So I apologize for the titling in this slide. It's supposed to be from 2018-19 to the current school year. This slide shows the enrollment by level, and elementary numbers do not include pre-K. These are our funded students. And here, this slide shows the data by grade level. Notice the increases in pre-K and kindergarten, grades 1 and 2. And finally, the secondary is by grade level enrollment. And here we see an increase in grades 9 and 12. . And then I did want to note 3 additional documents that were uploaded this year for the board review. First is the enrollment trend data by school with data over the past 5 years. That came out in our discussion last year, was having school level data included, so we included it this year. And then the second 2 documents, they satisfy a Virginia code which requires the reporting of pupil-teacher ratios in classrooms for the current school year by January 1st. And that was about as quickly as I can do enrollment for you.
Okay. Questions? I'll just point out that, go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Not so much a question, but something for the board to give consideration for, especially as we're talking about specialty schools and new schools. If looking at the, I don't know if it's in the PowerPoint, but in one of the attachments, it showed the enrollment by school. And if you look at the middle school and high school enrollments, when we were, when we kicked off the educational planning, whenever it was prior to 2018, part of what we knew then and what I think we're still seeing now is our enrollment for our middle schools and our high schools are not balanced. And so I think the board should consider, as part of our ed planning and as part of our consideration of programs like Ruffner or a updated, modernized, new, whatever comes out in Maury, I think we also should be looking at some rezoning as well, because we still have, I think we should try to balance our enrollment at our middle school and at our high school level, and not have a high school that's almost at 2,000 and another high school that's at 900, or likewise at the middle school have these wide gaps.
Yep.
And so, to me, we should be looking at the enrollment, the school zone enrollment, and the modernization and new construction together.
Yes.
Because I think that's very important, especially in light of the strategic plan goals that we've talked about. In the absence of that, I worry that we may continue to stress some buildings where we could provide relief, and I think it also would get us back to the point where we had a educational planning goals of eliminating all portables out of the division. Because I think a lot of our portables are attached to our the fact that we have not acted yet on trying to have more balanced enrollment, especially at the middle and the high school level.
If I could add, it's also, I think it becomes an equity of course offerings. When you have a smaller school, it's harder to offer all of the courses that we want to make sure every student has access to. So that's a challenge we do face as well.
I just wanted to point out that in the document that you attached with the pupil to teacher ratio, and is that based upon current staffing or what your allocated staffing is?
That's based on allocated staffing.
Okay, so the schools who have the higher need have a lower pupil to teacher ratio. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's
they do.
because of the Title I, I believe, right? Yeah.
It has it for, for resources and for instructional teachers.
Correct.
So, okay, so we'll move on to our policy discussion then.
Okay. Policy discussion will be rather brief, only 2 policies. Good evening again. Policy BCA is the school board organizational meeting, and this changes the organizational date from July to January for the shifts in election this year, and this was recommended by Mr. Cloud. And the other policy is policy KLB, public complaints about learning resources. This has been updated with legal references and a language change at the beginning of the policy. And it's also included as the regulation for this policy that we're updating, detailing how the process to submit a challenge to the instructional materials in the classroom.
Dr. Martin?
So, yeah, KLB, we talked about this being readily available to the parents, should they want to opt for this option, this opt-out. And I noticed that the wording in it talks about the intranet and not the internet. So I'm wondering, how would does a parent need to go through the school principal to access this document, or will we eventually post it on the intranet?
That will be, we can post that on the internet as well. Right now, it's an internal document when they go to the principal and ask. The goal is if there's materials that they're uncomfortable with their child, that they take an alternative assignment.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they go to the principal has the form to be able to give to the parent. But if we think it would be better just for the parent to have the form automatically, we prefer the conversation with the principal to start with. And that's why the form's internal and not just posted on the website.
And that's interesting, because I'm just wondering, for accessibility, how do we get that information to the parent?
So that it's in the, so on board docs and on the regulation about if they want to file a complaint, or if they want to have an alternative assignment, the first thing it says is to go to the principal and speak with the principal about it.
What says?
The regulation.
So they have to know to go to look for a regulation.
Yeah.
Well, that, or I would assume they would ask the teacher first, or the building principal, who would be informed of it on there. And I'll have to look. I'm not sure if we have it in our handbook or not.
I was going to say, I'm sure it's probably somewhere in the handbook too, but I'm
There-
not sure.
I don't know if they're reading the
Since we
handbook.
haven't adopted it, though, I mean, but
Well,
it's still required.
Correct.
Yeah,
There's
it was
still a way to
previously
challenge
required.
materials
Yeah, right.
that's
Okay.
out and about.
Right,
Correct.
okay.
So Dr. Martin, we'll look into checking to see about that in the actual handbook when we publicize the next handbook for next year, to make sure that that's in there. I'm pretty sure there's information in there on it, but we'll double check and make sure it's in the handbook.
because everyone goes home with the
Right.
the handbook, so at least it might be somewhere in their house. you
Yeah,
know.
I wouldn't say it
Yeah.
would be intuitive for me as a
Right.
parent to go to a website, but I would go directly to the teacher.
Yeah, right.
And then the teacher would know to go to the principal, so.
Right.
Okay. Any other comments on the policies? Any other comments? Will these policies be on the agenda for approval and adoption for our November business meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
So the expectation would be that they would be on the consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
That's good. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
So,
Ms. Racine and then Mr. Jordan.
So policy KLB was not one the PRC determined to have a first and second reading?
We hadn't, because the actual policy change, there's not a great deal on the policy change itself. It's just a code change. It changes the front end language on the, it starts with the despite and care, in choosing the resources. Some may still disagree with it. There's we really didn't feel there was a deep enough change on any part of the policy to have a first or second reading for it.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is because, I feel like, I know I've done a lot of educating, about what parents can do, with this, if they do want to challenge the materials that they're reading or receiving. And it's always, I think, it could be beneficial from an education and awareness standpoint to say, this is what we've been doing, this is what we're currently doing, so that everybody understands the process. But if it's, I know we're doing other things, but.
And that's also why we made sure we really went through on the regulation part.
Yeah.
Which, you well know, it doesn't require a board vote on that, but
Right.
we went through the regulation to really make sure it was intuitive and followed a smoother direction,
Yes.
which is, I think, more beneficial than the policy change, in my opinion.
Well, exactly, which is why I would, have that accompany the policy itself, because the regulations do make it much.
Right.
Yeah, like you said,
Mr. Jordan?
Are we up to date as far as the VSBA recommended policy considerations?
So I think I'd have to, I don't have that in front of me, Mr. Jordan. I think if there might be one or two policies that are still floating, but for all the ones that came up through, there's one that just came out that we're reviewing right now that will be coming to the board in December. But I don't have the list in front of me to know if I've checked everything off, but I've gone through and looked, and if it's not checked off, it's in the queue to be coming.
And Dr. Gabriel, generally speaking, I'd like for the board to consider having a conversation with Dr. Birdsong about why we have a policy committee and what our expectations are of it. Similar as we discussed earlier about student rep to the school board, or whether or not we had a strategic plan or not. I also think that the reasons that we started the policy committee, what's it been, 8 years ago, we may have lost its intent.
Okay.
And I think we should consider revisiting it as part of this governance training, to see if it's necessary. Then what is it that we really want the policy committee to do? Because I think we may be working staff harder than we need to, if we had the opportunity to have that conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will just put that plug back in too, that as we continue governance training, that maybe we as a board talk about focusing on those policies around student outcomes versus some of the other hundreds of policies that are more administration.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you all very much for the discussion, and thank you to the staff for allowing us to extend our time, but the discussions were very productive. And with that said, the meeting is adjourned.